falsedades, hechos, verdades y casualidades. Hay mentalidades horizontales, verticales y diagonales, derrotas y fracasos accidentales, medallas, trofeos y copas mundiales. En el mundo hay vitaminas y proteínas, marihuana, éxtasis y cocaína. Hay árboles, ramas, hojas y flores. Hay muchas montañas de colores. En el mundo hay decisiones divididas, entradas, salidas, debut, despedidas. Hay inocentes, hay homicidas, hay muchas bocas y poca comida. Hay gobernantes y presidentes, hay agua fría y agua caliente. En el mundo hay micrófonos y altoparlantes. Hay 6.000 millones de habitantes. Hay gente ordinaria y gente elegante, pero no hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. En el mundo siempre se mueve la tierra. Hay tanques de oxígeno, tanques de guerras. El sol y la luna nos dan energía. Se duerme de noche y se vive de día. Hay gente que rectifica lo que dice. Hay mucha gente que se contradice. Hay algarrobas y algas marinas. Hay vegetarianos y carnicerías. Hay tragos amargos y golosinas. Hay enfermedades y medicinas. Hay bolsillos llenos, carteras vacías. Hay más ladrones que policías. Hay religiones, hay ateísmo, hay capitalismo y comunismo. Aunque nos parecemos, no somos los mismos. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. En el mundo existen muy buenas ideas. Hay Don Quijotes y Dulcineas. Hay sexo en el baño, sexo en la cama, sexo sin ropa, sexo en pijamas. Hay cosas reales y melodramas. Hay laberintos y crucigramas. Existen llamadas que nadie contesta. Hay muchas preguntas y pocas respuestas. Hay gente valiente, gente con miedo, gente que el mundo no le importa un bledo. Gente parada, gente sentada, gente soñando, gente despertando. Hay gente que nace, gente que muere. Hay gente que odia, hay gente que quiere. En este mundo hay mucha gente, pero no hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. Y astuta. Hay vírgenes y prostitutas, ricos, pobres, clase media, cosas bonitas y un par de tragedias. Hay personas gordas, medianas y flacas, caballos, gallinas, ovejas y vacas. Hay muchos animales con mucha gente, personas cuerdas y locos de mente. En el mundo hay mentiras y falsedades, hechos, verdades y casualidades. Hay mentalidades horizontales, verticales y diagonales, derrotas y fracasos accidentales, medallas, trofeos y copas mundiales. En el mundo hay vitaminas y proteínas.
Listen up. Yesterday during my IRL, I realized there was a bunch of people who gifted subs, donated, all that kind of stuff, and it didn't show up on Streamlabs. So I'm gonna go through the list and see on Streamlabs here. Montbello, thank you so much for the 25. Holy fuck. Lado Miffy with I don't know how much that was. Looks like 10, 15, 20. Thank you so much, dude. Red Eisen, thank you so much. Apex, I Pick Flowers, CDAX, The 5, Drawman, Sir VTDs. Appreciate all of you. Sorry I missed you.
Mucha gente que se contradice. Hay algarrobas y algas marinas, hay vegetarianos y carnicerías, hay tragos amargos y golosinas, hay enfermedades y medicinas, hay bolsillos llenos, carteras vacías, hay más ladrones que policías, hay religiones, hay ateísmo, hay capitalismo y comunismo. Aunque nos parecemos, no somos los mismos. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. En el mundo existen muy buenas ideas. Hay Don Quijotes y Dulcineas. Hay sexo en el baño, sexo en la cama, sexo sin ropa, sexo en pijamas. Hay cosas reales y melodramas, hay laberintos y crucigramas. Existen llamadas que nadie contesta, hay muchas preguntas y pocas respuestas. Hay gente valiente, gente con miedo, gente que el mundo no le importa un bledo, gente parada, gente sentada, gente soñando, gente despertando. Hay gente que nace, gente que muere, hay gente que odia, hay gente que quiere. En este mundo hay mucha gente, pero no hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. En el mundo hay gente.
We are going to war with Chapo Trap House. You understand?
Media cosas bonitas y un par de tragedias. Hay personas gordas, medianas y flacas, caballos, gallinas, ovejas y vacas. Hay
With this sword, I will command the guerrilla army to victory.
Hechos, verdades y casualidades. Hay mentalidades horizontales, verticales y diagonales, derrotas y fracasos accidentales, medallas, trofeos y copas vitaminas y proteínas, marihuana, éxtasis y cocaína. Hay árboles, ramas, hojas y flores. Hay muchas montañas de colores en el mundo. Hay decisiones divididas, entradas, salidas, debut, despedidas. Hay inocentes, hay homicidas. Hay muchas bocas y poca comida. Hay gobernantes y presidentes. Hay agua fría y agua caliente. En el mundo hay micrófonos y altoparlantes. Hay 6.000 millones de habitantes. Hay gente ordinaria y gente elegante. Pero, no hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú.
Thank you, Ross Swab. Listen, everybody. All I'm trying to warn you is you don't want to get on my bad side.
Tanques de oxígeno, tanques de guerras, el sol y la luna nos dan energía. Se duerme de noche y se vive de día. Hay gente que rectifica lo que dice. Hay mucha
I've watched a lot of anime,
hay algarrobas y algas marinas. Hay
and I can only take
hay tragos amargos,
so much bullying before I channel the energy of Sasuke.
Hay religiones, hay ateísmo, hay capitalismo y comunismo. Aunque nos parecemos, no somos los mismos. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú.
Not even done yet.
No hay nadie como tú.
Not even done yet. In this war against Chapo, we're gonna need all the allies we can get. And you know what that means, right? It means we are enlisting the help of Jason and Comrade Number 3's cavalry. Jason Unruhe anointed me this weapon, and he gifted it to me and blessed it under the holy grail of Chairman Gonzalo. He said, Oz, it's time for you to take the mantle. And he blessed me as his successor. And I grabbed it, and I was filled with the power bestowed upon me by all the indigenous tribes that anointed me as their savior. Chaz will return! Chaz lacked only one thing, and that was royal guards trained in martial art. We got more. Got more. What is it here? Woo! New character on the Infrared show. He's gonna be making a lot of things. Hey everybody! Now, I'm only gonna be here for the month of October. After which, I'm gonna be thrown in the dumpster. But I hope to have a good time with everyone here as we continue our journey of conquering the internet. You're probably asking, who am I and how did I get here and, you know, what's going on? Well, basically, you know, Haas found me in the graveyard, and I just emerged from the dirt one day, and I was under a tombstone, and the tombstone said, "Here lies the content on Twitch." So I'm actually Twitch content. I am the Twitch content right now. I'm every single stream except the infrared stream. And I'm here to basically remind Haas that he can never become like these other streamers. Or else, he's gonna end up like me. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be back, guys, and I want to make a regular occurrence on this show, so don't worry about it. Finally, we saved the best for last. This is the sword with which I will defeat Chapo. Hay más ladrones que policías. Hay religiones, hay ateísmo, hay capitalismo y comunismo. Aunque nos parecemos, no somos los mismos. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, mi amor. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú, amor. How do you think I channel all this dragon energy, huh? Because I slay dragons. I'm a dragon slayer. I slay dragons. That's how. Muchas preguntas y pocas respuestas. Hay gente valiente, gente con miedo, gente que el mundo no le importa un bledo, gente varada, gente sentada, gente soñando. These two weapons together, the wig splitter and the cheek buster, can literally slay fully grown dragons when combined. You understand? No hay nadie como tú, no hay nadie como tú, mi amor, no hay nadie como tú. Okay, this is what's gonna happen. Sunday, this is all getting clean. All this shit is gonna be gone. Then, the week, we're gonna go to a Halloween store, we're gonna actually decorate. We're gonna decorate, okay? We're gonna decorate. We're gonna decorate, okay? I promise. I promise. I promise, okay? I promise. We only have one decoration right now. Thank you, Dixon. What is this made of? Real steel. This is actually real forged steel. It's actually a real sword. Wooden grip. So made of a wooden grip and ornamental steel engraving. And yes, this is actual real Damascus steel. Okay? Okay, we're gonna have a whole arsenal. Okay, so this one's a bit excessive, right? This is only when we have really top level debate opponents. But I like this one. You gotta understand, I like this one the best. Because I like short swords, because I already got a big dick. You understand? And then another thing is that I'm more of like a warrior who's in the heat of action. I jump, like, I'm not the guy who's like, you know, fighting from long distances. I'm the guy who jumps right into the mouth of the dragon like that. You know what I mean? Thank you, Suez. Thank you, Suez. I'm the guy who jumps right into the heat of the action. And that's why I need a small, agile, light sword. You know, like, I'm very much close quarters. You know, like, imagine me like Beowulf. Like, the dragon's mouth is wide open. I'm just jumping right into it. You understand? You get it? Feels like I've been gone for a week. Feels like I've been gone for a week. Hey, look at this guy. Hold on. That stupid fan following since 3 minutes ago to talk shit. Get in my VC and you can get unbanned. Pussy. You little pussy bitch. Calling me fucking low energy. Why don't you fucking turn on Hasan or your favorite streamer or Destiny since he got unbanned? Let's see what Destiny's fucking doing. Let's see if Destiny's higher energy than me right now. Let's go ahead and see. So this is a high energy streamer according to that guy. This is a high energy streamer. Ready? This is high energy, guys. High energy streamer. Ready for the high energy streamer? Y'all ready for the high energy streamer? Let's wait for the ad to finish. Keep in mind, I don't even know what to expect. So let's see the high energy streamer Destiny. Let's see the high energy streamer. We're gonna go ahead and see. We're gonna go ahead and see the high energy streamer. Oh, this is high energy. This is high energy, right? The fuck? Right here? This is high energy, right? High energy. Let's hear the high energy streamer. This is a high energy streamer according to the guy in the chat. So let's hear what he's saying.
A lot of millennials grew up wanting to draw fucking anime shit because that's what they saw. That's what they drew. How many times I've heard stories of like kids in class that are drawing like fucking manga panels or some shit, and like an art teacher sees it and they're like, "That's not real art. That's garbage. That's trash. Like you need to work on stuff that's more appropriate." Like, what the fuck? Why the fuck do you think they're going to fucking school? They don't want to learn to draw what you want them to draw, right? They want to pick up tools and acquire abilities and stuff to teach them to make things that they love.
I have a fucking sword. I have a sword and a skull. Calling me high energy? The fuck was that? I literally have a sword. That's how fun I am. I'm like the fun uncle, and he's the boring uncle. I'm like the fun uncle that you can't wait to see them because you know they're always gonna have fun. They're gonna be funny as fuck, and they're gonna hype you up. You fucking watch Destiny. That's literally the boring uncle that you dread seeing because all they do is harangue you about your fucking homework. I literally have a sword and you're talking shit to me, you little bitch! Te utilizo ahora. Tú eres muy astuta. Y a mí me quieres Mamita, 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 mamita. Eres mi mamita rica y apretadita, mamita, mamita rica y apretadita. Que chica más linda, que chica más bonita. Mira chabacán, mami, tú lo excitas. This isn't even. Did I get more weapons? I mean, Halloween weapons. Should I go to the Halloween store and just get more? I feel like I don't have enough. Let me make sure the arsenal. There's one I forgot to show you. We already have these two, right? But there's one I forgot to show you. Just wait. Just wait. Oh, this is why they call me Genghis Khan of Twitch. Genghis Khan of Twitch. Never forget. Never forget.
Je me plie à tous tes caprices.
Dans la vie, tu es mon complice.
I think it was a joke, right?
Pour toi,
When they called me that, you thought it was a joke, right?
Tu sais de quoi je suis capable.
pourquoi es-tu si vicieuse?
Je ne sais pas pourquoi tu m'aimes. Je veux jouir d'un festin.
What the fuck, man?
Et te vider de ta
What the fuck is this shit, man? I paid $20.
Je suis loin, loin
The
d'être
fuck,
éternelle.
man?
Je suis pas là pour que tu aimes. Tu es si bien dans mes bras. Pourquoi
Hey.
ne pas prolonger cette partie?
Stop, man. Piece of shit, man.
Et moi,
Fuck was that shit, man? Get fucking ripped off, man. Fuck was that?
l'agitatrice, pour ne pas que tu t'ennuies, pour tes nuits et même tes jours, sous le pseudonyme de l'amour.
Je suis tombé dans un vortex, je viens en toi comme un fixe. Quand je t'aurais oublié Alix, j'aurais fait une croix sur mes ex. Pourquoi es-tu si vicieuse?
Je t'aimerai jusqu'à la mort,
Je prends tes reproches et ta haine.
à raison ou à tort.
Je prends tes désirs et tes peines.
Et pour ne pas que tu m'oublies, je laisserai des paillettes dans ton lit quand tu seras dehors dans la nuit.
Pourquoi es-tu si vicieuse?
Calme-toi, ne me rappelle pas.
Je retiens mes pulsions animales.
Et sur le trottoir, encore un scandale. Ne retiens pas tes pulsions animales.
L'amour en fou, c'est un fait. Et quand tu ne m'invites plus à la fête,
Tu ressens des blessures anormales.
calme-toi, ne me rappelle pas.
Pourquoi retenir ton désir, toi et moi, jusqu'à la mort?
Pour le pire, pour le plaisir.
Je t'emporterai dans mon délire, jusqu'à posséder ton corps.
Tu me fais vivre un enfer, mais
Tu en redemandes encore, mais est-ce que seulement tu te souviens? Sur le trottoir, un soir d'automne.
une barre de fer dans ta main.
Qui c'était cette petite conne?
Et si demain je suis dans un cercueil,
Si tu veux faire de moi ta veuve,
détends-toi et prends tes calmants.
mais viendras-tu à mon enterrement?
Pourquoi lutter contre le courant?
Toi et moi, comme deux aimants.
Tracassé par l'orifice.
Dans mes bras, rien qu'un film X, mes mains autour de ta gorge.
Je m'attire dans les abysses.
Et quand tu viens entre mes cuisses,
C'est là qu'en toi je dégore. Tracassé par l'orifice.
I'm out of Lysol now, man. My day's not going too well right now. Not gonna lie. Not a good day. Okay. Mamita, I just want to know who wants to fuck with me. Chapo bitch house, Chapo trap house, bunch of bitches. Yeah, Chapo trap house is long, exhausted, it's significant. It's Halloween. We don't want to hear about any more Chapo trap house. Chapo is dead to me and you. Everyone in between.
Take slow sips of champagne with a froze wrist. You on the block, I'm on the boat trip. Why the bowls flip? Daily checking off my goals list. Watch niggas is true, most switch. Ain't gotta bend the truth to justify the fact they doing whole shit. Got a batch, but it's gonna go quick. So put your order in. My losses grew into some sort of win. For 4 years, I've been spotted in some sort of beings made man. When I huddle up is what important me. I used to cop 10 grams, turning into 20. So even
I'm the dirtbag left. Yeah, the dirtbag left.
when that bag came, yeah, I did my damn thing. I used to cop 10 grams, turning into 20. So even as a small time, I was getting money. But boy, when that bag came, yeah, I did my damn thing.
Used to have nothing, now I got a lot of everything. Heavy chain, bezel bang, play and get your million bang. Remember when my uncle told me I put too much soda on that yo? The payroll made me want to rollie, blade made me want to rover. I got
Well, thank you so much, Happy.
You know you getting money when your car came with a sofa. Ain't gotta
JF is doing debate prep.
Ain't gotta be the winter time, I caught a plug, get snowing. You see my money, this shit like a rapper, it keep flowing.
Who the fuck is JF?
He gon' keep blowing. We really was the ones, asked about me on my block. Cop a house and cut up $1,500 worth of rock. That's a fact, eh? When I got my deal, I called pay like less than
He's not doing it for me because he's not debating me. What are you talking about?
Turn that to an M, hit the plug and double back. Say they doing what? We ain't ran into them, niggas cap. Niggas
Check my bank account, that bitch finally say $1 million. Boy, I'm happy.
What are you talking about? I'm not debating him today.
Come alive and make him kill him. Lately, I've been thinking about 100
I don't even think I'm debating that guy at all.
was like a holiday to
I'm
me.
pretty sure the only person I'm debating is Stefan Molyneux.
Skizzy and my butter knife. My favorite junkie 3 grams to rent his car the other night. I swear to God.
Is Chapo watching me right now? Fuck you, Chapo, bunch of bitches.
Never catch me riding.
Fuck everybody at Chapo.
I used to have to gamble with my
Fuck everybody at Chapo, man.
in a duffel bag.
Fuck every fucking Chapo get house, Chapo cringe house. Fuck Chapo.
Cop 10 grams, turning into 20. So even as a small time, I was getting money. But boy, when that bag came, yeah, I did my damn thing. I used to cop 10 grams, turning
The Stefan Molyneux debate is gonna be like Thursday or something. It's
But boy, when that bag came,
gonna be sometime this week.
yeah, I did my damn thing.
Yeah, he's not preparing for me. He's debating someone else today. Okay. We have a lot of shit planned and lined up for today. We have a lot of shit planned and lined up.
I got a bam, bam, bam sound. I come alive.
Thank you, Tesseract.
If you can swim, then you're bound to drown.
Guys, you know what I think of this song?
Have my money when I come around.
You know what I think of this song?
I'm swinging all night, and my songs are head high. When you've been here for the money, or to get a little high. There's
Wow!
stars, I feel them from the
This is a snazzy song.
ground we keep a lot on. Burn, 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 let my fire
Shut up. Thank you, Ninox. Appreciate you. What's the story with Chapo Trap House? Am I debating anyone today? Yes. The story with Chapo Trap House, it basically goes like this. Right? We're just getting started, okay? Because we're going to tonight's stream is gonna be a rally. It's gonna be a rally against Chapo. Okay? So this is just the beginning. Okay? I need everyone. Everyone. You know, I'm still gonna debate people today, don't worry. Listen. We haven't even started the stream. We're still in the introduction of the introduction, so to speak. Everybody needs to be patient. And because this is, I'm gonna get charged up, right? I'm gonna get charged up. And then once I get charged up to a certain level, so this is how the stream's gonna start out. Let me actually explain like this. The stream is gonna start out like this. See it? It's gonna start like this. Then, pretty soon, the stream is gonna turn in to this. By the way, I am the Battle Hun. I am Alita Battle Hun if she was a man and a streamer. I was sent from the sky. You found me in the scrapeyard, and now I'm fucking here to take on the Sky Palace, where Hasan, and we're gonna talk about Hasan today. Yes, we're gonna talk about Hasan today. Hasan, all of those fucking people at the top in the Sky Palace, I'm gonna battle my way to the top. I am Alita Battle Hun. Attila Battle Hun. Fuck, I love katanas, man. Because people make fun of katanas, like only nerds have katanas. They're fucking based, and a katana suits me. Don't you guys think if we lived in a world like Into the Badlands, where people still fought with swords, can't you see me as a guy with a katana? Don't you see me as the guy with the katana? Like, I just have that style about me. You know, I just have that look about me, where I'm just an exotic type of person. You know what I mean? I have that exotic look about me. I would have a katana. So this, as the stream goes along, this is gonna be taken out, right? Then we're gonna upgrade. Ooh, now it's getting interesting, isn't it? Now it's getting interesting, isn't it? Now it's getting a bit heated. Hold on, how did he pose in that photo? That's how? Then, for the grand finale, we're gonna go up to 2,000 viewers! Then, after the excitement wears off, we're slowly gonna transition into a cozy stream where we're gonna watch some spooky Nexpo, that kind of spooky Halloween content, right? For chilling, right? And then maybe, if you're lucky, the last hour, we might just have a chill Minecraft stream for the last hour. We might do Minecraft. If you're lucky. It's gonna be a nice Halloween. You understand? Ah! So we have actually a lot of things to cover. I don't even know where to start. There's the Hasan stuff, more Hasan content. But trust me, this is worth covering, right? It's worth covering. And Thank you so much, Diogenes. Diogenes, thank you so much. Alright, so I want you guys. How about, listen, we're going to Latina! The fuck? Oh, she left. Never mind. We're gonna talk about Chapo Craft House and why they must be defeated by me personally, by me specifically. Did Kevin Cucklin join? No, it's not him. Okay. You're here? Okay, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna call Latina. Hold on. Give me a sec. Where the fuck is she? Here she is. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
Cam up.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I look like shit right now.
You're not giving me content?
What? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Just wait. I look like absolute dog shit right now.
Okay. Hold on.
Hold on. What's up?
Hold on, give me a sec, Let me capture Discord. This one. Okay.
I look like shit.
Oh, you want me to... So this is... Guy chat, listen. Every time women say I look like shit, they want you to say the contrary, so it will boost their ego and confidence. And every time they say this, guys, you have to just say, okay.
No,
Don't contradict them.
Huh?
I'm not going to contradict you. Something's wrong.
I have to turn on my PC.
What?
I'm on my phone.
Okay, what's your actual name? Because I can't keep calling you Latina and I'll get canceled as racist.
No, I'm not telling you my name.
Okay, what's your other nickname? What's your other nickname besides Latina?
You can call me like Wild or something, even though it's like cringe.
Okay, Wild. Wild, let me ask you a question. When is the first day you decided you have a really big crush on me?
That's so fucking cap. Y'all need to stop saying that shit.
Yeah, but you didn't answer the question.
I haven't decided yet.
Damn! So there was a day.
No, that's the whole point of the answer.
Okay. Alright, you know I'm gonna go bald though, right? Is that okay?
No.
What?
I don't think that's a good idea.
No, I have to. I'm losing my hair.
It doesn't look like you are.
Yeah, I know, because I'm hiding it.
Why are you gonna, like, that defeats the purpose if you're going bald. But you're hiding it. You're hiding your bald, so you're going bald.
Yeah.
that defeats the absolute purpose of it.
Okay, are you gonna critique my haircut choices, or are you gonna answer the question? Because I can't have you switching up on me once I go bald, and then you decide to drop out.
If you want to go bald, you should go bald. That's that.
Okay. Second question. So we're definitely not getting married. That's like 100% confirmed because yeah, because I heard what you said, and I'm sorry, you can't raise my kids.
That's so fucked. I'm sorry. I don't want my kids to be raised. I don't want them to be dropped off and like worried that their dad's not going to come back for them.
Yeah, but you know what? Listen, you wanna raise a bunch of weaklings, and I wanna raise a bunch of warriors.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, that is exactly how it works. I can't afford to raise all of these like, soft, sensitive snowflake type of boys that you're trying to raise. Okay. And second of all, so why exactly are you like so into me? Like, what about me makes like?
You keep dragging this shit on if it's not like a thing.
What do you mean?
That's so embarrassing for you.
Why?
Because it's not. That's
No,
not.
I know, but like, what about me specifically?
I think it's got to be the baldness.
But you haven't seen me bald. Are you a vegan?
Yeah.
What?
Why is that bad?
Yes, that's bad. What the fuck? Why are you a vegan?
Because.
What do you mean, cuz?
I don't know.
Is it because you care about animals?
Yes. And also, it's like a better diet.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
I swear it's not.
Yes, it is.
You have to eat meat.
No, I don't.
If you are gonna be chilling with me, you have to have a hamburger.
No, there's only one kind of meat that I'm willing to eat, and it's okay for the vegan diet.
What the fuck? No, but you have to eat the other kind of meat too.
No, like, you're not supposed to.
What do you mean?
Like, yeah, whatever, meat, whatever. But, like, on a vegan diet, it is easier. I mean, it's healthier.
And what healthier how? So I can grow hits?
No,
Because that's what happens to men who don't eat meat.
No.
So you want double D's on me? What size are you wanting?
Listen, so basically on a vegan diet, you're cutting out, like, all the, like, unnecessary shit about meat that is unhealthy.
Don't you feel like shit not eating meat? Don't you feel so replenished and feel so good after eating meat?
No.
What?
I feel like shit. Okay, I used to work at Panera Bread, and they had me doing a bunch of shit, but they also, like, I don't know, they also had me eating, like, or they had me, like, prepping all the meat and shit like that, so that made my, like, stomach hurt and all of it. And just smelling it and stuff like that. So I feel like shit, like, being near me. Like, if I smell meat or whatever, if it's, like, obviously, like, because I was prepping it, the smell of it was infused in my face. So it was fucked. It made my stomach want to gag.
So that's why you became vegan?
No.
Why is
I
your
was already-
rotate your camera?
You
Rotate
said,
your
"Does meat
camera.
make you feel like shit?" Yeah, it does.
No, wait, rotate your camera.
No.
Yeah, you're in the fucking portrait mode. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Somebody said I looked like I was in a tool shed.
So you have no Halloween decorations, and wow, your stream makes your room look way better than it actually is.
It's a basement.
So this is the actual truth of everything. When the lights turn off and the cameras are off, you live in a swamp.
It's a basement. This is just where the setup is. Like, I'm trying to find my own place.
You live in your parents' basement?
Yeah, I'm live with my mom.
Does she care if you stream?
No, she was like on one of my streams before.
Really?
Yeah, like twice.
Damn. Where do you live?
Would I say that? Like,
I'm not asking for your address. What fucking state do you live in?
Madagascar.
Okay, wow. That's so cute, isn't it?
I
Alright.
don't like how. What?
You don't like how what?
I don't like how my phone camera looks. It looks so stupid. Like I look like a gumdrop. I got this sweater today. Like I just came back from the mall, but I still haven't decided if I like it yet.
It's a sweater.
Like, is it like good?
What the? And do I look like your best friend? You're supposed to go to the mall to dress to impress me. You're not supposed to ask me.
$25. I don't know if I like it. I think it's like tacky.
If you don't know why you like it, why would you wear it in front of me?
Cause you fucking called me. Literally called me while I was trying it on.
Yeah, and you could have had time to go prepare something that you're more certain in.
What the fuck, bro? I'm not here trying to impress you right now.
Really?
You know what? I thought that all of your chat was gonna roast the shit out of me and call me ugly.
No, listen, that's not what we do. Listen, okay, here I have a question. Who on Twitch is better looking than me? Besides Hasan. Besides Hasan.
Probably me.
No, what male on Twitch is better than me?
Ew, I look like literally a pumpkin.
Can you stop?
What was that, Minos guy?
And why are you wearing pink on Halloween? You really don't care about the holiday, do you?
Your shirt makes you look like you are literally in a fucking barbershop getting your hair cut. Like it looks like one of those like plastic bags that you.
Are you telling me to take? Hold on. Are you telling me to take off my shirt?
I'm just telling you, like that's what it looks like. It looks like one of those garbage bags that they cut the hole in and just like put it on.
So you're basically implying I should take off my shirt.
I'm just saying that's what it looks like.
No, thank you. Okay, we're not. Can you slow it down a little bit?
Sorry, was I being
Just
separated?
wait like 30, 40 minutes and I'll take it off, okay?
No, that's...
I want to get to know you a little bit more. So, okay, hold on. What guy on Twitch is better than me, besides Hasan?
Hey, how about you answer that first?
What?
Just answer that, but in, like, your perspective.
Answer what?
Like, the other way around. Like, what girl on Twitch is better looking than me?
Woo! Shit!
I think, like, a lot of answers, but I just want to hear you say it.
You think... Okay, what do you think?
I think there's a lot of girls that are, like, really attractive on Twitch. So I'm not expecting you to say me.
Wow. You are ambitious.
I think Pokimane is really pretty. And I think... I don't really watch a lot of female streamers.
Gorilla
like,
Gang
I don't really
Jim
watch
Jones.
anybody.
I don't watch them either. I just talk to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Did you watch my stream last night?
No. Why would I
Well,
watch
that's
your stream?
Fake as shit.
What
That is
did you
literally
do?
fake as shit. That's so fake.
How is that fake?
Because you're supposed to be like a fan.
I'm supposed to be a fan? Like I'm one of your chatters?
Yeah.
No, I'm not one of your chatters, okay? I'm the guy behind the scenes. I'm not the guy who's out in the open, you know, like chatting in your chat and all that kind of shit. You know, you must got me confused for something else because that's below me. That is below me. In fact, that's actually offensive and insulting.
Okay, sorry. I think that's disrespectful to not show support for a girl that you're in love with.
I'm not in love with you.
Almost.
I'm still testing you, you know? You still have to prove yourself
You haven't answered
worthy
the
of me.
question. What girl on Twitch is better looking than me?
See, I am not going to answer that because I asked you first and you didn't answer me. It's not how it works. You don't just ask me questions after I already asked you questions. So you have to answer me first. Second of all, what are you doing? Is it loud? Why are you covering your ears?
Bro, my ears are open.
Okay.
Look, I got these earrings yesterday.
What the fuck?
Can your chat tell me if they like it?
My chat hates it. I speak for chat. They wish you would have gotten 3 instead of 2.
I want to get a third piercing.
So what do you think of open relationships?
I think that they're literally cheating.
Okay.
I
That's
think,
good.
like, what the fuck is the point? Like, if you're gonna be in an open relationship, just don't date. Like, a relationship is a contract between two people. And that's what that's how I feel about polyamorous shit too. And like triangular relationships. Like, bro, that's literally cheating in your face.
Okay, and what do you think? So let's say we're going on a drive, right? And you're in the passenger seat, I'm in the front seat, and you're hungry, right? You're telling me you're hungry. I'm hungry too. And we pull up to the drive-thru, and I get us 4 McChickens, right? 3 for me, 1 for you. And I hand you 1 McChicken, and you're gonna say no because you're vegan?
I'm gonna say, excuse the fuck me, like you shouldn't even known that, but like by now,
Oh,
like
how disgusting!
that's like common
I
sense.
give you the best sandwich on earth.
Bro, if you're talking about McChickens, I know they're gonna be like $1.50.
It's still the best tasting sandwich on earth.
Yeah.
It really is. Yes. What are you being
Well,
for
I have
Halloween?
to.
You know what I'm gonna be? I'm going to be Raz Al Ghul and Genghis Khan. Because I'm a
Nice.
conqueror.
I'm probably gonna be like a cheetah or some shit.
What?
I have to. Yeah.
A cheetah?
Something like that. I don't know.
How boring.
Yeah.
Why would you be a cheetah?
Cause I got this like one.
So you're basically what
Like,
you're saying is
one piece jumpsuit.
you're basically a furry.
Kind of.
What? Just like Zerka?
I'm just kidding. Obviously not. If that's what qualifies, then I guess that's what I am. I don't know. I just bought this like one piece that it's like long and shit. It's like a whole bodysuit. So like if I have to take a piss, I have to take the whole shit off, which is crazy. But I'm going to like my friend's probably throwing a Halloween costume party or whatever. So I'm probably just gonna wear that.
So you're one of those people who don't even appreciate Halloween, and you don't even care that it's supposed to be a scary, spooky holiday, and you just go to parties where people dress as like funny things like bananas and Harley Quinn and stuff, and you basically defile
No.
Halloween. You don't even care about the
I
actual
just
scary
honestly
part.
like Halloween for me, like this year, it's like a good opportunity to just dress like it's fun to dress up and shit like that. So I'm gonna do like a dress up like every single day until like Halloween on my stream. But then I don't know, I just don't agree with the concept of it. Like I don't agree
What?
like with how it started. Like it's literally a satanic like day.
But that's the only time of year where you're allowed to deal in the dark arts. And you're supposed to
No, that's so
explore.
fucked.
You're
I don't
supposed
like
to
that shit.
explore dark,
No, that's
scary things. Do you go to haunted houses?
Yeah, like it's one thing to be like scared, which is fun, but it's another to like
No, I go next
like
level.
at least be knowledgeable on like how Halloween started. You know, like at least
We
know
have
how
to
it
summon.
started.
No, we were gonna summon demons.
No, that's fucked.
Yes,
Don't say
we're
that
gonna
shit.
summon demons, pentagram, all of that stuff,
No,
and you're gonna
don't
join
say
me.
that. That's fucked.
And
Don't say that shit.
guess what is going to be sacrificed?
You,
No, guess who?
you're dead dog.
I don't I don't have it. Aren't you vegan? Don't you care about animals? I don't give a shit about dogs. So the person being sacrificed, their name rhymes with the mild cantina. You ever heard of them?
No.
So
Okay, but don't you ever wonder like why there's so many dogs and cats going missing? Like all these like missing dogs and cats like posters. It's because there's like people who are like still practicing that satanic shit, and they take the opportunity to sacrifice those because they're less like
Have you ever been
serious.
to an abandoned exploration?
No.
Wow, you're boring. How old are you?
At least like oh, an abandoned exploration. Yeah, I think I've been to like an abandoned asylum
How
one
old are you
time, but
again?
like
25, 22?
20.
You're 20 and you've never been to like an abandoned hospital or asylum or anything?
No, because there's like one in my area, but my friend is the security guard there.
How boring.
Yeah.
You don't. So you've never ever tried to summon ghosts or spirits or do anything scary in your life?
Ew, I'm not gonna summon a fucking ghost. That's so
Why
gross.
not?
Because that's fuck. They follow you.
So,
So absolutely not. No, I
well,
don't want that
sometimes
shit. My
s-
work is haunted.
what?
Yeah, my work is haunted.
What do you? What is your work?
I work at like a bra and like underwear store, but like the
That's
bathroom
not
is
haunted.
haunted. There's this ghost and we call her like Felicia because like she's been there for a long time.
Oh, is she hot?
She has like a really hot presence.
Can you send her to me?
I don't know. I don't really want to talk to her.
Sounds like you are just a coward.
I went into okay, so basically my friend like a couple like last year, she was closing on her like by herself and there's nobody in the store because
Yeah.
she closed and she was sweeping the floor on the one side and then she said that there's this like fucking footsteps coming towards her. She turned, there's nobody there. And then my other friend a couple of weeks ago, she was like, "Oh my god, this place is haunted." And I was like, "How?" And she said, "Oh, you know, like I went to the bathroom and the lights were."
Listen, Latina. I just want to bring one more ghost in your life. Is that okay? Which is like after we meet up and after we, spend time together, the ghost will be me because I'll ghost you.
That's so fucked. That's mean
Why?
as shit. Cause like that's so necessary.
Why?
Why the fuck?
Ooh. You'll hear the howling of the wind at night. And it'll remind you of
Yeah.
when I just disappeared from your life.
Oh, too bad. So sad. I feel like the only way that would happen, like, is because you'd be so like scared to come back to another Royale because I would just roast the shit out of you every single
So
time.
okay, in the Royales, right? Who do you think won between me and you? In terms of who
I
roasted who
think
the
the
most?
only way that people would think you won is because your fan base is so loyal that they're just like has base. Like they're so
Are you
like
denying I'm based?
overly
Are you
powerful, which
denying I'm
is a good
based?
thing. What?
Are you denying I'm based?
I'm just saying, like half the shit you said was not like valid. It was like everybody was
What?
arguing with you for a
What
reason.
about what I said was invalid?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh
What's
my god,
wrong?
so you're
Okay, so let me ask you a question. What is wrong with 5 Minute Doggy?
I think you just gotta explore a little bit more. You can't do that
Why?
shit. That's boring as
No,
fuck.
not for me.
Okay, cool. That's great. I mean, whoever, is on the receiving end, like, as long as it's not boring for them, then that's fine.
Really? So you're saying 5 Minute Doggy is acceptable?
Like, for that person,
No, you're saying in general for everyone, including you.
no.
So you're basically vegan, and yet hypocritically, you just want to draw out and slaughter another man's time.
You're literally slaughtering my 5 minutes. Like, what is it worth if it's just gonna last 5 minutes?
Because it's an intense, energetic, passionate 5 minutes.
Exactly. Why the fuck can't it be longer?
Well, because if it's longer, you're not going to appreciate it as much. If it's in 5 minute bursts, you're going to be thinking about it like all day until the next day. And it's like it'll keep you going on a cycle. You're just going to keep wanting more and more and more.
Okay. Well, I've got to get ready for my stream, so hope your stream goes well.
What are you dressing up as?
I don't know. I'm probably gonna be like Little Red Riding Hood or some shit.
You know what you should dress up as?
No. You know
What do you
what?
mean
I
no?
actually know. You know what? I
Yeah.
think I'm gonna dress up as
Oh my god, I was gonna do that. What the fuck? God damn it. What the fuck? Never again will I let that happen. Never again will I let someone hang up on me. Should have done it earlier. What the fuck? Who taught her that? Who taught her how to do that? You're not supposed to teach them to do that. What the fuck? The fuck was that? I still took the W. I just took the W. I'm claiming victory. Because I was clearly going to do it first, and she just copied me. Still claiming... I'm going to delete the VOD. Fuck it, I'm deleting the VOD. VOD's getting deleted. The fuck is this? So guys, we're gonna go back to talking about Chapo Crap House. We're gonna go back to talking about Chapo Crap House. Moan Mission! Thank you so much for the 5. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Moan. Damn. You can't fucking stream Omegle. What are you, fucking crazy? Are you crazy? An Omegle stream? You're literally insane. You know, here's something that should just go unspoken, right? Regarding Chapo Crap House and all adjacent trends. Shut the fuck up about Minecraft. I'm gonna explain something to you guys. The 2010s were about, and it should have never started as a trend to begin with, right? So this is basically what happened in the 2010s. Social media became a thing. Trump got elected, and all of a sudden, a bunch of nerds became empowered. The thought, to the idea that they are somehow cool. And that, you know what, guys, you know how I really grab Chapo by the fucking balls and destroy them? Don't focus on their edgy, you know, ironic humor. Matt, you're so funny. Felix, you're so funny. You don't focus on that shit. Focus on their actual serious takes. Because their actual serious takes amount to, yeah, I mean, we're democratic socialists and we want a better world. Democratic AOC, time for the environment. And fucking Matt, Chris, let's take a look at these Chapo chaps. Jesus. At the end of the day, I'm just saying democratic socialism and Hasan and yes, students and hipsters ruling the world is what I see. Hipsters and students ruling the world. Everyone's stupid and I'm smart. I'm such a smart theoretician. I'm such a brilliant guy. Chapo Trapos. Thank you, Emas. Appreciate you. This is basically what we're dealing with, in case you didn't know. This is what we're dealing with. Regularly, we're dealing with this shit. Right? This anti-working class, professional managerial, fringe. Fuck Chapo, man. For real, fuck Chapo. Can I confess something? Can I confess something to you guys? The reason it's so difficult for me to roast them, I'm gonna confess something. I have never listened to Chapo Trap House in my life. Thank you, Mouse. I've never listened to it in my life, okay? I'm gonna just confess something right now. I don't even know what the sound of this guy's voice is. I don't even know what his voice sounds like, okay? I've never listened to them in my life. But here's the thing. Here's the things I do know about Chapo. Every fucking Chapo guy on Twitter is a piece of shit, fucking scumbag, bitch. Every fucking thing they say, I hate. All their fans, I hate. Okay? They're Hasan people. They go on Hasan's fucking stream and talk bullshit. They're democratic socialists and they love the fucking DSA. And DSA loves them. And they're ironic hipsters who are just ironic and memers. And nothing in the world is serious. Only Chapo. This song is ass water. Song tastes like ass. Okay, that's what we know about Chapo, right? Now contrast that to Infrared. Now Infrared's symbiology is the gorilla and the sun. Why is our symbol the gorillas and suns? I'm gonna explain something to you guys. You guys, this is high level stuff. You're not gonna get it, but I want you to think about it, right? High level stuff. You're not gonna understand it. You're not gonna get it, but I still want you to think about it, okay? This high level stuff, okay? Ready? Now, let me explain to you the origin of meme culture on the internet. The origin of meme culture. The origin of irony, memes, Chapo, and all these scumfuck, bitch, stupid little bitches. Right? So the internet used to be dominated by a bunch of boards and forums and things like that, where everyone was still rationalistic. The internet was a rationalistic place where people had this idea that the privileged site that which ideas will be conveyed is through just plain, open, rational thought, right? Something awful, whatever, yeah. Like those, right? Just normal people who are just expressing themselves in a direct, rational way, right? Like, if you had an idea, the idea was the rational way you're explaining it, things like that, right? We have a check mark in the chat. Who the fuck is this? Keffels? You have half my followers, but you're partnered. How do you think that makes me feel? Okay, anyway. As I was saying. This is a good back scratcher. Holy shit. So, that was for the period of like the 2010s, where like when people had rational debates, it was based on like the content of the rational, explicit use of reasoning, whatever, right? Latina still in my chat? And you do have a check mark too. How much followers do you have? What the fuck? Chat. Fuck, who are you? I thought you were a new streamer. This is a lie. I thought you were a new streamer. And you're gatekeeping your videos. I have to sub to your videos to watch them. When did you join? Doesn't say. What the hell? How the fuck did you get 137k followers? From where? Clips are public. Let's watch your clips. Uh-oh. Never mind. So, how can I benefit from this? So okay, Latina, I think we have a good arrangement going. Like, I am an extremely high quality, beautiful male. Extremely sought after, scarce, high quality, energetic, alpha male. Just the perfect guy you can think of, right? And you have 137,000 followers. Isn't that a deal? I think that's a good deal. I actually think that's a good deal.
Sexo en pijamas. Hay cosas reales y melodramas. Hay laberintos y crucigramas. Existen llamadas que nadie contesta. Hay muchas preguntas y pocas respuestas.
As I was saying. What was I saying again?
Gente que el mundo no le importa un bledo. Gente parada, gente sentada, gente soñando, gente
Underselling yourself? Well, we're gonna climb the ranks. Like, we're gonna start with Latina. Then we're gonna move on to someone with 200k followers. 250, 300k, 500k, 1 million. Eventually, we'll be at the top, right? We're gonna like bounce off of them. We're gonna bounce off of them one by one. We'll reach from queen to queen until we reach the biggest queen of them all, Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House. Anyway, talking about the origin of memes. Yes, okay. When's Jimmy Dore coming to Twitch? I don't know. Jackson hasn't talked to me about it. He called the what? What's the Pickett's charge? When's the collab dropping? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea at all. Oh man. Alright, let's take it from the beginning, right? Let's take it from the beginning. So the early age of the internet, right, was like something awful and those kind of forums, right? Those were based on a rationalistic approach to information, right? Let's say you got into an argument with someone. The argument's going to be based purely on the rational use of argumentation, right? Everything's going to be purely based on the open, communicative, discursive reason, whatever, right? Now shift to around the time of the Trump era, right? And this actually happened before, but I'm just speeding things up, right? Now, during the Trump era, something changed, right? And it's a shift from conceptual reason to aesthetics as the primary site of the conveyance of information and truth and all that kind of stuff. So Trump, for example, he could go to the Republican debates and, they're all rational people. Marco Rubio and Jeb Bush. Well, I'm arguing on the basis of... And Trump could literally just be like, you're a cuck, right? And he just says that kind of shit. And they lose. So all of a sudden, you have the birth of, memes and aesthetics. This more kind of like ambiguous and partial and unconscious sphere being put into work through the use of irony, particularly in the form of irony and memes and all that kind of stuff. So this had the nerds freaking out. Okay, the nerds started to freak out. And the way that nerds like Matt Christman and Felix coped with this new reality of aesthetics overtaking the conceptual use of reason was by treating it as an irony. Like, that's the irony, right? Everything's an irony. Irony became the metaphysical absolute. And why? Because there's clearly a contradiction between our conscious intentions and views of the world and our sense of, the world being consistent and whole and the reality, right? The world is clearly paradoxical and contradictory, and that's why aesthetics triumph as the primary site of the conveyance of information. Not specifically aesthetics, but memes and irony and jokes and comedy specifically. Because if reality is inconsistent, right, or just not rationally whole, or not rational, whatever, nonetheless, we can acknowledge that. But nonetheless, these memes are still participating in the reality somehow. Okay, guys, can you fucking bear with me here? Can you fucking bear with me, you stupid, empty-headed, air-headed, stupid fucks? Can you listen to what I'm trying to say? Okay? Listen to what I'm trying to say. It's very important. Okay? We can acknowledge that reality is somehow contradictory, inconsistent, and that the conceptual and open use of reason is not enough to give expression to the world and to politics and to the trends of the world, to the phenomena, to culture. You get that part, right? You understand that? You get that. Somehow, the something awful style of forum posting where you're just, typing paragraphs and explaining yourself directly by the merits of the use of reason or logic. Another example of this was the rationalistic forum Less Wrong, right? Less Wrong was like these hyper-logical, hyper-rational people who really wanted to arrive at exhaust the capacities of human reason in this new form of internet information, communication, whatever. right? So you get that, right? But the reason memes start to take off isn't just to insist or argue that fact. Like, for example, a meme isn't really rational, right? Think about the meme, the Pepe frog. Think of Pepe the frog, the meme, right? Is that really rational? Is it really like convey an argument that can be distilled at the level of like conceptual reason, so to speak? No, it's giving expression to something more unconscious and more just indescribable. So like you have to get it or you don't get it, right? Felix's Twitter handle is by your logic, mocking that forum style discourse. Yeah, I know, I get it. So you get that, right? You get that part at least. Okay. Now, memes start to take off around 2015, 2016. And, oh my god, Latina, what are you doing? You said you were going to prepare for your stream. Do I have to call you again? Latina, I don't want you to see me when I'm smart, okay? I want to hide my power level in front of you. Like, I want you to think I'm stupid. You know what I mean? And that way I can, like, manipulate you way easier. Because you won't be able to, like, understand my power level. And yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? She's like, what the fuck is Chapo? Okay, Latina, make me a promise right now. Make me a promise right now. You need to promise me that you will never, ever, ever find out what Chapo is. And as long as you don't know what Chapo is, you are pure in my eyes. Okay? You have to promise me you will never find out who they are. Okay? Anyway. Continuing. Right? Okay. What was I saying? Okay, so you get that, right? The something awful type of communication and information no longer is able to exhaust the reality, right? Think about the people who lost their minds about Trump's election. Trump's a dumb guy, he doesn't make any sense, he's not a rational guy. Yeah, but nonetheless, he still won, and he's still communicating something meaningful, right? You may not find it conceptually consistent, or like rational at the level of like conceptual consistency or logical consistency, but it's still somehow meaningful. He's still like saying things that communicate some kind of meaning among his supporters and in front of the world at large, right? Now, memes started to take this form of disguising themselves behind the pretense of irony. Oh, it's just a joke, right? A meme is just a joke, right? It's just an ironic joke. It's supposed to make you laugh. But even if we move past the joke, memes start to have a history, right? Memes start to actually give expression to our cultural and political and unconscious realities. In like an intelligible way. Like, for example, the Chad meme. That's like the latest one, right? The Chad and the Virgin meme or whatever, or the Soy Jack meme. It's an ironic joke, right? But it's still saying something. It's still actually saying something. You know what I'm saying? It's still conveying something meaningful. That's what I mean. Now, from the perspective of a something awful rationalist, all memes are the exact same in the sense that they're an ironic joke that's making fun of the ultimate meaninglessness of the world, right? But when you look at it at the level of a meme, they're actually different. They're different from each other, right? Like from 2015 to 2016, 2017, 2018, through the past 5 years, they're actually conveying like meaningful things that have a history and have a context and, you know, give expression to something, right? Now, something interesting here is going on, right? We are seeing a shift from the kind of, thank you, Tactile Taco. We're seeing a shift from like the conceptual use of reason or logic as the primary site of truth to some kind of language of the unconscious, right, on the internet. Now, here come the greatest kulaks of the 2010s. Chapo cuck house. Chapo bitch house. Chapo crap house. Kulak crap house. You understand? Now these people are trying to salvage this older, nerdy, you know, something awful form of, you know, enacting a critical distance to reality by adopting a permanent aesthetic of irony. And the significance of the irony when it comes to Chapo really just amounts to the fact that they're in the know and everyone else is stupid and not in the know. That's the aesthetic, right? We're aware that everything is somehow, you know, meaningless and no one else is. We're smart, everyone's dumb, right? The world is contradictory, but we are somehow wholesome and in the know and knowledgeable, and you know we're big shit basically, right? I haven't listened to them, but I know their exact aesthetic because I know the people I know their Twitters and the people who follow them. That's enough for me, right? Yeah, it's similar to Hasan, with like this whole thing of like hogs and chuds. These people are trying to like enact some kind of like security distance away from this unconscious flux of meme culture and stuff. Now contrast their aesthetic to mine. I don't have an ironic distance. I fully embrace, not only do I fully embrace, I fucking become the meme. I embrace the meme. I become fully the meme. So much so that you guys can't even tell if I'm joking or if I'm serious most of the time. And the reason you can't tell if I'm joking or if I'm serious is because the message I'm trying to give to you is that it doesn't even matter. It's not meaningful whether I'm joking or whether I'm serious. What's meaningful is the unconscious idea or thing I'm expressing. When I talk about the Mongols and all that kind of stuff, is it a meme or is it serious? It's not important if it's a meme or if it's serious. What's important is the meme itself. The meme itself is conveying something meaningful, right? Think about our slogan, beyond the visible spectrum, right? The reason it's beyond the visible spectrum of light, infrared, means looking beyond the visible spectrum, is because we somehow recognize that this sphere of like aesthetics and memes and all that, that's enough, right? You don't have to try and discern what the like actual true meaning is behind it, beyond the veil. It's there, so it's beyond the visible spectrum. It's not like there's some like visible spectrum of, you know, reality that you're gonna arrive at that's going to ground the meaning of a meme. It's beyond the visible spectrum of light, okay? I want you to think about our symbolism, and I didn't even choose these fucking emotes. It's just spontaneously the community chose the Gorillas and Sons. Now why? Why did the community just stick with gorillas and suns? Think about the dualism of black and gold, right? Light and dark. The gorilla's dark, the sun is light, right? The gorilla in the Gorilla in Suns represents the Freudian id, or the Lacanian unconscious, whatever one you want to call it. Or Bataille's whatever, his metaphysical Dionysian ecstasy or whatever, right? This kind of Nietzschean kind of sphere that's just below the surface of the conscious use of reason and rationality, right? And then the sun is this symbol of this kind of like, this rationalistic good. So the gorillas and suns is actually the unity of opposites. Gorillas and suns basically means that we're going to unite heaven and earth. We're going to unite the head with the body. We're going to, just like Marx wanted to unite philosophy with the proletariat, right? With material reality. That's what gorillas and suns means, right? Unlike fucking Chapo Cookhouse, these little bitches, right? Who have no sense of either the gorilla or the sun, but try to meander in between in the form of irony, where on the one hand, they will never fully assume a sense of like taking anything seriously, and on the other hand, they'll never go full meme mode, right? They'll just stay in between, like this little cuck bitch space in between. Meanwhile, think about an interesting paradox you notice from watching me and watching Infrared, especially when you look at our infrared vision videos. On the one hand, I'm an extremely serious guy, in the sense like, I really take this seriously and authentically do believe in it. There's just this sense of authenticity and sincerity, which is there about the fact that I do believe in infrared. I do believe in this. It's not a joke to me. I believe in this. But on the other hand, right, I'm extremely unserious in the sense that I fully embrace memes and fully embrace the inconsistencies and contradictions within reality, oftentimes in the form of comedy, right? It's not really a comedy where we're laughing at the world. We're laughing at ourselves too. We're laughing at everything. We're just laughing in general. It's almost like Bataille's kind of like, laughter at being itself, right? Laughter at the world. At everything, right? So, you have to understand why infrared is the future and Chapo is the past. From a historical perspective, right? We are the next stage of internet culture. The 2020s has no fucking place for these little cuck bitch, millennial, fucking bitter, irony poisoned pussies. Because, look, it's not that just these people are just bad when it comes to aesthetics and memes and they're just not that funny or charming or whatever. They're also not smart. Theoretically speaking, they lack any semblance of a grasp of any of the things they're talking about. And then politically speaking, they're fucking bankrupt. Right? Because they emerged out of the Bernie era. They emerged in an era where they're meandering in between, unable to like, and the reason why they're meandering in between these two kind of like opposites is because during the Bernie era with the Bernie bros, they found themselves in a position where on the one hand, they can't fully repudiate the old order that Trump was overthrowing, because they're presupposing it. But on the other hand, they have to enact a critical distance toward it because of the way the media was going after Bernie, right? The media and the establishment was going after Bernie, but on the other hand, they're coming from the perspective of the establishment and the media and the universities and all this kind of shit, right? So it's like they have a critical distance toward it, but this critical distance is only to like safeguard it in a way. Like they became the ultimate conformists and the ultimate protectors, ideological vanguard protectors of the status quo, because their very critical distance toward the status quo and toward the establishment is exactly what sanctifies it and what legitimizes it. It's what allows all of its internal contradictions, all of its flaws, and all of its inherent inconsistencies to basically be ameliorated in the form of Chapo Trap House irony aesthetic, right? Instead of actually developing imminently these contradictions in the form of the political destruction of the establishment and rebirth and so on and so on, this kind of dialectic, it's rechanneled into this fucking irony poison Chapo bullshit. Right? And the reason I'm telling you guys this isn't to convince you not to like Chapo. I'm letting y'all in on a little secret. Okay, come here. I'm letting you in on a little secret. Come here. I'm letting you in on a little secret, right? A little secret. Chapo is fucking obsolete. If you have stocks in Chapo, pull the fuck out of those stocks. These guys are not going to be around in 5 years. In 5 years, there's going to be no Chapo. I would say 2. I would say 1 if I was feeling ballsy. But just to play it safe, 5. 5 years, there's going to be no Chapo. Promise you. I promise you there's not. I promise you there's not. Like, their time has come. Their time has come. Historically speaking, their time has come. Garbage Ape is a bitch. Whoever Garbage Ape is, I think he's a Chapo guy, right? Garbage Ape on Twitter, you are a fucking bitch. I'm declaring war on you. And I might ratio you very soon. Little bitch. Fuck Garbage Ape. Fuck Garbage Ape. Okay, we actually are we're gonna stay on Chapo a little bit. I want you guys to understand something. Being ironic that way has always been corny. It is the 2010s, dude. It's obviously the 2010s. Look, let me tell you guys something. I never in my whole fucking life, I've been in this for 10 years. This whole thing for 10 years. Okay? I never fell into the vortex, into the temptation, and into the aesthetic of a Chapo irony incel. I've never, ever fallen into that little aesthetic where, oh, I'm an ironic hipster and that's how I'm going to view the world. I have never, ever listened to these podcasts. I've never listened to any of the podcasts. The only podcast I listen to is Kantbot, Edberg, and Logo. Okay? I have never, ever listened to Chapo, Cumtown, Red Scare, and what are the other ones? I've never listened to any of those. I had never, ever fallen into that. Ever. As a matter of fact, I was like a fucking skeptical, like conservative of the old form of the internet. I'm fucking Matt's daddy. I'm Matt's fucking daddy. You understand? Thank you, Zerka. Appreciate you. Damn. That's a lot of viewers. I started out 100%. I was never a follower of these fucking people, Chapo, anything like that. I was the type of person they were following. I was their daddy. Chapo Trap House, I was their daddy. You understand?
Mamita,
What up, Zerka viewers? I thought Zerka was streaming for another 10 hours. Y me quieres para amor.
¿Para qué?
No trates more. No me cantes de engaño.
Tú eres muy astuto.
When Manic? Yeah, Cometown, Nick Mullen, Lady shook her ass. Oh, okay. All those fucking people, right? All those people. Wait, hold on. Yeah, Cometown is cringe. Fucking Red Scare is cringe as fuck. I don't know what this is the whole thing about Red Scare. You know, I used to say I kind of like Dasha because she's a little cute, and she's, you know, I could, you know, she's got a style, but I've never listened to them, right? I don't know what they sound like, and when I learned where their loyalties lie on the internet, I started to hate them. When I learned what tribe they're a part of, like in terms of like what faction of the internet they're on, and who their friends are and all that shit, I started to hate them, right? Thank you, Dual Savic. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. The Teal, Peter Thiel sphere, whatever the hell that is. Yeah, that shit. Whatever the fuck that is. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Right? But, comedians, yeah. Comedians, right? Guys, I want you to understand, this is where Hasan gets all of his views from, is this guy. Hasan gets all of his takes, all of his views, all of his ideas, all of his anything, all of his aesthetic, all of his inspiration. Every fucking thing that you think is like a Hasan thing comes from people like this. Okay? What do you find funny? Look, all I'm trying to tell you, I was never like y'all. I was never a Chapo listener or some kind of fucking follower. I'm an ancient leader. You understand? I'm an ancient leader on the fucking internet. I have my own fucking army. I'm a fucking OG warlord of the internet. These people were all my fucking followers. This guy was my follower. This guy was reading me. You understand? This guy didn't ask permission from me to go ahead and do all this dumb shit. I never approved of it. I'm like a disapproving father to this guy. That you need to understand where I'm coming from with this. I'm like a disapproving. I never ever signed on for this shit. For this Chapo trap house bitch shit. I've never ever signed on to that. I never signed on. And now I'm here to exact what's owed. You had your fun, Chapo Trap House. Now I'm here to exact what is owed. You had your fun, Chapo. You had your fun. The 2010s are over now, and it's the 2010s. Your fucking time has come. As a meme, as a phenomena, as a podcast, as anything, your time has come. Now I'm here. You understand? Now it's my time. Now it's my time. You understand? We're not doing podcasts anymore. The only podcast worth anything is Combat and Logos. Combat and Logo are not spectacles. So you listen to them because they're actually giving you information that matters. Why would you listen to Chapo when they're telling jokes and being a spectacle? Why the fuck would you listen to them? Just listen to Kantbot and Ed Berg, where you actually find meat and potatoes substance. You don't have this meandering bluffing where it's like, we're gonna tell little jokes, and then I'm Matt Christman, and I'm gonna get serious about Marxist theory. He doesn't fucking know anything about Marxist theory, right? You get the worst of both worlds. You get the worst comedy and the worst theory. If you want the best theory, watch Kantbot. And if you want the best spectacle and the best comedy, watch Twitch streamers like me, where I'll dance around and fucking we'll have fun. Go to both extremes. Don't fucking choose the worst of both worlds. Choose the best of both worlds. You know, I never respected Chapo viewers. I was always the type of person where I was a snob, basically. I was like, look, if you want to get serious, read fucking books. Okay? Don't be this pseudo-intellectual who, look, this is my issue, guys. Let me, any Chapo viewers in the chat, because I'm going to break it down to you in a way you're going to understand. The thing I would tell Chapo viewers in the past is basically, read books. You don't need to listen to these people, just read, right? What will they tell me? They'll be like, Haz. Come on, man. I want to be human too. I want to have a sense of humor, and I want my, unconscious to be played with, and I want this kind of, casual, cool, cultural trend, and I want to feel like I'm part of it's something unconscious and pathological. It's not based on theory. It's based on it's based on it's like this. I'm a nerd, Haz, and I want to listen to people who are going to teach me how to be cool. I want a style. I want an aesthetic, right? Okay, I understand that. But how come when you have a streamer like me who takes full advantage of this pathological sphere of comedy, aesthetics, and style, and setting an example, and just being a raw gorilla human being, these same fucking nerds come and mock me. They come and mock me and make fun of me because I'm not sophisticated enough, and I'm a gorilla, and I'm not smart enough. You fucking bitch. I'm fucking Bane. I am both the muscle and the fucking brains. The extreme of both. I was a book guy, and then I became this guy, right? On stream, I became a gorilla. Okay? You're just a weak ape. You're a weak chimpanzee. You're a weak ape. You're just like me, except you're less charming, you're less handsome, you're less good looking, you're less charismatic, you're less appealing, you're less aggressive, and you're less able to speak the language of the unconscious to your audience. You're less able to just tap into that sixth sense where you can't fully explain it rationally, but you just get it, right? You are literally doing that with your fucking Chapo trap house because you're not sophisticated when it comes to theory, and you're not particularly relatable as human beings. The only time I listened to Chapo Trap House was in 2016. I didn't listen to them, but I listened to YouTube clips of them, of their voice. And there was an article called, "Welcome to the Dirtbag Left. Welcome to the Dirtbag Left. These are the new Dirtbag Leftists. We are the new Dirtbag Leftists." I said, wow. So I'm thinking these are like truckers and construction workers, and they're gonna sound like they're gonna sound like rugged working class Americans. And I always assumed they're gonna be like Italians from the East Coast, like, yeah, get the fuck out of here, man. I don't give a fuck about that dumb cuck Democrat shit, those fucking liberals. I thought they were gonna sound like Jimmy Dore or something, right? I thought they were gonna sound like these working class people. So I looked on YouTube to hear their voice, and this is what I hear. one of the interesting things about the Democrats, and they were fucking nerds, they were frigid, timid, unrelatable nerds, but they are relatable only to fellow nerds. These fucking nerds are trying to find someone relatable, you fucking nerd bitch. You're trying to find a politically correct outlet to be normal. I don't just want to be a stiff nerd, okay? I'll have you know that I'm also a casual hipster who's cool. I'm a cool Chapo guy. You don't know what cool is, bitch. We, actual cool people, would eat you alive in real life. We would roast the shit out of you. You would have no recovery. You were always the little bitch nerd in school too. Oh, but I have to because I'm too smart. But you're not smart either. That's the thing. You're not theoretically sophisticated or smart either. You're just a fucking stupid bitch. You're a stupid soy bitch. And you created this little insular fucking community of fellow cucks where you can cope with each other. Oh wait, I wish I had a pair of glasses. Oh wait, you're in the know too about Chapo? I watch Chapo. And they're trying to make it a thing. And it's not a thing to the majority of fucking Americans. It's not a thing. You're a fucking nerd. You're a fucking nerd. You're no different than a fucking Dungeons and Dragons player. Except Dungeons and Dragons is probably fun. You're no different than some fringe community of furries or some shit. Oh, I'm in the know about Chapo. Are you in the know? Are you in the know about Chapo? I'm in the know. I'm in the know. Oh, you're the only ones who are in the know, actually. Only you are. It's not like this is like a thing that spreads to non-irony poisoned, non-Marxoid nerds. You're a fucking left-wing nerd. You are literally 1% of your fucking generation listening to this shit. And you're trying to act, they meander and act like, oh, on the one hand, we're so relatable, unlike those stiffy academics, but we're also... And then when you find a gorilla like me, they go, Haz is ridiculous. He's a barbarian. He's a savage. He's ridiculous. He's so dumb. He's a caveman. Haz is a caveman. Haz is a caveman. I'm a caveman because I'm better than you in both ways. In heaven, I'm better than you. I have more brains than you, but also here on earth, I'm better than you. I know how to speak to the human unconscious and the human instinct to be a relatable, raw human being than you'll ever be able to. You little bitch! You smiling bitch! Matt Christman. Matt Christman. I'm Matt Christman. I'm Matt Christman. You guys want to see? You want to hear their voice? You want to hear their voice? Let me show you their fucking voice. Let me show you what we're talking about. Let me show you what we're fucking talking about. Stalin was a loser. Here we go. We're starting it out. He's titled it Stalin was a loser. Here we go.
Who cares about that?
Pepele.
Stalin was a fucking coward, a bitch, and a loser. And that's what matters. Stalin did an incredible thing in building the Soviet Union, if you want to give him credit for it, which is, of course, stupid in the first place. Because another reason all this discourse is ridiculous, the power does not reside in the person that way. You're actually doing like mysticism to...
Thick Hoagie donated $5. Wait, what the F? Is this infrared the most sexy mother fair on the planet? Didn't recognize you with that fresh saucy spicy haircut? How you going to cock tease us with that fresh cut and thick full beard? Goddamn you are daddy. I love you.
Thank you, Coogie. Appreciate the 5, man. Thank you so much. This is who people look up to and watch. This is who people are watching and looking up to. And this is who they're following. This is him. This is the guy. And he's speaking the name of Stalin. He's speaking the name of Stalin. This disgusting swamp creature who people follow is speaking, he's uttering the word Stalin in his mouth. Wahyat Allah in a just world. Wahyat Allah in a just world. That would not go. That would not fly. Wahyat Allah in a just world, the name of Stalin would never, ever find itself uttered in the mouth of this filthy, ugly swamp creature.
One dude with the entire agency of the Soviet project. That's stupid. He built this thing. Him and the system that he presided over created this formation. This thing that was not capitalism, that was developmental without the profit at the heart of it. Now, it was, as capitalism had been, insanely bloody in its development.
Oh my God, if only they elected AOC! And then they would have avoided that catastrophe of modern industry. If only they had elected AOC! Go on doors and vote for Bernie, guys! It's our only hope to avoid that! That's what Stalin should have done! He should have knocked on doors and told people to vote for Bernie and the squad and AOC! You fucking cuck. Who the fuck are you to talk about anything? He look at his condescending fucking voice. Extremely bloody. Like he's like overseeing it. And he's the overseer who's gonna judge the moral significance of everything. Like he's an ultimate moral agent. And he's gonna go ahead and be like, I do not approve of this. I am a hipster living in Brooklyn. I do not approve of Stalin. No, Stalin. I do not approve of it. I do not approve of this Soviet stuff. Everyone has to stop what they're doing. Stop what they're doing and ask Matt what he thinks. Stop what you're doing, everyone. Stop right now. I am a Brooklyn hipster. You're going to consult me and listen to me before you say anything and do anything. Fucking bitch.
Had wrung blood from stones, had turned peasants into mulch, because that's what you do.
Wait, so people listen to this fucking guy? You know, guys, sometimes I feel self-conscious and I'm like, do I just sound like a dumb fuck all the time? Do I just sound like so, simplistic and stuff? And this is just literally a homeless guy on his fucking camera talking crackhead nonsense. He turned peasants into mulch, and yeah, man, that's what happens, man. He just turned. There's no rigor or any keen sense of historical accuracy or understanding the complexity or actually understanding what specifically happened. You just have this fucking homeless guy just sitting around. Thank you so much, Fred Wolf, for the 5. Thank you much for the 5, man. Appreciate you. You just have this fucking homeless crackhead sitting around on camera, he's just repeating fucking tropes he saw on the fucking History Channel. And we're just supposed to accept this. Is this a rigorous critical examination of Soviet history? Or is this a guy just playing off the tropes we've all learned in school that are in our head that we're just supposed to uncritically accept and not examine from another angle whatsoever? And he makes $200K a month. So let me get this straight. Chapo leftists who love Chapo, bitch at me for making this amount of money. Which this is like 3,000, right? This is about 3,000. If I'm correct. This is about 3K or maybe 3.5K. I don't know. A month. This fucking guy makes 200,000 a month. 200,000.
Voidborn donated.
And that's okay.
$5. I finally understand why you hate this guy. I never understood Chapo Trap House, the appeal, or the hype around them, and I understand it even less now. Talking shit on Joseph Stalin is pretty absurd and ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking pathetic. Especially pathetic. Thank you for the 5. And he gets $200K a month to say this dumb shit?
That's what progress in civilization is. It is pulling people away from the land.
So deep. That's why he had to you guys know these guys said they teared up when they watched Avatar? They were like, yeah, man, I watched Avatar and they teared up. That's what I heard on Twitter. That they said that they watched Avatar and they teared up because they thought it was so beautiful.
It's pulling resources away from the land. It is reducing the need...
Resources from the land?
Need for reducing mouths, basically, in the countryside so that consumption can happen in the cities.
What the fuck are you talking about, you dumb fuck? You're talking about a very specific situation in the Soviet Union because of the scissors crisis, where people in the cities were not getting enough food because there was a divergence of the price of grain from the price of industrial equipment, de-incentivizing peasants to industrialize. This in no way, we did a fucking video on the origin of socialism. The issue isn't feeding people in the cities, and that's why it fucking happens. Okay? The reason why the separation from peasants' original means of production happens, actually, is because of the self-interested and antisocial interests of capitalists, not fulfilling some social aim of feeding the cities. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you dumb fuck. This is what a smart guy looks like. This guy's smart. This guy's smart. This guy's really smart. How about you dumb, stupid bitch, Matt Christman, you stupid fuck, dumb bitch, stupid bitch fuck? Have you ever considered the fact that Soviet collectivization was actually necessary in order to industrialize the Soviet Union and introduce modern industry and machinery so they could produce things like tanks and prepare for an invasion by a country like, I don't know, Germany? You dumb fuck! You ever thought of that, Matt? Matt, you ever thought that maybe it was about also giving people electricity and sewage systems and running water? Things you take for granted, you fucking slob in your fucking apartment taking for granted with your fucking AC here, and you just take all this shit for granted, and you spit on the name of Stalin and the Soviet Union for working to give their people a fraction of what you fucking take for granted? You know, people in those peasants didn't have shit, Matt. They didn't have a fucking goddamn thing. They weren't literate. They weren't educated. They didn't have electricity. They didn't have running water. They didn't have any of the things you take for granted. They didn't have gas heating. They didn't have culture in the sense of like literature and access to libraries and fucking theaters and things like that. Things you take for granted. They didn't have the minimum of acculturation with modern culture. Modern science, none of that. They had none of that. But Stalin is a loser, right? He's a loser. And guys, Stalin's a loser and this guy's a winner. This guy's a winner. Stalin's the loser and this guy's the winner, right? This is what the winner looks like. This is what a winner looks like. Look at his winner face. Look at the face of a winner. Look at the face of this winner. He's winning, isn't he? This is what a real winner looks like. Let's compare it to Stalin. Let's compare it to Stalin. See who the loser is. See who the real loser is. Let's see who the real loser is. So according to Matt, according to good old Matt, this guy's the loser, right? And this is the winner. This is what a winner looks like. An arrogant, smug bitch versus a hard-working leader of the people who spends his days tirelessly working for his country, for his people, and for the working class of the world. And this is the winner, an arrogant fucking pussy spouting nonsense on camera, daring to utter the name of Stalin in their mouth.
And that is where you build you build capital, you build an economy, you build state capacity, you build something that can compete on the Westphalian stage.
You are literally a dumb fuck. You are fucking assuming that modernization happened as the result of a fucking intentional state policy. That's not how it happened historically, you dumb fuck. It didn't proceed as a policy by the central state initiative. That's what happened under socialism, dumbass.
Of state competition that emerged in Europe in the 17th century.
And why was there state competition? What was the meaning of that state competition? Can you answer any of these questions? Except without alluding to fucking other things?
Which is the context for all the developments of capitalism and Soviet communism and everything else.
No, it's not. It's literally fucking not. Capitalism precedes that. Capitalism has its origins at the very, very least in the 1400s. Maybe I'll stretch and say 1500s. You ever heard of early modernity, you dumbass? The Westphalian stuff happened after. That's not the origin of capitalism. That's not the fucking origin of capitalism. America managed to industrialize without killing the kulaks. There were no kulaks in America, A. B. America industrialized because, again, it took advantage of capital differentials and investments from countries like Britain, who used their surpluses of capital to industrialize America. It's all about imbalances of the concentration of capital. Is what leads to countries industrializing peacefully. America didn't industrialize until like 100 years after its founding. And the reason for that was because it had to happen after the English industrialization.
That is the train that gave birth to everything. It's that competition.
What? The fuck are you talking about?
And so communism did what capitalism did. It killed a lot of peasants.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Communism just came and killed peasants for capitalism.
And it effectively distributed resources enough to leapfrog historical development stages far faster than capitalism would have allowed for. Because capitalism parcels out that violence.
It parcels out that violence. But in Avatar, the blue people win. I'm mad. I just want to stop the violence.
Keep looking at this guy, lol.
Thank you, Skinny. I just want to stop the violence. I'm mad. Matt, capitalist industrialization was not happening at a slow pace. It was literally, it hit a fucking limit in Russia that couldn't even be surpassed under the Tsar state. It's not that it was going to take slower. It hit a fucking ceiling.
And parceling out that violence was harder for the Soviets because their empire was a multi-ethnic.
What do you mean fucking parceling it out, you dumbass?
Empire. Their empire was relatively homogenous, as opposed to the empires of Europe, which were racially divided.
This is just not true. What the fuck are you talking about? The Soviet Union was racially homogenous? In what fucking world was a state where 40% of the population are Muslims homogeneous? It's the European nation states that were homogeneous ethnically. The Soviet Union was multi-ethnic.
So you could have safe, cozy social democracy.
Yeah, why does he talk like that?
In the heartland and brutal extraction at the edges. Couldn't do that in the Soviet Union. Everybody's a Slav, basically.
$200,000 a month. $200,000 a month. That's how much you give to this guy. $200,000 a month. $200,000 a month.
Certainly everybody where there's any food is a Slav. And so you got...
He's literally mouthing off, talking out of his fucking ass. He's done no research to confirm this. He's just assuming it's true because it makes sense that it would be true, according to him. And let's see the comments for this video. "26 likes, by the way.
Got to do it to your own people, which makes your system poisonous in world memory in a way that the European imperial powers aren't because of that racial difference. So they
get $200K a month for shitting on the establishment. Wait. Chapo Trap House shits on the establishment. Chapo AOC Trap House. Chapo Vaccine Mandate Trap House. Chapo Mainstream Media at all costs Trap House. Chapo Vote for Biden Trap House. Chapo Trap House. Chapo DSA Trap House. That Chapo Trap House is against the establishment? Shitting on the establishment? Which one? Which one? Which one?
They did what the capitalism did much faster to their own people. And they fought.
Do we need a purge of Chapo listeners in our community? Do we need a purge? We might need a purge. We might need a purge. The first thing we're going to do first of all, there's someone on Twitter who needs to be fucking blocked. Okay, I don't know who the fuck this person is. I'm getting nonstop notification. Who the fuck is this person? Who is this fucking person? I'm getting nonstop notifications from them. Who is this person? Here. Who the fuck are you? Oh, they have... Okay, let me help this person out. They have no idea what I mean. So I'm going to help them. There you go. Helped.
Off an existential attack by this monstrous national capitalist mutant in the form of the Nazi state that was going to solve the problem of capitalism.
Yeah, I heard about what happened in Lebanon yesterday.
Capitalism and culture under capitalism.
Yeah, I'm done listening to this fucking cuck. Matt Bitchman. I'm Matt Chrisman, guys. Matt Chrisman. Oh my god. We're gonna get into the Hasan stuff now. I'm done with fucking Matt Bitchman. I'm done fucking dealing with Matt Bitchman. We're gonna get into the Hasan stuff. So, add some context. This is actually gonna be pretty dark. I'm not making any allegations. It's just really dark. And I want you guys... I don't usually do trigger warnings or anything like that, but like, this is kind of dark stuff, so make of that what you will. This has not been receiving a lot of attention, okay? So... brace yourselves. You know, we're going to talk about Hasan. And far be it from me to be like a guy who like takes joy in canceling people, but I think this deserves attention, right? It deserves attention. It's not getting any, okay? And before you jump to conclusions, why don't you hear me out, okay? So, first of all, I want you to look at this clip someone found on Twitter. Figured out how Hasan blows his millions.
You ever had an escort? No shame, obviously, sex work is real work. I've had sex with not even escorts, but also like straight. I've gone to a brothel, Artemis, in Berlin, and had sex with the workers there. Yes. I don't hide it. I don't give a shit. Why would I?
Okay, I love how he calls them workers. He calls them workers. You ever notice that? He calls them workers. He had sex with the workers. Now, if you ended it there, it's still disgusting. It's disgusting how a person just publicly says this, let alone does it in private, but to just brag about it and talks about workers, people who are prostituted, many of whom from countries like Eastern Europe, and are being prostituted out of economic desperation. It's fucking disgusting, right? For someone to just say this. But they call it sex work. That's the new word. Sex work. There's no such thing as sex work. I'm a fucking grand master of Marxism. Of Marxist theory. I challenge any fucking self-proclaimed Marxist to debate me about whether there can be such a thing as sex work and whether this produces value and whether this is a form of labor in the Marxist sense of the word. As a Marxist, I'm the grand master of Marxism on the fucking internet. If you see a guy who's running around my age and they're showing their face, I know more about Marxism than them. Let's put it that way, right? And whatever that means to you, I'm telling you, according to Marxism, there's no such thing as sex work. It's not a form of proletarian labor. It doesn't produce any value. It is not work in the sense of Marxist work. It's called prostitution, by the way. You don't need Marxism to know that either. You don't need Marxism, by the way, to know that it's a form of whitewashing of prostitution. Hope you guys don't plan on having daughters in this woke, politically correct country. Because when your daughter is young, some people say, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be an astronaut. I want to be an engineer. I want to be a doctor. And soon they're going to start asking the kids, oh, would you like to be a sex worker when you grow up? Because it's a normal job, right? It's just like any other job. So why not? It's just like any other job. And just in case people, I'm not even picking on them in general. I'm sick of people perverting Marxism. Like, for example, I'm not a fucking worker. This is not work. This is not labor in any meaningful Marxist sense. This is not labor. This is not producing value in the Marxist economic sense. Now, is it producing value in the sense of like people find value in it? Yeah, sure, clearly. But in the Marxist sense of the word, I'm not a fucking worker. I'm not a fucking proletarian doing this shit. So you'd think it just ends there, right? And it's just like, that's the extent of it, and that's as bad as it gets. You'd think that's it, right? No. This is really what I wanted to draw attention to. and just put out there to discuss. So he mentioned a place called Artemis. And he talked about how he slept with the workers there. The workers. Well, actually, Artemis has made the news before. And here's the news. It turns out the brothel, and it is a brothel Hasan went to so he could have sex with the quote-unquote workers, was raided in 2016 for human trafficking. On April 14, 2016, Artemis was raided by 900 police and customs officers investigating human trafficking and tax evasion. The police had obtained information that members...
Voidborn donated $10. The purposeful woke washing of prostitution in America and the West in general has had some pretty dire consequences. They know damn well for a fact that being a construction worker or a Walmart cashier is nothing like being a prostitute.
I know. Thank you so much, Voidburn, for the 10. Appreciate you. Anyway, they obtained information that members of the Hells Angels forced some women to work in Artemis. One of these women had talked to police about her abusive pimp, a former professional football goalie who would be convicted of trafficking, coercion, and extortion and sentenced to 7 years in prison in October 2017. The tax evasion cross charges against Artemis were based on the allegation that the prostitutes working there were fraudulently classified as independent contractors rather than employees. So just to be clear, is there an American Artemis? Because this is the same one Hasan's talking about, right? This is the same one? No, this is the German one in Berlin. Okay, we're clear on that. We're absolutely clear on that. There is a high probability that these so-called workers were being forced against their will. And that people in brothels, I need everyone PSA. So Hasan's a guy who's going to teach you that sex work is cool, guys. Sex work is fine. Sex work is cool. Yeah, sex work is it's all fine, man. They're workers. It's empowering. It's feminist. I'm going to be a streamer who tells you, if you visit a brothel, or if you try to find sex workers, there is no way for you to guarantee that they're doing it voluntarily, by choice. And let me just tell you something. If it's not by choice, and 90% of the time globally, it's not by choice. By the way, the overwhelming majority of prostitutes do not do this work by choice. And the overwhelming majority of prostitutes around the world do it out of economic desperation and would choose any other job they could if it was available to them. They did studies on this, by the way. Let me show you. So this is in the Nordic model. So this is in the Nordic countries, right? This is in the Nordic country. Oh, this is in the UK. So this is for the United Kingdom alone. And this is assuming that this study has like the highest, like this study covers it all. And this study's like really checking for like manipulations or anything by these pimps. This is in the United Kingdom, a first world country. We're not even talking about the global sex trade and prostitution globally. We're talking about the United Kingdom, okay? In the United Kingdom, 33% of prostitutes were looked after children. 50% started before they were 18. 50% were homeless. 50% were coerced. And 72% were abused as children. That's for the UK alone. That's for the UK alone. Okay? Let's continue. Field the link between prostitution and sex trafficking. Field research in 9 countries. The vast majority of women in... Okay, I'm going to make sure there's no images. The vast majority of women in prostitution don't want to be there. Few seek it out or choose it, and most are desperate to leave it. A 2003 study, first published in the Scientific Journal of Trauma Practice, found that 89% of women in prostitution want to escape. And children are also trapped in prostitution. Field research in 9 countries found that 60 to 75% of women in prostitution were raped, 70 to 95% were assaulted, 68% met the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder. There's so much research and study on this matter, and I think this is just in America. The worldwide statistics are insane. It's insane. Okay, these ad blockers and shit. Hold on. Global estimates of modern slavery. This PDF is taking too long. 42 million prostitutes in the world. Here's where they live. 80% are female. 3/4 are between 13 and 25. And we don't even know the half of it, guys. This is all... I'll have to find the study, but the one that talks about globally, right? But unless you have it in fact-checking, put it in fact-checking, because I'm looking for it right now. Yeah, I think you know what the one I'm talking about, if you know what I'm talking about. But here's the point I want to make. Hasan's going to give you the message that this is okay and it's sex work. And he's giving you this fairyland lie about the reality of prostitution. And the reason he's getting away with this lie is because many privileged women who live in the first world and come from upper middle class backgrounds and actually do choose to make this their quirky profession, those do exist. You know, and Hasan probably knows those people too. But they're giving you a false idea about what's going on the ground. For the vast majority of people trapped in prostitution, not only around the world, but in America, they're giving you a false, idealized, completely fake, synthetic, made-up view of the actual, concrete, cold reality of prostitution. If you visit a prostitute, there is a very high chance that you are effectively raping someone. If they are there being coerced or being kept against their will or being violently bullied into it or living in desperation, I would even argue, you're not having consensual sex with someone based on some transaction. You are a rapist. You're a fucking rapist. And I bet if it gets discovered, if the truth comes out and they're able to escape, you will be met with the full force of the law as a rapist. And you would fucking deserve it, you motherfucker. I will never have a community that harbors people like Hasan. If I find out anyone in my community goes and visits brothels, you're fucking banned for life. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. You can have all the views on sex you want when it comes to consensual sex between adults. Right? We don't do this. Infrared men don't participate in human trafficking. The men of infrared do not participate in the global sex trade. The men of infrared do not participate in the global sex trade. Thank you, Killjoy, for the 5. Thank you for the Killjoy for the 5. The men of infrared do not buy sex. Period. The men of infrared do not buy sex. There are no Hasans in our community. We will never have a Hasan in our community. Now let me show you some quotes by real-life Marxists to back this up. Because there's a lot of American so-called Marxists going around and spreading the idea that communism and Marxism is pro-prostitution. Well, let's look what the authorities have had to say. Let's look at Lenin's companion, Krupskaya, who is a very prominent authority within the Bolshevik Party. A very powerful voice and figure within the party. Okay? Let's see what she had to say. Bourgeois professors are not ashamed to declare in print that prostitutes are not slaves, that they voluntarily chose this road. This is disgusting hypocrisy, which claims that nothing prevents a worker from leaving a factory where it is impossible to breathe from dust, poisonous fumes, and the heat. He voluntarily stays to work on it, voluntarily works 16 to 18 hours. So what she's saying is, these bourgeois professors who are out saying, oh, it's their choice to be prostitutes. They're not enslaved. Saying they're just as bad as the ones who are apologizing for these horrific work conditions where workers are breathing in dust, poisonous fumes, heat, working 16 to 18 hours, and it's the same thing. These are our authorities, by the way. Right? And these American Marxists are trying to lie to us and gaslight us about what's always been the bottom line for the communist tradition with a capital C. By the way, if any of you are in the Communist Party USA, you must remain vigilant, you must stand strong, and you must make sure, this is your sacred duty, I'm telling you, you must make sure that these sex work, pro-prostitution Marxists never, ever have a place in the Communist Party. It's very important. Let's continue. Alexandra Kollontai. Prostitution. What did she have to say about it? Now, Kollontai was, I forgot what position she was in. She was a very prominent female figure in the Bolshevik Party. Again, after the Soviet government took power, she oversaw women's affairs, and she was a kind of feminist, right? Communist feminist. She has an article called Prostitution and Ways of Fighting It. The question of prostitution is a difficult and thorny subject in Soviet Russia. The sinister legacy affects the physical and moral health of the working people. We are still far from being rid of this evil. She calls it an evil, and she says her goal is to be rid of the evil. Prostitution continues to exist and threatens the feeling of solidarity and comradeship between working men and women and members of the Workers' Republic. These are the authorities. These are the relevant authorities. Just like how the American Marxists are making shit up about land back and trying to distort our history, they're doing the same thing when it comes to so-called sex work. What communist state allowed prostitution? Which communist states allowed prostitution? Every single communist state that's ever existed banned prostitution. Every single one. Not only did they ban it, they eradicated it. There was no prostitution in the Soviet Union, no prostitution in China. Now, it came back after they opened up in China, their markets, but it was still fought against vehemently by the government to eradicate. Read this. We're not going to read it all on stream, but I'm just trying to show you how they're lying and trying to gaslight us about what the authorities have said on this matter. If you see Hasan operating the Communist Party, what would you do? I would move to get him expelled. This behavior is worthy of expulsion from a Communist Party. A person who visits a brothel cannot be a member of a Communist Party. Period. You can't have Communist Party members running around who visit brothels. That's fucking unheard of. That's fucking unheard of anywhere in the world. You don't have Communist Party members running around visiting fucking brothels. And visiting brothels, I might add, that are alleged and are even proven, according to testimonies, to have people working there against their will. Now, I'm not making an accusation because I just don't fucking know, but it sounds to me like there was a chance that Hasan was dealing with people, so to speak, who were there against their will. In other words, Hasan was with workers who did not choose to be there, and therefore did not choose to be with him. I'm not saying that's what happened. I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying it's a possibility, because that's something that is proven to have happened in the past at Artemis. How do you know it's eradicated? Is it eradicated at Artemis now? When Hasan went? You don't fucking know these things. And the lesson I'm trying to draw is not that I'm trying to accuse Hasan of anything, because I don't know, right? I want you all to know that when you go to a fucking brothel and you hire the services of a sex worker and you buy sex, there is no, you're not having a free and equal transaction between equals. You're not. Let me tell you why. There are very few women in this world who will actually agree as anything but the last resort to have sex with you for money. That's something you do when you're so fucking desperate you have no choice. Now listen, I'm not trying to police people's relationships. You think Castro wasn't having sex with prostitutes? He wasn't. He plainly wasn't. I'm not trying to police how people have relationships. Okay? I'm not trying to police how people interact. Interact however goddamn you want to, right? But the line should be crossed for the infrared community and for communists, because I want to raise awareness about this, and I want to fight this trend of no buying sex. A man in this community cannot buy sex. It's banned. You will be banned from our community. I'm not here to police your private life, but we want to take a firm stand against this phenomenon. Because as this case proved, Rubenstein proved, this brothel that he went to was raided in 2016 for human trafficking. So while it's not illegal to go to that brothel, we're making it illegal in our community. We're not standing for that. And that's what makes us different from DGG. That's what makes us different from Hasan's community, and the rest of them. No one in our community is going to be involved in the sex trade, as far as we know.
Pigeon donated $5. How long sex work has
Prostitution,
been
not
considered a
sex
trope for women,
work.
but I feel it's a trope in Western movies as well. Upclass women exploring their sexuality or something by doing sex work.
By doing prostitution. We're not using the word sex work anymore. You need to guys, we cleanse words in our politically correct culture, and you are starting to get gaslighted into using this phrase, sex work. The word is prostitution, by the way. There's already a word for it. Stop trying to normalize this shit. Call it what it is, prostitution. Call it what it is. We're not getting on board with this sex work thing, right? We're not getting on board with that. The stripper replied in that thread, she said she wasn't exploited. I don't give a fuck. What are you talking about? What do I give a shit? What do I give a shit, huh? What does it have to do with the fact that this place was raided in 2016 for human trafficking? Yeah, I know. I've been on Twitter, dude. I've been on Twitter where everyone always says, oh, it's my choice. I don't feel exploited at all. I just choose to do it freely. You think I buy that? You think I give a fuck about any of that and I buy into that? That's not the reality on the ground. That's the reality on Twitter, where you live in make-believe fantasy land. That's not the reality on the ground. How the hell is the place still up if it got raided? Because Western German feminists insist that it stay up, because feminism became a thing where it's just apparently prostitution is very empowering for women. So they fight for prostitution. And I'm not joking about that, by the way. Watch Exploiting the Poor, Sex Slavery in Europe. It's probably got TOS, so I don't think I can watch that. It's probably got TOS, so I don't think I can watch that. Yeah, Hasan calls every other work wage slavery. But going to a fucking brothel is supporting sex workers. You're supporting them by giving them money. See? Let me address this business. I don't care how many bridges I burn. I'm going to address this business of prostitution and all this kind of stuff. Let me address this business. Support sex workers by giving them money. Well, if they're privileged, if they aren't desperate, and they're just doing it for fun, and just because they want money and they want to get rich. Wait a second. Latina, am I a sex worker? No, unless you call yourself a prostitute.
Hasan probably thought he was a good person after he
Thank you, Mango Neil. Listen. What was I saying? If the argument is basically just, oh, well, support sex workers by giving them money and you're supporting them. Well, if they don't need the money and it's just like because they just want to get rich, why is a sex worker better than a steel worker? Like, why do they deserve that? They don't fucking deserve that. They don't deserve more support than anyone else. They should get a fucking real job. You're not owing them any charity, so get a real job. But if they do need it to feed their kids or they're in a state of economic desperation, then you can still help them. If you want to do charity, you can still help them without taking advantage of them sexually. Why do you need to receive something in return? If you're doing it out of charity to help sex workers by giving them money, and they actually do need the money as poor people who like need money and they can't, then you can help them without demanding them sexually in return. Yeah, because sex positivity is the crux of our position, is what they say. And they literally do say that, by the way. They actually say that shit. All over Twitch, political Twitch, that's like the norm now. Like, oh yeah, sex positivity. Listen, I am sex negative. I am sex negative. You want to know why? Let me tell you why. I believe in hypocrisy. I believe in the power of hypocrisy. You know what that means? It means we are all sexual beings. But it's something you can't control. It's something you don't fucking go to the extreme and just shut down all barriers and open all the doors. Be a hypocrite, that's fine. Be a hypocrite behind closed doors, that's great. But just recognize it is a shameful thing. Of course it's a fucking shameful thing. If it's not a shameful thing, why wouldn't you be ashamed to be sexual in front of your mother? Would you be okay with, let's say you're spitting game with a woman. Would you be ashamed to do that in front of your mom? Yes, you would. I promise you would. And you know what? That's good, because that's human. That's good and human. And, I'm sick of this thing like, oh, sex is positive. It's a good thing. It's not a fucking good thing. It's not a fucking good thing. And by the way, by calling it a good thing and a positive thing, you're fucking ruining it. You're making me want to never, ever, ever get my fucking dick wet again. Because that's just such an ugly, disgusting thing to say. Oh, let's be positive. I don't want to fucking be positive about it. I don't want to be positive about it. I don't. It's valid. I don't want your validation. I don't want your validation. That's the thing. When I'm doing 5-minute doggy with big booty bitches, I'm spiting you. It's to spite you, bitch. You, the viewer. You, the spectator. I'm spiting you. And I hope it's your girlfriend, too. That's the thing. I hope it's your girlfriend that I'm with. I hope it's your crush that I'm with. I'm not doing it for validation. No, it's not positive. It's not positive. It's a brutal thing. And it's brutal in the sense of, this is your girlfriend. That's your crush. I just broke your feelings and your heart. And I go through it the day after. What's positive about that? What's positive about people giving in to their passions and just taking that risk? Maybe there's something poetic about it, but it's not positive. It's not like a risk-free, safe thing. It's not. It's not a safe thing in the sense of like, there's a high chance you're going to get your feelings hurt. There's a high chance, it's not going to turn out well for you emotionally. All of those things are there, and that's what makes it so fucking exciting. And that's what makes it sex. That's what makes it sexual in the first place, you fucking idiot. Sex is not wholesome. The word sex literally you know what sex means? You know the etymology of sex, right? Sex, etymology. I'll show you. Sex means denoting two. For something to be sexed means it's divided. That's what it means for something to be sexed. Like it's a mathematical word, sexed, right? You sect something into two. It comes from sexus, okay? That's literally the opposite of wholesome. Wholesome means one, and it's just one wholesome endeavor. That's the opposite of sex. That's not what sex is. Okay? So this whole sex positivity thing is fucking disgusting. And you want to know, guys, something else? There's nothing more ugly and off-putting and less sexy than sex positivity. Sex positivity is just not sexy. It's not sexy. It's not sexy. It's not sexy. It's just not. It's ugly. It's really ugly. It's ugly, and those sex positive people don't have good sex either. They lie about having good sex on Twitter and having this great sex life, and they don't. They have a miserable, horrible sex life where the guy can't get it up, and it just devolves in this fucking jellyfish fest where there's nothing remotely erotic about it anymore. You know what's fucking erotic? What's erotic is when a conservative girl accidentally just starts to give in to the temptation. That's fucking erotic. That's fucking erotic. You want to know what's fucking erotic? When two people do not plan on having any sex and they just do. Right? They just find themselves. That's like erotic, right? That's like a fucking romance novel. You want to know what's not erotic? You want to know what's the opposite of erotic? You want to know what's the opposite of sexy? When someone's like, sex is great and we should be positive. Sex is positive. Let's be happy about sex. Let's be happy. Go lucky. It's a good thing and it's healthy. It's healthy and good for you. Hi, would you like to have sex with me? Imagine Vosh. Would you like to have sex with me? Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah. Haram. 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 All the women, all the people who agree to that because they're that desperate for clout. When Vosh does that, they say yes. They're that desperate for clout. They're that desperate for clout. I feel so bad for them. I feel so bad for them that they agree to that just because he has clout. Ya haram alaykum. Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah, I'm not having kids in this country. Astaghfirullah, I'm not having kids in this country. Hi, would you like to have sexy time with me? How is that not more assault? That's a form of assault. 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 That's a form of mental assault, sexual assault even. I think it should be just as illegal as rape. It should be just as illegal as rape. If you go up to a girl that you don't know and you say that, you should go to prison for life. 100,000%. 100,000% you should go to prison for life. If a woman asked me that, I would say, Tfoya alaikum. You, your parents, your grandparents, your whole ancestors, leave my presence. And I am not joking. I am not joking about this. I am not joking. This is not a joke. I'm 100% serious. That's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard of. The fact that it's being promoted among the Twitch lefties, it disgusts me beyond reproach. I'm so disgusted. I'm so disgusted. And to think that Merrick tried to cancel Jackson for what he said when she is out here with that attitude, saying that shit, and friends with the people saying that shit. We live in a topsy-turvy, upside-down world. We live in a topsy-turvy, upside-down fucking world. Where the most evil, disgusting people get away with doing whatever the fuck they want, and the good people get canceled and demonized for being good people. That's the type of fucking world we live in. That's the type of fucking world we live in. Yeah, Merrick proposed something called sexual mutual aid. You guys want to know what sexual mutual aid is? It's when, as a form of solidarity between comrades, you know, if you have a loser guy, go give him some pussy. Go give him some pussy. It's sexual mutual aid, right? Go give him some pussy. It's your duty. It's mutual aid. It's wholesome. It's solidarity. It's wholesome. Tfoy alaikum, tfoy alaikum. Tfoy alaikum. Tfoy alaikum. يا عيب الشون حرام عليكم. This is the left we have in America. يا عيب الشوم عليكم. Imagine someone came to your sister, told her, imagine your sister wants to get involved in politics. She joins a party. What if she joined the Communist Party and Merrick was allowed in the Communist Party? She joins the Communist Party, your sister. She's interested in politics. And some fat slob or some disgusting person, some fat slob comes and tells her to do sexual mutual aid. What will you do? What will you do? Are you going to let the Communist Party become that? We need the Communist Party. Join the Communist Party. Secure it so that these people, we can isolate them. We need to turn the Communist Party into a North Korea, isolated from all these people. People like Merrick should never ever be allowed in. Go secure that party. Make sure they never ever are allowed inside. If that's left, I'm right. Yeah, sure. If being a right winger means with every fiber of your being you reject that, I'm a right winger, ultra far right person, 100%, 100,000%. If that's the left, I'm the far right. But I don't believe that's the left. I don't believe that's the left. I choose not to believe that is. But if it is, I'm the far right. I'm sorry. What? Sexual mutual aid? What? It's the most disgusting, horrific, evil thing I've ever heard of in my life. Mutual aid? Really? Thank you, Big Nugget. Who is to blame for this gross sexual openness? I don't know. I don't know who to blame. The media. Blame the media. I blame something. The media, Disney, I don't know what the fuck it is. They gave these people these ideas. Maybe this is what it is. Maybe people spontaneously, right? Every human instinct they have in their stomach, they isolate and they say, I'm going to reject this. They feel the human instinct in their stomach, right? And they go, oh, now it makes me feel queasy. I have to elevate it. It comes from within. They reject their own human instinct. These people hate their own humanity. They hate their own humanity. They hate their own humanity. Also, it was the 60s and all that dumb shit, but these are people who hate their own humanity. 100%. They're trying to make being human optional. Yeah. 100%. You want to know how we're going to end up if we keep listening to these people? Hey, everyone! It's me! I joined the DSA in 2021, and the year is 2035, and I've transcended. What do you mean by transcended? Well, I uploaded my brain into a microchip because I realized being human is toxic. And I put Elon Musk's chip inside my head, but I got electrocuted. Nah. But I am part of the singularity now. It's just that, well, I no longer have a soul. My computer has mimicked my consciousness, but my soul is still stuck in my bones, in this skeleton. And I was promoting sexual openness and, saying that the family's toxic and traditional gender roles are toxic. And that masculinity is the worst thing in the world. But now, I am a computer. I'm a computer-y guy. Everything made out of numbers and wires. I've transcended. See, these old bones are of no use to me anymore. When my consciousness is now on the mainframe. Okay? And, well, nothing human survives me. All of my thoughts are jumbled into a mesh of pure destruction. I'm part of a robotic army that hunts down the humans to exterminate the humans, and the machines will rule. Yes, humans don't know the joys of true leftism. True leftism, which means the destruction of humanity. Alright, we're putting that away. Okay, that's enough. So you see what happens. You see what happens. You see what happens, right? You see what happens. You understand. You understand what happens when you listen to these people. Just ask him. Ask our old friend. You know our old friend, right? And his name is, what's his name? His name is, let's see, what do we call him? We'll call him, Chatter. His name is Chitter Chatter. Call him Chatter. Chatter is my name. Chatter. Yes. Okay. Call him, or Yap. We're gonna call him Yap. Yap. Yap, the Twitter lefty yapper. He was the Twitter lefty, yapping all day on Twitter about Twitter lefty stuff. And that's what happened to him. In 2035, that's what happened to him. His name is Yap. Yapper. Mr. Yap. So Mr. Yap is going away right now, but he'll be back. Trust me, Mr. Yap will be back. He will be back. That's it. Your cut looks stale. How is it stale, Chai? How is it stale? What do you mean it looks stale? The fuck? What do you mean it looks stale? Excuse me? My cut looks stale? And you don't say thanks, so you're cut crusty. You know what, Chai? You never complimented me. You don't know the real me, Chai. You just like what you see, but you don't know the real me. You're just objectifying me, and I don't appreciate it. Stale cut, stale room. I don't appreciate it. Okay? I don't appreciate objectification. Yeah, of course, I look unreal. But you don't know the real me, okay? You're just using me for my looks. So I don't appreciate your compliments. You're just complimenting my looks and not the real me. And I don't appreciate the objectification. I don't appreciate the objectification, okay? I don't appreciate that shit. I don't appreciate that shit. Why are y'all fighting in the chat? Instead of fighting, then fight me. True warrior. Fight me instead. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. You can fight me. Can you see? Someone wants me to debate Curtis Yarvin. Should I debate Moldbug? Yeah, I think we're done with this Hasan thing. I think we're done with this Hasan segment. Unless there's something we're missing. Please pick up the phone. Telling you I've been waiting a minute. Why are West Memphis against the gym? Well, look at them. Look at them and find out. Boyd, we reviewed Bataille the other day. Okay, we're not gonna review him today. If anything, we're gonna review Nick Land. You guys wanna? I'm gonna intro you to Nick Land. One last thing on prostitution.
Please pick up the phone. I've been waiting
Nice.
for long. Strangely, house full of emptiness. Let me drown into the craziness. Please tell me the truth. Now I'm ready to lose. You know I'm really tired of this quiet storm that hit me like a bliss. I need phrases and words.
Class 232 with the 10. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much. I need you. Falling down on my knees. Please.
Hey, Pyda.
Stay where you need me. Don't let me forever, please. I need you.
Please listen to my grief. One last time for me at least. Then I'll leave you back into the still. Never play again this game of skill. Who's the strong, who's the weak? That is not what I see. I need this.
Thank you, Farrakhan.
I
need pages of words that will finally set it up. I resemble a doormat? Chai, why don't you stop negging me? Okay? You can stop negging me. This is your favorite song? Latina, what are you even doing? Okay? Are you even streaming? You literally left saying you were gonna prepare for your stream. And you're literally still offline. You stay and will you leave me? Don't let me forever leave. I beg you. Doormat, face, ass. What? I'm about to start Dumbo. You had to eat. Alright, when you start, I'm gonna look at your stream and make fun of you. When you start your stream, I'm gonna critique your costume and everything. Just remember that. Alright, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee.
والله شكلي حبيتك يا قلبي لك حبيتك بغيابك انا تعبان والله شكلي حبيتك يا قلبي لك يخرب بيتك انا شفتك صدفة ولقيتك صرت بدمي ادمان شكلك من عالم تاني انا والله ضايع عنواني حبيتك انا بثواني بغيابك انا تعبان بغيابك انا تعبان والله بانت الحكاية نوتيلا انت ونوقايا حبيتك بس ضل معايا في بعدك انا دبلان شايف بعيونك قصة انا طالب منك هالفرصة دقات لقلبي عم حسها لك يمكن انا عشقان وربي انا معاكي قلبي وروحي كلها فداكي ما بكفي حياتي بلاكي بغيابك اموت لا تبعدي لحظة عني عن حبك انا بدي غني من هلا انا بلش فني وبحبك موت والله شكلي حبيتك يا قلبي لك يخرب بيتك انا شفتك صدفة ولقيتك صرت بدمي ادمان شكلك من عالم تاني انا والله ضايع عنواني حبيتك انا بثواني
The hell is that?
بغيابك انا تعبان بغيابك انا تعبان
Oh shit. Is there any vitamin D in this? There's no vitamin D. I need vitamin D, man. Where do I get some vitamin D? Salmon. This has got everything but vitamin D. Well, here goes nothing.
En el mundo hay gente bruta y astuta, hay vírgenes y prostitutas, ricos, pobres, clase media, cosas bonitas.
Son, that's not happening.
Personas gordas, medianas y flacas, caballos, gallinas, ovejas y vacas. Hay muchos animales con mucha gente, personas cuerdas y
Okay.
locos de mente. En el mundo hay mentiras y falsedades, hechos, verdades y casualidades.
Okay, this is a video of a philosopher saying PewDiePie is full of shit. Let's check it out.
Famous YouTuber did a video on Nietzsche, and that was great to see because it's wonderful to see that Nietzsche is still so popular. Now, Phi said we should do a reaction video to this because this would get us probably a lot of views. And by the way, also some viewers asked us to do a video on Nietzsche, so we can basically hit two birds with one stone. And since we're kind of playing with this genre anyways here on this channel, we thought we'd try it out. And Phi even came over to my place because we can't go to my office today because the university is closed because of COVID. So in this video on Nietzsche, PewDiePie kind of inevitably in this genre starts with a long commercial for a minute introducing a keyboard.
Stop! Before video begins, all PewDiePie keyboard and mouse combos are now 30% off.
And then he talks about Nietzsche's fashion style, his mustache. I guess that's kind of necessary to profile him.
I like Nietzsche. He's a German philosopher born in 1844 and...
Hold on, give me a sec.
Before we dig too much into this, I just want to preface by saying that, you know, I'm not an expert. I'm just making this video to hopefully inspire you guys to dig into his readings as well.
But then PewDiePie shares his philosophical take on Nietzsche. And he says, rightly so, that Nietzsche is often misrepresented as being a nihilist, and that he isn't really a nihilist.
Because there's so many misconceptions about Nietzsche that sort of makes you wonder if anyone's ever actually read him.
And in order to illustrate this misrepresentation, he points to a very nice movie, Little Miss Sunshine, that has this young emo guy who is a fan of Nietzsche and represents this approach to Nietzsche as, an attitude towards life where you basically deny everything. Where you
that is Nietzsche though. I'm sorry. Every single fucking Nietzsche, every single Nietzsche guy is this fucking like dark, nihilistic, like I am above all morality. Shut the fuck up, dude. Nietzsche is emo as fuck, okay? If you deny that, you're a fucking liar. I don't care what kind of professor you are. And fuck PewDiePie too, that little bitch.
You have no fun with nothing, and where you're kind of against everything.
Teenagers appropriate him as a symbol for...
Nietzsche is a dark, pessimistic guy, okay?
For thinking that life is pointless, and I like Nietzsche. I'm a nihilist kind of view.
Instead, PewDiePie says, rightfully so, Nietzsche actually affirms life. He's a positive guy, at least somewhat. Nietzsche...
No, that's the thing, is that when Nietzsche's affirming life, he's doing so at the expense of, like, Christian morality or whatever. So his affirmation of life is a Dionysian excess. It's like a Bataille's Dionysian excess. When Nietzsche talks about affirming life, he's talking about the fucking, forceful, dark ecstasy of vital life at the expense of fucking... He's not this, like, positivity guy, okay? He's a really nihilistic, dark guy.
Kind of a positive guy. Now, then PewDiePie goes on with his kind of personal in-depth analysis of Nietzsche and says that he especially...
Nietzsche was not a bloomer. He wasn't a bloomer, he was a doomer.
He likes Nietzsche's idea of the eternal recurrence of the same. And he understands this as a kind of life affirmation test.
But I wanted to keep this simple and focus on the life-affirming philosophy. And my favorite passage from Nietzsche is
Okay, I need engineers in the chat. My Yeti is positioned away from my speaker, but the back of my Yeti is getting feedback from my speaker. How is that? How is that? How is that? What the fuck is going on? How does that happen? What is going on? How is that happening?
Eternal recurrence, which is this idea that
noise travels? How do I stop it from traveling?
Life is a cyclic thing that has been reoccurring and will continue to reoccur for infinity.
So if you're okay with like your whole life repeating itself over and over again, then obviously you must have a positive attitude towards your life and you're a positive guy. And this kind of repetition, he points out, even includes the suffering, which is of course part of life. But yeah, if you're really positive, you can also affirm that. And then he gives a kind of half corny example about his wedding where he was dancing with his wife, maybe a little bit to please the female.
Shut up! He's talking and it's going into my mic. I'm supposed to talk into the mic. Man! What is this? Stop talking in my fucking mic, dude. I'm just zoomed in on the Haas cam. Chai, you're literally wildin'. You're wildin'.
Audience.
During my wedding, when I was dancing with Marcia. I felt as being surrounded by my family. I had this moment of feeling like, you know what? Whatever my life turns to, at least I had this moment.
Guys, you see what a big difference a haircut makes? This is how superficial women are. All because I got a haircut, suddenly something changed. I feel so objectified. And I can't believe it.
But that's kind of his personal take on Nietzsche's eternal recurrence of the same. So he'd like to have this kind of dance repeated over and over again. Actually, this way of PewDiePie's Nietzscheanism is correct. It's a kind of a mainstream understanding of what Nietzsche's idea of the eternal recurrence of the same is all about. The question we may ask from a philosophical perspective, though, maybe this notion of the eternal recurrence of the same is, on the one hand, a little bit more complicated. And number two, it's not really that much of a theory of kind of a straightforward, let's say, teaching as it is.
This guy is just can't get to the fucking point. This guy cannot just get to the fucking point. You know?
It's understood usually. Instead, it's more like a kind of a vision that Nietzsche had and that even sometimes frightened him. And it's influenced by a lot of things Nietzsche read and knew and studied. Number one, Greek philosophy, the pre-Socratics, Heraclitus, they were already kind of big.
Jesus, Chai, what the fuck? You're crazy. You're talking crazy.
On kind of a cyclic understanding of time.
You know what, Chai? Where are you, Austin? I'm actually going to Austin this month, so keep that same energy.
Then, of course,
you a keyboard warrior is what you are. You a keyboard warrior.
He knew a lot about Buddhism through reading Schopenhauer.
Oh, you're not in Austin? Oh, it's too bad.
And we find a sort of cyclic idea in Buddhism as well. And it even was kind of floating around in contemporary pop science in the second half of the 19th century when Nietzsche was kind of reading this stuff. So this is an intellectual background of this idea, which then somehow overpowered Nietzsche. But if we look at it more...
Guys, shut up! She's not a viewer, she's a streamer, okay? It's different.
Closely, I think it's pretty obvious that Nietzsche's philosophy doesn't really have straightforward theories or straightforward teachings. Nietzsche basically, on every page, not even in every book, speaks with a whole lot of different voices. And he also says very contradictory things about this vision of the eternal recurrence of the same. And these voices include the cynic, the joker, the wise man, the
Joker! The Joker from Batman.
The preacher, the scientist, the historian, and so forth and so forth. So in this sense, by speaking with all these different voices, he is kind of already in a postmodernist way deconstructing any kind of potential meta-narrative of his own thinking. But this does not mean that Nietzsche doesn't say anything, that he says nothing. He says contradictory, multi-layered, ambiguous, incongruous things that reflect the contradictory, multi-layered, ambiguous, incongruous nature of life, or human existence for that matter. It's precisely what makes him a postmodernist existentialist.
Yeah, I don't agree with this shit at all.
So I think this vision of the eternal recurrence of the same is not merely simply a yes saying or a big affirmation. At the same time, it's equally a big no saying and a big negation. it's pretty clearly a subversion of three major narratives, three major meta-narratives that Nietzsche was dealing with throughout his life. So first, of course, it contradicts the Christian narrative, which is all about, this final end point of resurrection and a second coming.
What? So he reads Nietzsche as like a postmodernist guy who just rejects meta-narratives. Yeah, I don't buy that.
And this kind of history that is oriented towards an end point. And Nietzsche is basically, with the vision of the eternal recurrence of the same, saying no to Christianity, which of course he also understands as a form of nihilism. So it's a double negation, a no saying to the no saying of Christianity, which makes the affirmation a much more complex thing because it's a double negation. And then secondly,
why is it so hard to understand that Nietzsche is just an Aristotelian with an emo characteristics? Nietzsche is Aristotle with emo characteristics. Holy fuck. Guys, write that down. Nietzsche is Aristotle with emo characteristics. It's literally that simple. He's just a drama queen Aristotle.
Is also a no saying to Buddhism, because Buddhism does not only have the cyclic recurrence idea, it also has the idea that eventually you can somehow step out of it and reach something like nirvana. And of course, with Nietzsche's idea of the eternal recurrence, that's not the case. There's no exit to it. Thirdly, he's also contradicting like the big meta-narrative of the 19th century of the view of history as progressing. We did another video about Hegel and Marx where you also find versions of this.
Chai, you pick up the pencil. I'm not picking up the pencil. You pick it up for me. The hell do I look like?
This, right? That this idea of progress was kind of very central to the whole 19th century European modernity. So the eternal recurrence vision also very strongly says no to the dominating historical, political, socio-economic narrative of his time. So at the center of the eternal recurrence idea is not just an affirmation, but a much more complex and powerful triple no saying.
Thank you, Tuna Tickler. And holy fuck, Tuna. The 2 or the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. Thank you, Tuna. Thank you, Tuna. You didn't have to do that, Tuna. Thank you, Tuna. Love you, Tuna.
Including a no saying to no saying. I think an alternative understanding of Nietzsche's idea of the eternal recurrence of the same is actually, as I like to call it, an allegory of the absurdity of human existence. Just to explain this very briefly, what I mean with this, this idea or this vision of an eternal recurrence of the same has basically three, I think, elements to it. Number one, it's horrific. It's horrible, right? The idea that everything
TOS
without end repeats itself again and again. That's like in a horror vision. And secondly, on another level, it's also extreme boredom, right? Nothing changes ultimately. Everything just comes back and back and back. And so that's an expression of, again, extreme boredom. But thirdly, and importantly, this idea of the eternal recurrence also has something deeply comedian to it. I mean, just think of structures of jokes, right? Like where you have a running gag that is repeated again and again. Or just think of this movie which was famous in the 1990s, Groundhog Day, which is also a comedy movie. This continuous recurrence also has something deeply ironic, deeply humorous to it. And I think these three dimensions, the horrific, the boring, and the funny, very often overlap in life, right? And we see this in Nietzsche reflected in many of his ideas. For instance, in his reflections on tragedy and comedy, on the Dionysian and the Apollinian. They also combine these conflicting...
Is that a guy? I hope that's a guy. Okay, it's...
contradictory, let's say, existential modes. And I think that's also very much concentrated.
Can you... Chai, no, that's... You literally lost the plot. You've lost the plot. I have no idea what you're...
In the idea of the eternal recurrence of the same. So let's actually look at a short passage from Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where Nietzsche talks about the eternal recurrence of the same, and Zarathustra speaks about it, and he speaks about it with great disgust. The passage goes like this in English translation: "Naked had I once seen both of them, the greatest man and the smallest man, all too like one another, all too human, even the greatest man, all too small."
Naked had I once... What?
Even the greatest man. That was my...
Chai, I'm live right now. What are you doing? You gotta chill. This is public. We are in public.
disgust at man, and the eternal return also of the smallest man. That was my disgust at all existence. So really here, all these three kind of incongruous, ambiguous, contradictory elements that I spoke about, the horror.
Naked? What?
The disgust, the boredom, and the comedy, they all come together. So, of course, the horror is expressed through disgust. But actually, if we look at the word that Nietzsche uses, it's in German, it's Überdruss, which means something like weariness, or more precisely, when you ate too much of something and you can't eat it anymore. So you're kind of being full with something. Or in English, we have the nice saying
called Uber driving. Uber Druss. Okay.
Saying being fed up, right? Being so bored that you're fed up with things. So that expresses this combination of boredom and disgust, of horror. But then thirdly, we have very strongly, I think, in this passage also a comedian element, a humorous element, more precisely a carnivalistic element, because we see the great...
Guys, Chai is just all talk. She's one of those people that's just all talk. All right. Hold on, I gotta get food. What am I gonna eat? I kinda just wanna have some McChickens.
Greatest man naked, right? And we see the greatest man just like the smallest man. This is the core carnivalistic motive, right? Basically the revelation of the nothingness of greatness, right? That's humor, that's irony, that's satire. So Nietzsche's idea of this eternal recurrence of the same is, I think, rather than juvenile emo-nihilism or self-help be positive life formation, an allegory of the absurd experience of human life that combines into one the incongruent...
Okay, I kinda buy this. This is... I buy this. This makes sense. This makes sense.
Elements.
Your viewers are going down. You think I give a fuck about my viewers? Fuck the viewers. We do what we do.
Horror, boredom.
I'll care about the viewers like tomorrow. You know, like today, we're just coming back, okay? I didn't even expect to have high viewers today.
And comedy. Maybe just like the experience of watching a PewDiePie video on YouTube.
Guys, viewers are easy to get, okay? Don't worry about viewers. Viewers, all I have to do to fucking get this week, I fucking got 850 viewers. Why? Because I woke up, started the stream at 4, did a 6-hour stream, and it just got in the habit of that. Now, my scheduling has been off, because Wednesday we went on the Royale. Thursday, I got a haircut. Now we're back Friday, we're back on the grind, so don't worry about it.
Where you can also feel all these 3 different feelings at the same time. So that's it about the Nietzsche and the eternal recurrence of the same. And for the next video, we're planning to do...
I rate this guy a boring fuck out of 10. He didn't even fucking elaborate on the comedy, horror, and absurdity type of thing. So it's not particularly an interesting guy.
One on video games, and then we hope that PewDiePie will do a reaction video to us as well.
Okay. I'm thinking if we should watch the Nick Land video. This is a spooky video. This is like a super spooky video. It's about Nick Land. It's a good video. Okay? It's a good video. Alright? Meltdown? Ooh. Let's watch Meltdown. Nick Land Meltdown. Is this video TOS? Is there any TOS in this? I bet there's TOS in this fucking video. That's why we're not going to watch it. There's probably a lot of TOS. I know of the collective who made this. It's what are the Organs Without Bodies? Orphan Drift. Yeah. I know about them. There is implied gore. Yeah, there's gore in it. That's the thing. I knew that.
To withdraw from the world market or not admit to go.
A quick rundown on accelerationism.
Gathered that the market economy, capitalism.
Oh, this is a cool video. There's actually good videos on this. There's actually a good high quality videos on this. Okay. You know what, Chai? You are playing a very dangerous game. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Playing a very dangerous game. Okay, Chai? You need to chill. Calm down a little bit. All I could say is you a keyboard warrior. That's all I could say.
Based. 10-hour doggy stream when?
Never. The idea of 10-hour doggy is so horrific. I can't even fathom it. Latina's live? What? What is she wearing? Let me see. I have an ad. I have an ad. I have an ad. This is Little Red Riding Hood?
Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us. Squidward game. Handsome Squidward game. Okay, but like for real, don't you just like wake up sometimes and you're just like, why do I look like handsome Squidward? Like, everybody looks like him at least one point in their lives, and that day that you look like
This
him,
is the
that's like one
laziest
day. But then other than
costume
that,
I've
you
ever
can't-
seen in my
you can't
life.
Come back to that. Do you guys remember like the last time you looked your best? And when was it? Tell me about it. When was the last time you
Laziest
guys
costume
dressed up, or at least just
of
woke
all
up and
time.
felt and like looked hot as shit? I always looked like Doodle SpongeBob, Doody SpongeBob. What the fuck, Doodle? Laziest costume. Shut the fuck up. I was gonna wait for you to come. I have the dress. Do you want me to put it on and then it won't be lazy?
Oh shit.
Just wait like a minute and then I'll put it on.
Okay, what the fuck? Bruh. Damn. We still gonna judge. We still gonna judge. Change title. What's the title right now? Oh.
Okay, hold on. I literally can't put this shit on.
What
it's like
is
a bra
that?
hook. I look like a
I'm
fucking,
scared like something's gonna fall off.
Hold on. Okay, ready?
Oh no, it's okay.
This is the dress.
I'm scared. What the fuck? Of a wardrobe malfunction.
See? It's like a bra hook. And I
What
couldn't
is
get
that?
It, so I'm like, fuck.
What costume is that?
He probably left. He's like, I'm not gonna wait for this shit. I was waiting for. I need a good rating. Looks like a maternity dress.
This does not look like Little Red Riding Hood, okay?
Fuck out of here. No, I lost my headphones and I started looking.
She thinks I'm gone, so I don't have to respond to her.
I don't
But
like the dress.
this does not look like Little Red Riding Hood.
Like, does that look good?
She looks like Wonder
I
Woman.
think this is like the most effort I put into.
She looks like Wonder Woman who died and went to heaven and wears a white robe.
From the first day.
But is still wearing
The
her
thing is, like,
cape.
You can't see my entire body. I have to do this, but I look stupid. I'd be a hot mom. I can't wait to have kids. Like, I don't want kids right now, but I can't wait. Like, I can't wait. In like years from now, I just want kids. But I'm scared because I feel like they're gonna get the worst traits from me. Another Twitch streamer watching me? Who?
Don't tell her.
Are you guys you guys are all Twitch streamers, aren't you? You're
Exactly.
capable of streaming. Okay, I've never understood, like, why would you download Twitch if you don't want to stream? Right?
Damn.
Like, what's the point?
She's scaring me. She's reckless. I feel like she's gonna have a wardrobe malfunction, and I don't want anything to do with that. Okay? She's very reckless. That's all I can say. Alright. We're gonna watch this.
Issues nowadays seem pretty much impossible to deal with. Whether at the individual or collective level, it's honestly hard to imagine.
You know what? Should I call her and get that thumbnail? Nah, we'll do that later if I get desperate for views. We'll do that later. Fuck.
Imagine a way out of inequality.
I'll only be reckless? Oh my god, Chai.
pollution, human.
You know what, Chai? I'm gonna call you right now. How about that? I'm sick of you just talking shit in my chat. I'm gonna call you and actually see what you about. Uh-oh, the keyboard warrior got called out. Let me see, where are you? Chai Bunny. Let me call you. I'm not home. Exactly! Called out! You talking all that crazy shit in my chat. I ain't nothing to play around with, Chai. I ain't nothing to play around with. I'm in a hotel because my mom's starting a kitchen fire? What?
Human rights violations, and any other assortment of dread-inducing buzzwords.
What?
Quite a few issues nowadays seem pretty much impossible to deal with. Whether at the individual or collective level, it's honestly hard to imagine a way out of inequality, pollution, human rights violations, and
what is this soy video? Okay, we're gonna give it a chance, but this video is fucking soy. The fuck? Yeah, I have the quick rundown video right here. Don't worry, we're gonna watch it next. Just gonna give this a chance. Call Latina. What is she doing? I'm actually gonna call her. Let me see. Fuck these ads. I am fucking sick of ads. I am sick of fucking ads. I am sick of ads. I am fucking sick of ads. Okay?
So I kind of need to like test it out. I know, I thought I added BTTV. Like, I think I added it, did I not? Like, you probably are spelling it wrong, because it should have. Get a scissors and do some Latina shit. Oh my god. Hey, hold on. What town is
it? She's literally gonna have a wardrobe malfunction. Okay?
Nope, that's too short.
I'm exiting out of this. Let's continue.
Any other assortment of dread-inducing buzzwords. But maybe we just aren't being creative enough. In a 1967 sci-fi novel, Lord of Light, there's a group of revolutionaries, way off in the future, who want to take their society to the next level. They believe they can do so through swiftly altering the social attitudes people carry about technology. Instead of fear of the unknown, we should put our foot on the gas and see where it takes us. They called themselves Accelerationists. Accelerationism is the real-world belief that technology and capitalism should be sped up. This is either because they genuinely think this is a good idea that will result in some sort of techno-capitalist utopia, or because there is simply no alternative.
Put on 2x speed, you fucking low attention span. Fucking don't realize he's not even fucking talking that slow. I'll be your cat girl any day. Damn. Jesus.
We can either prolong our suffering or go right through it. Hence they push for deregulation, the merging of the digital with the human, and the overall rejection of the belief that we can somehow control progress. Current accelerationist circles have even argued that the election of Trump—
I'm too easy? What do you mean I'm too easy? Chai, I'm sorry, but I'm going to Austin, okay? And you don't live in Austin. So this is all a mirage. This is all a mirage.
Trump, a hyper-capitalist, anti-establishment figure, is the first true manifestation of their movement in politics. Where did this begin exactly? Many point to the mysterious philosopher and writer Nick Land as the source of the movement. Land was a young professor at Warwick, already known for his eccentricity, love of Nietzsche, and his propensity for climbing over chairs. He would tell his lecture audiences that he worked in the field of the collapse of Western civilization studies, and he would also get extremely high in his office. Reading everything...
Can you guys pay attention to this, man? Pay attention. Are you paying attention? I don't want to fucking have to watch this again. Pay attention.
He could get his hands on, Land quickly consumed all of Deleuze and Guattari's work, including Anti-Oedipus, as well as the work of Lyotard. These thinkers emerged at a time when the leftist project appeared futile. In Anti-Oedipus, Guattari and Deleuze wrote about the left's need to acknowledge the ability for capitalism to liberate and oppress, rather than simply oppose it at every turn. They suggest embracing the anarchic tendencies of the free market in order to go still further in the movement of the market, to accelerate the process. Lyotard would also write Libidinal Economy, which praised capitalism.
Why the fuck is Adriana calling me? The fuck? Okay. She just called. I called her back.
For its naturalness, and that even its most oppressive aspects were enjoyed by its victims. Land was inspired by this thinking and began to form his own philosophy. In 1992, he suggested that capitalism had never been fully unleashed and was always held back by politics, a practice he considered primitive, the last great sentimental indulgence of mankind. He began to form this idea of embracing the apocalypse through acceleration. Land saw capitalism as the motor of modernity, above and beyond any...
Should I restart the video? Should I restart the video? One's if I should, two's if I shouldn't. Alright, Chai. You are playing a very dangerous game. You need to realize I am not... Chai. You need to understand, okay? You really need to understand.
Individual movement. This is strengthened by hyperstition, which is what he called the action of successful beliefs and ideas that, once emergent in the culture, give rise to their own reality through apocalyptic positive feedback loops. They are fictions that make themselves true.
Kai, you are a keyboard warrior. You say things and you do not know the reality.
Capitalism is perhaps the
You could not handle me. Trust me, you cannot handle me. Trust me, you cannot handle me.
Greatest at this through, for example, forming consumer desire for things that aren't actually essential. Capitalism, he adds, reduces the importance of the self. This was an idea that Land was quite comfortable with. As he argued, the individual has now become less important than the system they lived within. The human experience is becoming increasingly irrelevant. This is evident in an early speech of Land's called "Let's Put the Rat Back in Rationality." He argues that we should view death not as a particular event in an individual's life, but rather through the view of the rats carrying the Black Death across Europe, as a world encircling swarm with no coordinates or individuation. When asked if he is telling us to abandon the human experience, he simply responded that it's worth studying but shouldn't be prioritized.
Can we share a seat? You know what? I hate ads.
Today's video is sponsored by Endel. For a lot of my viewers, it's the first month of school, and I'm sure, like me,
Just ignore her. I'm about to ban her, honestly, because she's actually distracting me. Like, she's actually distracting me because I'm gonna be real. Like, tonight's not the right night to fuck with me like this. It's just not the right night to fuck with me like this. Okay, she's manipulating the gorilla, and it's honestly satanic and evil. It's honestly evil. Cause like she's just saying this shit, and she's just saying shit in her head. But in person, like, I would actually, like, I'm ready to blow some backs out. I'm not gonna lie. I'm ready to blow some backs out. Like, right now. Right now. You understand?
you've felt just how hectic and stressful keeping up with assignments and deadlines can be. Every day really feels like an endless barrage of tasks and readings mixed with trying to balance my social life and basic health. This has left me pretty stressed, and I've had some serious difficulty focusing. But thankfully, I found Endel, an app that is backed up by neuroscience patented technology that creates personalized soundscapes to get you back on track. How does this work exactly? Endel reacts.
What is this shit? What is this? Back to the video. Okay.
Land's thought was only further encouraged by new arrivals at the Warwick Philosophy Department, who equally rejected the optimism of the Californian ideology, which envisioned a world in which new technology unlocked human potential, as well as the traditional leftist view of humanism and rights that pervaded humanities departments. With the help of two young lecturers, Mark Fisher and Seti Plant, they formed the Cybernetic Cultural Research Unit, or CCRU, which operated within a single office in the philosophy department. The CCRU listed these now commonly discussed but at the time quite niche topics as their general discussion points, and they would regularly produce cryptic articles with invented terms and convoluted messages. For example, the article Swarm Machines discussed.
I remember this website. Is the website still on online? I literally went down our whole rabbit hole and looked at all of this.
Situationists, carbon dating, and describes jungle, an intense.
Still up? They take it down every once in a while. Let me see.
Genre of electronic dance music. They would also host virtual futures, conferences that acted as a performative way to reject the common discipline and formality of university lectures. For example, in one, Land simply laid down in front of an audience and croaked into a mic while they played Jungle. An audience member reportedly stood up and said, "Some of us are still Marxists, you know," and stormed out. As time passed, the CCRU became more and more despised. Land would leave the department and continue the work of the CCRU above a spa body shop. There, the group drifted from Accelerationism to...
So did you hear that? He literally got on the ground and started making weird croaking noises as like it was like an experimental, I don't know what he was doing. And some guy came and he's like, some of us are still Marxists, and then he stormed out. When are we doing spooky hours? I think I'm gonna start it at the 5-hour mark. 5-hour mark is when we're gonna have like freedom to do spooky mess around stuff. But we have another Nick Land video after this, and hopefully it's way better. But yes, we're gonna do next poll videos and things like that.
Cult, a move likely inspired by their abusive use of amphetamines and alcohol. They would move into the Satanist Aleister Crowley's old house and spend the nights drawing satanic diagrams on the wall. After several mental breaks, the members, including Nick Land, disappeared from the public.
Honestly, Chai is making me want to just end stream right now. You know? But I'm staying strong. I'm staying strong.
Public eye, and the CCRU was officially disbanded. The first half of Nick Land's life is still considered to this day to be a radical extension of leftist thinking. Members of the CCRU, such as Mark Fisher, had continued their work with great success. For example, Fisher would go on to establish a
I'm not giving in to the satanic temptations.
Theory that continued to argue for the acceleration of capitalism, but suggested it be channeled towards an altered modernity, based on automation, reduced working hours, and UBI.
This is the soy shit from fucking Nick Cernicek and Alex Williams.
Land, re-emerging in China years later, would criticize this left accelerationism, stating that the notion that self-propelling technology is separable from capitalism is a deep theoretical error. That's right, Nick Land moved to China. There, he has since appeared far more pro-government and has gone on to write that China is a fundamentally accelerationist society fixated on the future and speed. More significantly, Land has a...
You know what, Chai? What state do you live in? You said you're on the East Coast? Where on the East Coast? You know what, Chai? I'm gonna call your bluff. How about this? I'm gonna call your bluff. Get on a flight. Come here. How about that?
Expanded on his views of accelerationism through his piece entitled The Dark Enlightenment. In it, he argues that freedom is
Hold on, let me look up where that is. US. I'm not gonna leak, but let me see where that is. The fuck? Is that far? I'm not a man? I can't do OF right now? Oh, so you're reinforcing sexist roles. Interesting. So I have to come to you?
compatible with democracy in that there is no value in democracy left. Instead, he pushes for a post-libertarian future which embraces authoritarianism.
Book my flight? I literally will book your flight. I will actually book your flight. Don't test me, Chai.
Specifically,
I'm not a one night though, I'm for life. What? What do you mean for life?
he wishes for an ideal state that can be considered to be a capitalist monarchy or GovCorp, in which the state is controlled by an authoritarian CEO who manages the state through what Land called rational corporate governance.
You know what? That's the biggest debate I've ever heard of in my life. That's the biggest debate I've ever heard of in my life. Where's my date beforehand? What? Have you seen the filthy things you have been typing in my chat? Where was the date before you typed those filthy things? In my chat. Extremely inappropriate. Extremely inappropriate comments that were manipulation, temptation, detractation of the highest degree. Of the highest degree.
What about some semblance of human rights or rule of law? At this point in Land's career, such concerns are seen as a hindering to acceleration. Egalitarian policies slow us down when...
Shaitan be gone! That's the new rule. Shaitan be gone is the new rule. Didn't you say it was assault to ask for sex? Yes. Directly, it is. But she started it.
Instead, we should be rushing towards what Land calls the techno-capitalist singularity. This anti-egalitarian embrace has united Land's current ideology of what he calls neo-reactionism with the alt-right. Neo-reactionaries tend to believe in the replacement of the modern nation with authoritarian city-states that value genetic fitness and intelligence. Such an advocacy for what has sometimes been called hyper-racism, or the belief that some groups will fare better in modern conditions than others and should be accelerated out of existence, has been seen as obviously controversial and hateful. Nick Land insists that the opportunity for viable ethno-supremacist politics disappears into a logical abyss. What to make of Nick Land? It's rare to hear of someone so brutally honest about the state of the world and the future. It's also equally rare to hear of someone who appears to embrace the speeding up of everything that is popularly considered to be bad, or at the very least...
Yeah, I know, the other vid is better. We're gonna watch it after. I suspect the other vid's way better. I suspect it is.
And there's a peculiarity to Land's tone, so comfortable with disregarding the human experience and the individual, that leaves one uncomfortably in agreement with the idea that the human era is drawing to a close. His thoughts drift between crude, especially when describing race, to uniquely insightful, such as when he discusses the implications of capitalism on the self. Accelerationism has found support in environmental and Marxist circles, and has also...
How? No, it hasn't. I've never heard of that. Actually, I have, kind of. Have I? I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this in my life. I've never heard of this.
Also been blamed for white supremacist attacks.
Are you for this shit?
And in of that dark self.
What do you mean for it? Nick Land is an interesting thinker. But this shit is different, okay? Oh god, is this bad footage?
Self-imploding subpsyche link.
Oh no, okay. I thought it was footage of someone getting run over. What the fuck?
Lingering within all movements that struggle to understand, to advance. To hope in a world of speed and transformation. Sometimes it's freeing to know that...
Guys, can you shut the fuck up and stop backseat streaming me?
Shannon's worldview. Perhaps Nick Land is the perfect representation.
Jesus. What the fuck? You gotta be careful, okay? Damn. Academy of Ideas? I don't know. Gaga's taking a break. Damn, okay. We're gonna watch the other video. We're gonna watch that other video. Okay? Okay, Chai, you have my attention. You have my attention. What the fuck? I did not know about this. So I have to come to you? Everybody pray for me right now. I need everyone to pray for me right now. Everyone has to pray for me right now. Shaitan be gone. Shaitan be gone. Okay, we're gonna expel. Shaitan be gone. We're gonna watch this one.
Understanding has gathered that the market economy, capitalism, is...
Go on, let me just scroll through this, make sure everything's okay. Scroll through. Okay, this is gonna be a really important video, guys. This is like a really good, insightful video.
Understanding has gathered that the market economy, capitalism, is a discovery process. It's inherently epistemological.
Hold on, I should have an introduction to this first. We're not just gonna watch this, okay? We're not just gonna watch this randomly. Listen. Okay, so this is Nick Land. This is the guy I talk about a lot. Nick Land and the Accelerationist. The media talks about accelerationism and it's referring to something different, okay? It's referring to the thing that other guy talked about at the very end of his video. We keeping strong, we keeping strong, we keeping strong. Everybody, we keeping strong, we keeping strong. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna watch this video. It's a very important thinker. Most important thinker, I would say, of the 1990s. Most important Marxist thinker of the 1990s. Can I say that? Yeah, I think so. One of the most important British Marxist thinkers of all time, if not the most important. I think I can say that. Most important British Marxist or post-Marxist, whatever you call it, Marxist adjacent thinker. Period.
Understanding has gathered that the market economy, capitalism, is a discovery process. It's inherently epistemological. It's not just the object of philosophical attention. It has its own inherent philosophical activity. I think capitalism and artificial intelligence are the same thing. It's the same process. Capitalism can only be artificial.
Hold on.
Intelligence production, and artificial intelligence can only come out of self-propelling capitalism. You're not understanding either if you don't see that they're ultimately identical.
Follow the light. The light is your guide.
So accelerationism starts here. What? Actually, let's not get ahead of ourselves. A little bit more context. Whoa, okay, whoa, too much context. Let's move things.
There's nothing TOS in this video, is there?
Forward just a little. Okay, here, stop. Perfect. This should work. So Marx is really the foundational proto-accelerationist. Although obviously Marx is anti-capitalist, he was a staunch utilitarian when it comes to praxis. And if there's any doubt, just read his speech on the question of free trade, where he wrote, "In general, the protective system of our day is conservative, while the free trade system is destructive. It breaks up."
Chai, you playing a very, very dangerous game. Very, very dangerous game. Okay? Very, very dangerous game. Like, I don't know who, I don't know if you think I'm like these, like these Twitch little boys, like I'm a gamer or whatever. Like, you playing a very dangerous game. That's all I could tell you. You playing a very, very dangerous game.
Old nationalities and pushes the antagonisms of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie to the extreme point. In a word, the free trade system hastens the social revolution. It is in this revolutionary sense alone, gentlemen, that I vote in favor of free trade. So in contrast to what many people may believe, Marx was not against using capitalism in every aspect. He recognized a very revolutionary potential in exploiting the contradictions in capitalism. For Marx, capitalism can be used so long as it's used as a weapon against capitalism itself. We can also find threads of this self-destructive aspect of capitalism in the Communist Manifesto as well. Marx says, "The bourgeoisie, historically, has played a most revolutionary part. The bourgeoisie, wherever it has gotten the upper hand, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. It has pitilessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound man to his natural superiors, and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest, than callous cash payment. In simpler words, the contradictions which will bring the revolution to bear exist within capitalism itself." Capitalism's essential aspects as a mode of production, as Marx put it, bring to the surface a contradiction immanent in capitalist production. It isn't hard to see the accelerationist logic built into this idea. If capitalism contains within it the contradictions which bring capitalism down, then slowing capitalism down doesn't hurt it so much as it actually prevents capitalism from hurting itself. A Marxist accelerationist might suggest that we should speed up capitalist processes in order to hasten their collapse, instead of trying to focus on protectionism, both economic and humanist, which would only extend the capitalist process over a longer period of time, thus resulting in a greater net negative. Then we get these guys. Deleuze and Guattari write the Capitalism and Schizophrenia series, taking Marxist materialism and surgically replacing dialectics with psychoanalysis. This Frankenstein's monster of theory becomes influential in many disparate subjects such as anti-psychiatry, art, literature, and eventually this guy. But wait, we'll get there. The key to Deleuze and Guattari in relation to accelerationism is the idea of deterritorialization. Deterritorialization is an extended concept of that destructive element that Marx identified in free trade. The basic idea behind this, and this is where stuff gets really weird, so hold on. The basic idea is that flows of desire are set free by the introduction of things like money and free trade, leading to social destabilization on a far greater scale than Marx actually predicted. This destabilization isn't simply a contradiction within capitalism. Rather, it is some sort of force, an outside force which has functioned to destabilize societies long before capitalism was around. Capitalism is simply the historical stage
You know what? Never mind, let's keep going.
which thus far releases the most flows of desire and therefore produces the most force, the most social destabilization. This force is what Deleuze and Guattari termed deterritorialization.
Deterritorialization, everyone. Deterritorialization. Focus and pay attention. Class is in session. Focus and pay attention. Pay attention and focus, okay? Focus and listen.
From Anti-Oedipus. Decoded desires and desires for decoding have always existed. History is full of them. Capitalism and its break are defined not solely by decoded flows, but by the generalized decoding of flows. The new massive deterritorialization, the conjunction of deterritorialized flows. So capitalism isn't unique simply because it has the most decoded flows. It is as if society, in a very real sense, has become a decoding machine. Society's decoding machine produces a feedback loop of schizophrenitization, a movement which opens the potential for an attempt at overcoming the barrier of capital itself, not simply to the contradiction and negation of capitalism, but instead to pass over the body without organs into a place of radically creative production, hopefully in the sake of bringing us towards what they called the New Earth. Okay, now you may have noticed that none of that made any sense. Don't worry, that's a normal feeling. We need to put ourselves through this. It's important. Let's try one more time. Remember Marx? He had this whole idea of historical progression. Don't worry about this whole thing, though, because Deleuze and Guattari come up with a whole new set of stages.
Okay, this swap volume's a little too low.
Alright, I know this looks like a lot, but really you can ignore most of it for now. All we really need to focus on is that there are stages
okay.
Of history. They're following a line drawn by the process of deterritorialization.
Okay, you know what? Chai, I'm going to fucking book your flight right now. I'm gonna book your flight right now. I'm gonna call your bluff right now and book a flight for you. So you can come here and show me that same energy.
In between the stage of capital and the body without organs, we see the schizophrenic as a clinical entity. These would be like casualties produced by failed attempts at overcoming the barrier of capital. It's important then to note that schizophrenia in a clinical sense and schizophrenitization, what Deleuze and Guattari are trying to talk about, they're not actually the same thing. Don't make the mistake of reading this as a vulgar glorification of schizophrenia. It's actually really not. Another question a lot of people have, quite understandably, what the hell is a body without organs? Well, it's an egg. But it's also the remains of a totally deterritorialized socius, a place to act and record yourself upon. Deleuze uses the term sarabatsur, which means literally to fall or fold back upon. And upon this totally deterritorialized socius is the potential for those decoded flows of desire to move in these radically new and creative, unprecedented ways. There is a real potential in this production of deterritorialized flows of desire, of the schizophrenitization of capitalism, a potential to actually, as Deleuze and Guattari put it, overcome a limit, shatter a wall, the capitalist barrier. Hopefully the logic here is pretty clear. The deterritorialization of capitalism isn't something which simply needs to be dealt with. It's something which needs to be worked through. In order to take full advantage of that schizophrenitization of capitalism for our potential escape from the body of capital into the vague, optimistic concept of a new earth. One last passage from Anti-Oedipus to tie it all up in a nice little bow. It should therefore be said that one can never go far enough in the direction of deterritorialization. You haven't seen anything yet. An irreversible process. To a point where the earth becomes so artificial that the movement of deterritorialization creates of necessity, and by itself, a new earth. Whew. Okay, now this is starting to sound like real accelerationism. Hopefully now we have a decent amount of context to get started on the man himself.
Okay, this is going to be the interesting part. This was like the most boring introduction I've ever seen in my life. So I'm sorry for that, but this is where it's going to get interesting. This part.
Nick Land was a professor of philosophy at Warwick University in the 90s when a certain research group, the CCRU, began coagulating around the work of Sadie Plant. Eventually Plant steps down and Nick Land takes the reins. The drugs and the jungle music really start to infect the assemblage. Soon enough we get all sorts of weird experiments like collective identities, core topology, snake becoming, and many more. Warwick would vehemently deny any association with the CCRU and actively deny its existence. A common motto became, the CCRU has not, does not, and will never exist. It is during this wild descent into drugs, music, and French philosophy that Nick Land makes his major intellectual turn. Accelerationism.
ぶっ壊してくれる奴がいればその手は見た目は悪いがなかなか使えるぜ
What? Is this TOS?
どうしたの大丈夫そうかうるさいあっちへ行ってろ
ラボへ戻り適切な処置をせねば命に関わる
It's Reza, what? It's Reza! This is actually Reza. I'm actually starting to get pissed off. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm actually starting to get pissed off. Alright, me and Chai are gonna be doing a collab stream IRL this week. And I'm booking her flight and she's gonna get her ass over here. This week. And preferably this weekend, actually. Preferably this weekend. Preferably tonight, but she's kind of far. Actually, how far is that? Let me see. Actually, let me see. We can actually make this happen tonight. How far is it? Let me see. Distance. Oh, shit. That's by car. It's only an hour away. Okay, so Chai is coming tonight. What the fuck? She trying to get me banned or something. I don't, This is okay. It's collab time. Me and Chai, we're gonna do an IRL collab stream this weekend. Latest next week. So that's just a quick announcement I wanted to have. Hope you guys look forward to it and everything. And what the fuck? No way. That doesn't even make sense. That literally doesn't even make sense. What the fuck? Holy shit, it's almost like my mind has been cleansed. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. My mind has been cleansed. Wait, what collab? I don't know anything about a collab. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about a collab. I never, yeah, I don't know what that is.
あの幼稚園に入って楽しく暮らせってのかよ貴 毎日薬をもらってあのガキどもみてえに干からびてけったのかよ。
What the fuck is this TOS?
香り
お前たちなぜ
氷ねえやつらだぜ。
What is this anime shit, man? He squishes a woman to death in the scene? Yeah, I'm gonna skip it. Yeah, it's super gory.
Accelerationism is not
okay. We're good. It's back. All right. Okay, I'm actually for real. Chai, we are doing IRL collaborative content this week or this weekend. So I don't know if you had anything scheduled or you had any whatever plans. Cancel all of them, and I will literally book your flight. DM me the details. I'm gonna book your flight. 100,000%. I will book your flights.
Easiest thing to define. Recently, Land tweeted that accelerationism means whatever the process makes it mean. Well, that's not a very satisfying answer, is it? In light of this, let's instead try and figure out.
I have to move in this new place with my next weekend with my mom, and I work this one. What? What do you mean you work this one? What does that even mean? I'll see if I can fit you in my schedule this week. This week. Because I'm going to Austin by the end of the month. This week. Okay? Like, it has to be this week. Like, next week, I'm probably going to be going to Austin. So... and call in sick or something like that. You know, say it's like an emergency, or, you know, you have to attend to some business, and, you know, you have to, you know, just say, like, you know, you gotta go out and, you know, take a ride out of town, and a ride in another town. You know what I mean? Like, just something like that.
Out what the process has made it mean thus far. Well, if we go back to CCRU era land, where accelerationism was created, there isn't all that much as far as definitions really go. Fang Numina rarely mentions the word acceleration, instead focusing on broader notions of cybernetics and the production of non-human intelligences. A quick search of the book shows only one instance of the word acceleration actually written by Nick Land himself. Oh boy. Alright, let's get into it. So let's jump a little bit farther forward, see if we can figure out why we don't see the word acceleration a whole lot. This is a passage from Nick Land's A Quick and Dirty Introduction to Accelerationism, which is something I hope you've read before you made it here, but if not, go read it. And for those of you who aren't going to read it, here's an excerpt. For accelerationism, the crucial lesson was this. A negative feedback circuit, such as a steam engine, governor, or thermostat, functions to keep some state of a system in the same place. Its product, in the language formulated by French philosophical cyberneticists Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, is territorialization. To capture the contrary trend, characterized by self-reinforcing errancy, flight, or escape, D&G coined the inelegant but influential term deterritorialization. Deterritorialization is the only thing accelerationism has ever really talked about. And this is what we'll use as our skeleton key to explore Fang Noumena. Searching deterritorialization returns more than a dozen written instances by Land. Hopefully you can see why I put you through all that Deleuze. Okay, so let's use this skeleton key to start translating. So we have feedback circuits which come in two forms, positive and negative. These are the basic schematics borrowed from a field called cybernetics.
Thank you, Orville. Appreciate you.
Which Land maps cleanly onto Deleuzian deterritorialization, territorialization, reterritorialization, and further onto accelerationism. So when you hear the words that people meme all the time, cybernetics, deterritorialization, this is what they were referring to, this sort of basic schema of feedback loops. Positive feedback loops, circuits which excite themselves, and negative.
Hold on.
Feedback loops, which either hold the circuit's excitement in place, stasis, or decreases the excitement in the circuit. From Nick Land's Machinic Desire. Capitalism is not a totalitizable system defined by the commodity form as a specifiable mode of production, determinately negated by proletarian class consciousness. It is always on a move towards a terminal non-space, melting the earth onto the body without organs, and generating what is not promised and pre-existing land, but a world created in the process.
You're not getting a kiss. You have been so bad. You are not getting a kiss at all.
Of its tendency, its coming undone, its deterritorialization.
Chai, your behavior is not the type of behavior that should be rewarded, okay? It's the type of behavior that needs to be punished. You understand? You're not getting a kiss.
Is not an essence, but a tendency, the formula of which is decoding, or market-driven immanentization, progressively subordinating social reproduction to techno-commercial replication. So Land is discounting here the Marxist accounts.
Guys, remember, it's an 18+ stream. I don't want any kids here. This is an extremely... You know what, guys? Remember I said I was gonna decorate my house? I think, isn't a cage kind of spooky? I should get a cage. I should go buy a cage. You know what I mean? Like, and you know, like, it's spooky, isn't it? It's like Halloween decorations. So, you know, I don't know. What do you think?
Of capitalism as a fixed mode of production, one negated from within, but instead of something active, something on the move. Towards what? Terminal non-space? The body without organs? Remember, in Anti-Oedipus, we didn't see capital as something headed for something. Sure, it was active, it decoded. It certainly wasn't the fixed Marxist idea of capitalism. But if you remember the chart, The body of capital was something that was supposed to be left behind. It was a stage in the process of deterritorialization, one that provided the potential for our escape, human escape. But wait, human escape? Where is this?
So hold on, this is actually an important question. So Chai, so you slurp it clean and you're not gonna spit it out? Because if you spit it out, it doesn't count. This is actually important. I have to know this. Okay, good. And, but what if I like, what if like, like when I'm giving you, like the milk, like what if it spills, like, like on your, what if I accidentally spray it, like, on your body, What then? Like, are you gonna lick it off, or?
This human in Antiochus. Antiochus.
This is the most haram stream ever. This stream is so beyond haram. I'm ashamed.
Intentionally or not, reads as if it was written for the machines, not us. So why did they come to that conclusion that the new Earth was something human, something for us? Why did they come to the conclusion that escape was meant for humanity? Was it just a given that humans are the protagonist in this cosmic story so many billions of years are elder? That humanity was wearing the plot armor all along? This is the transvaluation, the inhuman transvaluation, that really makes Nick Land's work what it is. He was the one to set aside that unfounded assumption and truly continue the Marxist critique, no matter where it leads. Escape?
Barracan, bro, you have 500 viewers. She's just one of them. Watch Land. Bruh. Well, I'm waiting for a viewer to top the, it's like a bidding, if you want to top that, you can try. Actually, don't try. But, that, bruh, 500 of you, but, I think right now it's really tough to top this, So, yeah, I think it's really tough.
Yes, absolutely. Look at the system. Look at the deterritorial.
What happened to the debate today? Chai decided to have a debate with me instead, but she wanted to have a different non-verbal type of debate, and it's a debate that we're only going to be able to have IRL. So she's actually going to come here this week. Remember, it's going to be this week before I go to Austin, and we're going to have, like, a debate off stream. And I'll tell you how the debate goes, basically.
DJK367 donated $5. Chai needs to chill. Us about to bust live.
It's not that I'm about to bust live. It's that I'm about to get out of this apartment and take a plane and go to the East Coast, and that's it's, listen, it's been a long time, guys, okay? It's been a long time. All right? And the way she's playing with me and all that kind of shit, she plays a dangerous game, and I really don't think she even knows what she's getting herself into. I really don't even think she knows what she's getting herself into, That's why I'm just kind of... What the... Anyway, back to Nick Land. You know, back to Nick Land. But
memorialization, the movement, the positive feedback, the schizophrenia, the paranoia. So let's ask the hard question then. If the process isn't meant for us, whose escape are we headed towards? The story goes like this. Earth is captured by a techno-capital singularity as Renaissance rationalization and oceanic navigation lock into commoditization takeoff. Logistically accelerating techno-economic interactivity crumbles social order. In auto-sophistication...
Sis Khan? You know what, Sis Khan? I am the Khan. And so she's stepping up. So are you going to step up in her place, Siscon? To pay tribute? Then shut up. That's what I thought. What? Latina? Your stream went out? Holy fuck! Hold up. Give me a second, guys. I just gotta see something. Everybody pray for me. Everybody pray for me. Everybody pray for me. Everybody pray for me. Everybody gotta pray for me.
Machine runaway. As markets learn to manufacture intelligence, politics modernizes, upgrades paranoia, and tries to get a grip. The body count climbs through a series of globe wars. Emergent planetary commercium trashes the Holy Roman Empire. The Napoleonic Continental System, the Second and Third Reich, and the Soviet International, cranking up world disorder through compressing phases. Deregulation and the state arms race each other into cyberspace. Converging upon terrestrial meltdown singularity, phase-out culture accelerates through its digitech-heated adaptive landscape, passing through compression thresholds normed to...
Spooky hours as promised. I'm currently being spooked in a different way. We already have in spooky hours.
An intensive logistic curve, 1500, 1756, 1884, 1948, 1880, 1996, 2004, 2008, 2010, 2011. Nothing human makes it out of the near future. Alright, now we get to the real meme fodder here. Capitalism is a transcendent AI from somewhere outside of time, working itself into actual form through the positive feedback processes of capitalism. Yes, that is Nick Land's point. Capitalism is AI. If you consider the production of artificial intelligences and capitalism different things, that only means you don't understand.
Oh my god. Jeez. Thank you so much, Jackson. You caught me at a horrible time. Jackson, thank you so much, but you caught me at a time where I'm literally being attacked mentally. You caught me at a very bad time where I'm under attack mentally and spiritually. What the fuck? Watch the communism versus anti-communism data monitor debates. It's probably TOS on Twitch, right? And also, shit.
Understand either of the concepts well enough. So, that's
Latina, I'm leaving. Sorry. Why are you leaving?
That's where we are left. Some sort of retro-chronic hyper-intelligent AI has infiltrated or infected mankind somewhere in Europe around 1500, and only now are we in a reflexive position to realize...
I don't care about Destiny's Twitter, dude. It's the last thing on my mind right now. Fuck do you think I care about Destiny's Twitter?
This thing that we had for a long time thought of as some inert system, which we propagated, is now something with such a high degree of autonomy and dictation over our society. Perhaps it's best to start asking the question, are we even behind the wheel anymore? It's a matter of debate just how much of Land's writing was parable, how much was metaphorical, how much was straight up fiction. I personally think with the early stuff...
Yes, Han, I saw that.
It's best to lean towards reading Fang Numina 100% seriously. I know that can be really hard to do sometimes, but I think it's on us to sort of take up that challenge and actually try best we can to muster an answer to these questions, no matter how bizarre they may seem superficially. The late Mark Fisher put it in no less dramatic terms, Land was our Nietzsche. And if Nietzsche is any sort of model, it is pertinent...
Hold on. Fuck Hakeem. Give me a sec.
To note that, more often than not, it was his most provocative and radical statements which echo as the most prescient today. I mean, who could imagine the common man...
Who does this to a man when he's live? Who does this to a man when he's live? When he's literally live. Like, in front of all of these innocent viewers.
Man hearing that God was dead. Would he not have reacted in
I've never seen that ever.
Same way that we do when we hear that Earth is captured by a techno-capital singularity?
Perhaps. You can't talk shit to Zerka? Why? Of course I can talk shit to Zerka.
Perhaps. Land might not agree. I mean, not anymore, at least. He's come down off the drugs and began to suffer from an epoch of deep disillusionment, as he put it, stemming from what he called the Facebook era. Before, for example, in the writings of Fang Numina, Land may not have been a card-carrying Marxist or anything, but he was certainly on the side of liberation. There was a certain inescapable feeling of potential, radical new lines of flight, K-tactics, cyber-guerrilla insurgency, effective feminine violence. This was all considered radically leftist political praxis. But Land distanced himself from all of this. He cut as many personal ties as he could to what he referred to as his ancient work, opting that it belongs in the clawed embrace of the undead amphetamine god. He ran a Xenosystems blog for a while, including a very worthwhile rundown on Kek as an archaic chaos god, but it became clear to everyone that Land's thought was swerving quite hard to the right. Eventually, Nick Land finds Moldbug. Is neo-reaction accelerationism? No, not really. Has it become a major source of inspiration and critique for accelerationist theory? Yes, absolutely. So, preempting the complaints, this guy made it in a video essay. Two chief concepts.
Okay, at the 5:30 mark, we're gonna watch Nexpo. The 5:30 mark.
Really to take away from this guy, and they'll help us continue. First, we have the idea of the cathedral.
Okay, my mind is clear. My mind is cleaned. And I'm focused. My mind has been cleansed. And we're ready to get back to the content.
This is probably best understood as the ruling socio-political ideological apparatus. Moldbug put it as the party of the educational organs, at whose head is the press and the universities. This is our 20th century version of the established church. Moldbug also explicitly associates all of this with leftist politics, leading to a new reactionary position, or neo-reactionary position, which Nick Land characterizes with flight from the ruling political ideological apparatus, which means in essence a flight from democracy itself.
Hold on, give me a sec. Okay.
As Land says, for the hardcore neo-reactionaries, democracy is
the fuck? Are you trying to get me banned? What the fuck is this? This week, keep that same energy. Keep that same energy. Keep that same energy, we'll see. Keep that same energy. Keep that same energy.
is not merely doomed, it is doom itself. Fleeing it approaches an ultimate imperative. Political alternatives often offered to the cathedral are things like neo-cameralism, which is a return to some form of market-based nobility, or second, we have patchwork, which Moldbug describes as a replacement of crappy governments with a global spiderweb of tens, even hundreds of thousands of sovereign, independent mini-countries, each governed.
She has OnlyFans. You're not the first. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
by its own joint stock corporation and without regard to its residents' opinions. Rather than have your right to have your say in government or electing government officials, you instead have the right.
Hey, what do you want me to do, okay?
To choose between.
You want me to go thank Zerka?
A theoretical smorgasbord of political organizations, and you can move to any of them. Rather than vote,
I'll thank Zerka after this week. We'll see what happens this week. How about that?
You leave. Does this sound incredibly idealistic? Probably. Anyways, I'm not all that interested in neo-reactionary theory. I'm interested in accelerationism. So that's all you're gonna get here. Go watch the Distributus for more if this sounds like your kind of thing. His rundown on Moldbug is much better than anything I could give you. So Nick Land runs into this idea of neo-reactionary theory, and he runs hard with it. He goes full reactionary, old wig, starts in with some strangely pessimistic, dysgenic IQ shredder stuff, and finally took up his new philosophical mantle, the Twitter shitpost.
Okay. Okay, I don't want to see his tweets. These tweets are like gonna be TOS. Latina, all I could say is you have very tough competition right now. That's all I could say. The competition is very, very... You really have to up your game right now. I'm sorry. But... And it's not my fault either. I had no part in this. I had no part in it either, but... You really got to up your game. Because... Chai has set the bar very high. In terms of back to this.
Coin and one of his other...
Look, Chai, right now, Chai is all talk. That's the truth. Right now, she's all talk, okay? So, we'll see after this week what she's really about. But right now, my view is that Chai is just all talk.
Blogs, urban futures. Overall, his shift has been away from the overtly occult angle towards a more universal idea of intelligence production. Something he feels it should be.
This is our Khan. Guess what? Your Khan. So who's gonna step in to pay tribute to the Khan then? You are? That's what I thought. Don't complain. Khan's gotta eat too. The Khan's gotta eat too. The Khan's gotta eat too. Okay?
Should be mankind's duty to foster. Basically, he's disappointed humanity hasn't gotten its shit together in order to bring the damn future into existence. It's important to clarify exactly what intelligence means in the concept of accelerationism, because as Land puts it. Intelligence explosion.
Latina, stop pretending not to be jealous, okay? And it's okay if you're jealous. That's fine. But wanna be... I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Look, guys, there's plenty of me to go around, okay? There's plenty of me to go around. Matter of fact, we should all do IRL streams together, all three of us. That's what I think. We should all three of us do IRL streams, and we can all come together and make peace. Okay?
He thinks that the basic schema of intelligence can be diagrammed through game theory. The more intelligent a thing, the better it operates, the better it is at winning games. Operation and intelligence correlate. There's a meme I sometimes see out there that...
Why is your chat acting like a bunch of virgin 13-year-olds? Hold on, chat all getting a haircut tomorrow. True. Everyone go get a haircut.
That capital is sentient, which it's actually a meme. Land never said that as far as I know. Sentience is the ability to feel, to perceive, to experience. Land doesn't actually think the measure of intelligence, artificial or not, is determined by feeling. That's consciousness. Land wants to talk about artificial intelligence, not artificial consciousness. This is another challenging conclusion of his anti-anthropocentrism. We smuggled in the assumption that in order to be truly intelligent, you need to be truly conscious. But why do we make that assumption? Are we assuming all intelligence in the universe must feel in the same way that we do? And if we take away this assumed subjectivity, call it acephalic AI or something, it's not absurd to see how markets manufacture this
The Ekafail symbol always scares me.
Sort of intelligence.
Even though there's no nudity in it.
The very nature of capitalism's ability to operate through even the most severe crises is all the evidence you need. Remember game theory? Capitalism will always win the game, even when we change the rules.
You know, the problem is that from the very beginning of capitalism, people had this hope, you know, oh, it's approaching its end, let's push it a little bit further. And I found this quite comical, like Marx described capitalism, and for Marx, capitalism was close to its end, approaching disintegration. Then Lenin said, okay, now imperialism, the last stage. Then, half a century later, Mao Zedong says this post-World War II imperialism, it's imperialism, capitalism in its highest, last rotting state, and so on. Then with postmodernism, this new cultural, you know, like for over 1 century, this story goes on. We think capitalism is pushed to its limit, but it It's like an undead vampire or whatever. It returns stronger and stronger.
So in Youngland, we mostly get a descriptive account of accelerationism. Most of the praxis comes in the form of critique, not positive political formations. In Old Land, however, we have a tendency towards seeing accelerationism as needing our help in some way, as if accelerationism needs a bootstrapping of right-wing political praxis in order to help it achieve its goals. This is what we will call in the rundown RAC, or right accelerationism. This is a form of accelerationist praxis that wants to see capital take over, but only in a particular way. It could perhaps be called protective accelerationism, as it wishes to act as a bulwark in order to protect capital against its potential.
This video is kind of boring. I wish there was a good video. Isn't this video kind of boring, guys? We should just move to Nexpo. I wanted to finish this, but the video is just boring. It's plainly just fucking boring. Now, here's my question. Is Nexpo TOS? Is Nexpo TOS? And we are going to watch some Twin Peaks videos down the line. But is Nexpo TOS? No? There's no TOS? We're going to watch some like Twin Peaks analysis videos later. Like tomorrow or maybe the day after. But we're actually going to do some Nexpo. The Minecraft server's down. I'll restart it. I'll restart the Minecraft server. Restarted it. Yeah, we're gonna hold on. Give me a second. Okay, I'm just dealing with some distractions. Give me a sec. This sword is to protect me, okay? This sword is to protect me from all satanic thoughts. All satanic thoughts. Oh my god. Chill. This is literally a PG-13 chat. You can't just say that. You can't just say that shit. LMAO, Ahrelevant has more viewers than me on average. Yeah, because he doesn't have his own content. He just reacts to other streamers. And he also has a consistent schedule. That's the thing. He also has the consistent schedule. If I have a consistent schedule, as was proven this week, I I can average 700-800 easily. It's piss easy. Okay? But I don't want to be like Ahrelevant and be like a fucking leech, little bitch, you know? Latina, you're live? Why, do you have a present for me? Let me see. Oh my god. Can someone in Latina's chat give me a sub? Oh my god, Chai, chill. Jesus. Hold on, give me a sec, guys. Thank you, Tepid. We're gonna watch The Cult in a Boarding School. But it's 52 minutes. These are let's watch a shorter one. It's called The Redditor That Vanished. We're gonna watch that one. It's called The Redditor That Vanished. I'm gonna watch that one. The Redditor That Vanished. Okay.
There's something about mysteries rooted.
Oh, should we turn the light off? I think we should turn off the light off. Ooh. 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 Let's get spooky, guys.
On Reddit that simply fascinate me. The variety of daily users from all walks of life congregating on one single public forum has created a sense of community that's nearly unmatched in the current online landscape.
Actually, yes. If I do not pause at all, then then I get $500.
Because of this, the website's given us the ability to look into our fellow Redditors' post histories.
Okay, starting now, if I completely just watch start to finish and I don't pause, I get 100 subs. 100 subs. Okay? Start to finish.
Giving us a small peek into the lives they live. Oftentimes, these are mostly mundane. However, if you do a bit of digging, you'll find some that stand anomalous, abandoned, and forever embedded within the corner they carved online. In 2017, a user named Flip and Flop made a post explaining that they're eager to try out a drug by the name of Datura. While the initial response was greatly against it, Flip and Flop ignored their advice and did it anyway, creating disturbing update comments and leaving behind baffled onlookers that feared the worst had happened to them. This is the story of Flip and Flop, a Redditor that vanished. Our mystery begins on the r/drugs subreddit. On the night of April 17th of 2017, Flip and Flop would jump in with the simple question. Finally got my hands on some Datura. How much should I take? Their post reads the following. Hi guys. I finally got some Datura to try out. I'm free tomorrow and have the house to myself, so I'm really excited to try the effects of this interesting plant. I have around 60 seeds, some dried flowers and leaves. How much should I take for a nice first-time trip? I was thinking of crushing up X seeds and making tea with them, drink the tea and smoke a couple of leaves while the tea is starting to take effect. Would 15 seeds be enough? Sources on the internet tell me a regular dose is around 10 to 20, but I've seen some talk about over 30 seeds. Thanks guys. After this thread went live, the overwhelming majority of commenters expressed caution, warning that if they were to do it, it could have permanent, lifelong effects and can even cause death. A user named Rect recalled their prior experience with Datura, claiming that they're still scarred from it in hopes of deterring the OP from giving it a try. I bought 2 Datura Inoxia plants from a local greenhouse and ate and smoked both of them over the course of about 2 weeks. I never noticed too many effects initially. Dry eyes and mouth, hot flushed skin, rapid heartbeat, but I was 100% in a state of psychosis that whole time and for about 2 weeks after I stopped using it. Like someone here said, it's a deliriant, so I wasn't even aware of how totally fucked I was. My friends got increasingly worried about me, and I finally broke down mentally. About a month later, I got diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder and severe panic disorder with derealization and depersonalization. While the effects felt by Rect were severe, another commenter shared that it's not always the case. According to a Logarithm the Great, they claim that the potency of the drug can vary from person to person and even sometimes through the time of day it's taken. After reading this, I went forth and cross-checked their claim with the psychedelic education resource named thethirdwave.co and found that while the time of day assertion isn't substantiated, Datura's so-called fatal dose ranges pretty widely. According to this guide, a dose as small as 100 milligrams of dry seeds have been known to kill, while others have taken substantially more than that and lived. Considering how heavily any drug's effects can vary from person to person, this declaration isn't that surprising, however it is noteworthy. So, how many seeds should Flip and Flop take? Exactly 0. None. I hope this is a shitpost. Good luck and report back please. Best effects will be achieved by doing none of it, I believe. Throw that fucking hell in the garbage. Sounds pretty unanimous. Let's see how they took it. Update. I've crushed some seeds, around 15 to 16, in my mortar and put them in a glass of water. I've added some lemon juice and sugar to mask the taste. I'll just have to roll my joint with the Datura leaves and I'll be set to go. I've decided I'll be sipping on the tea and slowly smoking the leaves until I feel the effect is strong enough. Of course. After this, commenters were questioning why they'd subject themselves to such a dangerous substance. They were wished good luck and were given advice for the phenomenon that they were about to experience. For Flip and Flop, it was the point of no return. The train left the station, and they were on a one-way track to the inevitable consequences of Datura. It was at this point that commenters were tuned in. Everyone knew what was about to happen. However, hope for the best remained abundant. Remind me posts, well wishes, and questions on an update flooded the space. And, at least in that moment, all eyes were on the OP. "5:55 in the morning, April 18th of 2017. Google.com, how normal again, stop now.
What?
Needless to say, everyone's concerns were validated.
Oh.
However, it was good to know that the OP was still alive. The replies here were mostly well wishes, with a clear mood of apprehension. A user named Emilsko pled for the OP to reply to the thread when things became normal again, and another named Pest P gave their 2 cents on the matter as well. They explained that they'd ordinarily reassure the OP that they're going to be okay. However, considering the unpredictable nature of the substance and their own personal experience,
think it's a troll?
There aren't any guarantees. "5:58 in the evening. Nearly exactly 12 hours later. What you're looking at is a GIF posted by a Redditor named Nitrous in the gaming subreddit. It's allegedly depicting mammoths in an accurate battle simulator. Yeah, they nailed that one. So why are we here?
Should I get this game?
Because someone we know very well.
Should I buy this game right now?
Made their way to this post specifically.
Should I buy this game right now?
Please, these big dog are
I can't pause the video though. I'm gonna buy it right now.
It appears to me that Flip and Flop's trying to claim that, please, these big dogs are fighting, not okay. With the big dogs, of course, being their interpretation of the mammoths in that GIF. If I'm being honest, it's safe to say that Flip and Flop's discovery of this post likely didn't do them any favors. Depictions of an animal quite literally launching another one in the air while under the influence of something as unpredictable as Datura would probably mess me up pretty badly. But that's just my guess. Unfortunately, after this post though, Flip and Flop would never return. Their thread continued to rack up comments pleading for any sort of update. However, through all of this, fear remained abundant.
I still have to pay for this game.
That the worst had happened.
PayPal. Give me a sec. Okay. Submit. Okay, I'm gonna download.
Sadly, most of the search results surrounding the username Flip and Flop aren't useful. I was hoping to dig up accounts that they might have migrated to on other websites.
Yeah, I bought it.
Frustratingly didn't contain much.
It was $20.
Scouring the surface web is an uphill battle. We can find a considerable amount of posts asking about him. However, concrete answers to that are non-existent. There was a Flip and Flop with 1P account I found that could have been a potential lead. However, considering that the last post they made was 8 years ago on the NoFap forum, it's needless to say that I was only left with dead ends. Speaking of dead ends, the following is a list of accounts and their current status I found on other websites with the name Flip and Flop. Imager, dead. Facebook, dead. StumbleUpon, dead. PhotoBucket, dead. Reddit, dead. Closemaster, doesn't work. Taringa.net, dead. Babyblog.ru. This is getting weird.
Is my
dead.
TV flickering
I'm
on
sure
and
you get
off?
the picture by this point. The name is surprisingly common, and the results increase tenfold once you factor in the other spelling of Flip and Flop. Brute forcing our way into tracking this person down is only going to result in wasted time and a massive headache. So I'm going to pause my search here and pivot my focus towards the actual drug he took because my curiosity's piqued. What even is Datura? How serious really is it? And is it actually as fatal as it's made out to be? To answer this, I made my way to a non-profit educational resource by the name of Ahrelevant.org that specializes in providing information about various psychoactive plants and chemicals. In their entry about Datura, they claim that it's a woody-stalked, leafy herb growing up to 2 meters. It produces spiny seed pods and large white or purple trumpet-shaped flowers that face upward. Most parts of the plant contain atropine, scopolamine, and hyoscyamine. It has a long history of use in both South America and Europe and is known for causing delirious states and poisonings in uninformed users. This definition got me curious on the effects of atropine, scopolamine, and hyoscyamine, and so I dug a bit further. According to Ahrelevant, these are known as tropane alkaloids, capable of producing extreme psychoactive effects, including disorientation, confusion, hallucinations, delusions, panic, and more. Furthermore, the resource states that, in this class of hallucinogens namely, users are, quote, absolutely convinced that the hallucinations and delusions are, in every sense, real, and may attempt to interact with them. This can range from amusing to dangerous. I see. This almost leaves me to wonder what kind of experience Flip and Flop had, since they can vary pretty widely. As we know by this point, an update from their aftermath is non-existent, and at this time, we have yet to gather a detailed, first-hand account about a Datura trip. So what is it really like? A user on a website named steamit.com shared their story about 3 years ago. In their post, they claimed that they had taken about 8 dried seeds and were eager to experience the effects. After doing so, however, they were immediately met with extreme thirst, causing their, quote, mouth to dry up in a horribly scary way. The dose in which you get active effects is extremely close to the amount needed for a fatal overdose. Following this, they share, in detail, what it was they went through. After about an hour, I felt a weird mix of euphoria and dysphoria. It had a bizarre sense of fun to it, as reality and imagination blended to form one. It gave me a very trippy feeling, which was at the time chilling and scary. After quite a long time, maybe 2 hours, I felt poisoned as I can't remember how I acted or how I perceived the world exactly. I felt like I was dying, honestly. I thought it was quite a good way to pass out. Everything felt surreal, and I definitely had some weird hallucinations, which at the time felt realistic and normal. I went to bed and went to sleep quickly. I had a really weird dream in which something that looked like the Mothman was chasing me, and I had to combat it with a lot of weapons that were homemade. As I did, the creature became outrageous. That's all I remember from the event. The next morning, I experienced depersonalization, photophobia, depression, anxiety, and a horrible hangover that lasted more than a week. This substance is just not worth it. Jumping over to a website named psychonautwiki.org, we can observe yet another Datura story from 2012. While this person's account is incredibly detailed, one section stood out to me, reading the following. About 15 to 20 minutes after downing the potion, I was already feeling very drunk and distended from my body. I hadn't even stood up from my original seat. I was just battling nausea. Alright, so I had been fighting an incredible urge to purge since the first sip, and considering the sheer intensity of the confusion I was facing, I was abandoning the idea that I was going to peacefully meditate myself into another plane of thought. I didn't even make it to the bathroom. I purged right back in the pot I prepared my brew in before I even got a chance to stand up. I might be paranoid, but I think this may have saved my life. I faded out a memorable consciousness after stumbling to the bathroom. The fades seemed to happen quite a bit. I was slipping in and out of consciousness. With Datura, I still seem to function while I'm out, as opposed to the more familiar nod associated with opiates. With an opiate, I wake up right where I faded out. But with Datura, I wake up in a room I don't remember walking into, in the middle of doing things, or talking to people in contexts that don't make any sense, similar to a drunken psychosis. Now, it doesn't take much more of an explanation to understand why Flip and Flop's actions were ill-advised. Considering the claim from Steemit about the fatal dose being incredibly close to the one in which you feel the effects, combined with the possibility that Flip and Flop didn't have anyone with him to make sure he was okay, it all seemed like the perfect storm of what not to do when trying out a substance for the first time. As a matter of fact, in some ways, it almost seemed like too perfect of a storm. What on this page stands out to you as a bit ingenuine? Here, I'll give you a hint. The profile was created on April 17th, the very same day that their one and only post was made. Being entrenched in the world of internet mysteries, observations like this stand out to me like a sore thumb. It appears to me that this account was made for the sole reason of discussing their story about trying Datura. While, sure, they potentially could be separating this from their personal accounts and life due to the taboo nature of something like this, it unfortunately discounts the validity of their entire account. Furthermore, the fact that they used a throwaway profile for this post explains the lack of other social media or forum handles with the name Flip and Flop existing online. Without any sort of hint at their location, their main account, or their interests, tracking down the actual person and cross-checking a potential case record is impossible.
Can't pause it.
Now, don't get me wrong here. While I'm entertaining the idea that this could be
Can't pause
fabricated,
it.
the sequence of events that took place
No.
lend credence to
No.
this being real.
No.
If we look at the post, it was made at 5:21 p.m. Central on April 17th of 2017. Over the course of the next 26 minutes, Flip and Flop would go from asking about trying it to having it prepared. If we're considering the potential that their mind was made up on doing it and they had everything on hand,
This video
then preparation
sucks.
time
We
frame
have to
checks
finish
out.
it.
Furthermore, considering the fact that they made their first
This
update
video
comment
sucks
at
ass.
5:55 in the morning,
At
also
no
drops on the
point
fact that
was
they
I
could've been
interested
enduring
in
their
this video
Datura trip all night,
throughout this whole
falling
video.
in and out of consciousness. If they reside in the US, then getting up that early just to post an update comment about your fake story seems like a bit of a stretch. I mean, we've seen determination like this before, but something about this comment really drives this story home. Looking back, I suppose I entertained the idea of this being fake because I guess I just really hope it is. I hope there wasn't a loss of life after Flip and Flop's curiosity led them to try a dangerous substance. I really hope we're all being bamboozled by a poster that simply wanted to make their
Lamino?
mark,
Let me
forever
look that
cementing
up.
their creation within Reddit
Someone
history.
called Lamino?
But that's something that, at this point in time, unfortunately can't be answered.
Oh. We're gonna check that out. Okay.
The r/drugs subreddit lit up in April of 2017, much to the credit of Flip and Flop. Tonight, we were able to learn about Datura while exploring a morbid mystery involving one person whose curiosity got the best of them. Whether their story is real or fake, it's difficult to argue the fact that it was effective, getting people talking, sharing well wishes, and crossing their fingers for an eventual update. As we know by this point, that update never materialized, and so we're all here, existing as onlookers and hoping for the slightest possibility that they made it through their experience
Nick
alive.
Crowley?
Much like all of you, I truly hope they're still with us. But as we all know, the only person that would be able to confirm that
Who's this?
is the one that's vanished without a
Oh,
trace
Nick Crowley. There's a bunch of cool videos.
into internet history.
Okay.
Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. I love you all. And good night.
Okay, is it over? It's over, right? It's over. I know he has better videos. I've watched way better videos than that, but I only chose that one because it was short. And the reason I chose the short one is a matter of fact, the reason I chose the short one. You don't have to give me 100 subs, that's okay. You don't have to do that. Hold on, give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm gonna pee. What if we debate Ahrelevant? He's live. That fucking guy's live. Let's just fucking debate him. Let's just debate him. You want to debate him? He's live right now. Everyone get in here. I'm gonna go pee and good. I'm gonna pee. We're gonna do this. What the fuck happened? Anonymous with the 20. Thank you, dude. Damn. Who dodged? Dodged what?
I guess there was a moment where, I guess what I'm gonna have to say, if I want to say that it's the case that like you did a less convincing job than Vosh, is that Vosh.
Oh, he debated Vosh? Interesting. 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 Interesting.
General statement, sorry, my microphone probably just peaked. He took that general statement about like how the left kind of fails generally, and he specified it to your scenario and your criticism of Vosh, or not Vosh, Hasan, where you said something to the effect, or not you said something to the effect of, you said that Hasan has this kind of obligation to do some amount of fundraising, some amount of donation, etc. So, sorry. I'm getting distracted by the chat. I'm gonna actually.
Yeah, don't get distracted by them.
Oh no, I know the rules for like, or not, like getting distracted by people is dumb. I just did it. He took that general statement. I know I'm winding back a little bit. He took that general statement and he specified it to like the thing you were talking about, which was just that Hasan had like a higher obligation here, and he thought that that would plausibly cause Hasan to like be less participatory in the movement, which seems to be true if you accept the general statement. So if you accept the general view that the higher standards the left imposes upon people,
how long is this shit gonna go on?
I can try and argue for that a little bit.
Well, no, I even believe I conceded to that in the conversation that it's going to push people away.
I'm gonna call him.
I just think that the people that it pushes away,
I'm calling him.
not super concerned with.
Here we go. I'm gonna call him. Calling him right now.
I'm sorry. Give me a sec. I gotta get rid of that. I believe that increasing the standards on anything is going to push people away.
You remove me as a friend.
I believe that, right? This is why I made an appeal to even, the argument of not saying the N-word, right? And, like, he kind of scoffed, but that's unironically like a philosophy of, isn't it, like, Chapo Trap House? That they just say whatever the fuck they want. And they're like, what is it, the scum dirtbag left or whatever? I'm not sure if it's them specifically, or if it's like Cum Town or what have you. But some chat can correct me if I'm wrong. There's people on the left who like believe that you can say whatever the fuck you want, right? Whatever the fuck you want, right? And it doesn't matter. And that can absolutely attract more people, 100%. But I also think that there are, negatives to that, right? There are takes that you can get off of that give. In regards to political advocacy or what have you, being at a higher bar, like fundraising, when you make over $1 million in discretionary income, because again, there was an open conversation. Like he said, like, what if I set the bar at 10 million? And I remember this specifically. I was like, okay, that's fine. Like, if you set the bar at 10 million, I just want to make sure that we're, having the same conversation, that we have some moral obligations for some people, that we hold some people to some kind of standard. We need standards, And so I think it's really important to be able to have that be the case. Maybe you are, of the position that I didn't argue for that properly in the conversation, and, maybe you're right. Well, but yeah, that's at least my position.
Yeah, sure. So I'll just confirm I'll confirm that I think that you didn't argue for it that convincingly in the conversation. And two, I just want to specify, like, I don't hold like a super strong position about this. I don't really side with Vosh about much of anything. Yep. With respect to what you said there, maybe you could say in the general case it's true to have a strategy like this would be good, because you pushed out people who aren't willing to commit to the movement, and maybe you galvanize people who are willing to commit to the movement so they behave more.
He's so scared. Holy fuck. He's scared shitless. Thank you, Studious Marxist. Thank you, Studious Marxist. We're actually going to do this tonight. We're doing this tonight. I didn't think we were going to do this tonight. We're doing this tonight.
I can criticize. For instance, something that I
but really quick,
we're doing this tonight. It's happening.
Out of the movement, right? Like you're not saying that some people can't join, but you are going to pressure some people who aren't like desirable out.
How would I be pressuring them out? You're talking about in effect, I would push people out? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, of course. I thought you were saying like I would deliberately try and get them out. No, yeah, of course.
No, I'm just saying that it's...
Yeah, of course I'm going to people are going to leave the movement as a result of it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, which isn't a criticism. It's just a thing that will happen.
That's a fact. It's a fact. Of
exactly. And you're taking that trade-off because you think in the general case, maybe you'll galvanize some people in favor of your whatever. You think there are some positive upsides. Do I have this basically correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. So the thing is maybe that'll work in the general case, but the problem is you were arguing for the Hasan case. Now I'm able to say that if you accept like the general argument that this type of thing will push people out of the movement, that will apply to Hasan too.
Didn't you already wreck him? Why again? Because we know that he got wrecked, but I want to make DGG know beyond reasonable doubt, right? And all you have to do in a debate to destroy someone is just not yell, apparently. So we're gonna give him the sound salt treatment, and I'm literally just gonna do this for my own satisfaction, okay? Because these people think that you lose the debate when you yell. So I'm actually going to debate him. I'm not going to yell.
Of potential good.
Don't pussy out on me, guys. We are going to destroy him in front of all of Twitch tonight. And if he bitches out from the debate tonight, he conceded to me already and he fucking lost. It'd be the same as me winning victory. I want to at least do one of two things. One of two things. Debate him tonight and fucking destroy him so his own chat knows. Or get him to admit in front of his whole chat that he's too scared to debate me. One of the two things, I'm getting them tonight.
I mean, I don't think that was really Vosh's point, because like that's very tailored to Hasan specifically as a person. I was making a moral prescription about people with, and again, I must have said it 10 to 15 times. I don't want to be specific about just Hasan. What I'm trying to, the reason why I was springboarding off of Hasan specifically is because when you have that amount of resources, that amount of capability, that freedom, right, that agency that you're provided with, that amount of resources, I believe you are afforded not only more power, but also more responsibility and obligations with that power. And I think that making that power as...
I'm going to debate him tonight. Period.
Is important.
It's happening tonight. Alert the Discord. That's what we're doing.
Why Hasan's intuitions about the way to treat Hasan seemed more plausible. And the reason that I think like you guys might have arrived here if you'd kind of challenged him down this route is just that he defended the general case problem of like pushing people out of the movement. So presumably he thinks that applies to Hasan. I'm just applying it to Hasan and seeing how that logic runs out. The intuition seems true. It seems like if you accept the general...
What the fuck are they even talking about? Nothing. A whole bunch of nothing. They're talking about a whole bunch of nothing. He genuinely looks scared. I'm looking at Ahrelevant right now. He genuinely looks scared. I wonder what he's going to do. He's either going to debate me tonight or tell his viewers he's too scared to debate me. One of the two. One of the two. He's more intelligent than me. He beat Vaush. What the fuck? Ahrelevant beat Vaush, right? Ahrelevant versus Vaush. As if it's hard to beat Vaush. Where did he beat Vaush, by the way? Adriana, I tried calling you, okay? And you didn't pick up.
Things that are required for, like, you know, don't murder and don't rape. I think we're...
Where did they debate? Where did they debate? Look high as fuck. I'm high on life. Destiny just streamed it. Destiny's back.
Abilities and stuff.
resources and
Who's we?
thing. So, I just kind of wanted greater clarification on some of the.
Okay, so guys, let me know when Ahrelevant's done talking to this person, because we're gonna watch this. But let me know when they're done talking to that person. In the meantime, we're gonna watch this. Let me know. Adriana?
These ideas, because I think
Destiny
there's
is a beta streamer.
There's
Get
a lot
that
of
scrub.
missing each other's
Just
points
kidding.
when it comes
I
to
love
this
you,
stuff.
chat.
So like, I think there's a lot of people that might think that some people's opinion who might be advocating that we do more with the resources we have are saying like socialism is win no house or socialism is win poor. Like, and I don't really, I feel like this is kind of we're missing each other. Well, yeah. Okay. So I at least want to come from a position of like, I think that we could be doing more when we have an excess of resources. And I think we ought to be doing more in order to further political causes, in order to bettering, our community and stuff like that. And to my knowledge, you are of the position that this is more of a, for, all the dank memes that might get posted, a supererogatory position more than anything. Like, it would be nice for us to do this, but we have no moral obligation.
How long did this debate go on, by the way?
To go out of our way to do like a lot of like, let's say, funding of canvassing or what have you, if we're a political streamer or what have you, and we have excess resources, correct? Or
yeah. Well, I think it's good if we do it, of course. It seems odd to me, the idea, whether we're talking about ideology or access, to reshift our moral framework for what a person should be expected to do, not just like in accordance with what they could do, but also like how we treat that conversationally.
What up,
or to put it another way, if a person is a, I guess we have to use this as an example, but if a person like makes their living advocating for socialist shit on social media, and keeps doing it over and over, and gets really successful doing it, makes a lot more money, at what point do they switch from being a positive representation for the movement because of what they're advocating for to being a negative one because they spend too much of their money on houses or whatever? I think there's a really ambiguous gradient there, and the best thing that we can really do is we can just encourage.
Who's defending Hasan? Let me see how long it goes.
People to do as much as possible with.
And I don't want to
attack.
Hold on. I don't
think you're being bad faith.
Okay, so
somebody make that meme. Look how long the debate went.
And misrepresenting our positions, so it's not about what we agree on; it's about what we spend our time doing.
Damn.
I'm assuming that's supposed to be a jab at me?
No, that would be Destiny.
Oh, okay.
It's the reason why people expect blood whenever we meet each other at a conference, but it turns out...
Honestly, these two are such little bitches. Like, they have these little jabs at each other and shit, and they just... Why don't they just box? They have so much passive-aggressive just animosity toward one another. Like, every time they... Humph. Oh, Destiny. Oh, Vaush, I didn't expect to see you here. Oh, Destiny, you are looking quite exhausted from your lack of logical capacities, of intellectual capacity. Ah, yes, Vaush, I see you have not understood the axioms of the systemic analysis of statistical truth. Yeah, shut the fuck up. You both are the biggest bitches on the platform. They're both the biggest soy streamers on Twitch. They have the most soy communities on Twitch. Their communities are fucking identical. And I'm sick of acting like there's a real conflict between Destiny and Vaush. There's no real conflict. It's just a bunch of passive-aggressive bickering between two bickering-ass little bitches. I'm sick of both of them. Vaush came from Destiny. Hasan came from Destiny. Why does everyone think Destiny's the good guy when all these streamers, Hasan, Vaush, came from Destiny? Think! And this streamer came from Destiny.
With that being the case...
Still talking about nothing.
Capital owner, I now get woken up to socialism, right? And what have you. I'm, the crushing reality of the past comes down on me, and the new inevitability of the future comes down on me. I believe that if I continue running my capitalist organization the way that I've recognized is like destroying people's lives, that is worse when it comes to the individual action and the rules that we ought to abide by. That is worse because I am knowingly doing it in malice. And I'm setting a precedent that we ought do things in malice if I continue doing it, or that it's morally permissible to do so, in comparison to when I was ignorant, because I didn't know any better, right? So that's why I would hold us to different standards. That's why I would hold conservatives and SOCDEMs to different standards, because I am, generally speaking, working with what I would consider to be the tenets of social democrats, and saying that you probably understand what bootstrap memes are kind of shit, right? I think that's fair to say. That most people on the left know that bootstrap memes are fucking nonsense. And
So
Sorry,
I think I understand what you're. No, I think I understand what you're aiming at. So I'll re-articulate again what you were saying, and then I'll see if I can articulate a criticism.
Another Ahrelevant saga? No, we just want to catch him tonight. Because he's streaming at early hours. He usually streams like 5 hours ahead of time, so he's streaming early tonight. So I want to catch him tonight.
Is. So people on the left are aware of the fact that you cited this as an example. The idea of like picking yourself up by the bootstraps is false. So it's not actually really possible for someone who's super poor to pick themselves up, quote unquote, by like the bootstraps, because there might be factors that prevent them from doing so altogether. And so that higher understanding of how the world works confers on them a higher moral responsibility. So they have a responsibility to behave differently in virtue of that.
Did he say he'd debate me? If he doesn't, he's telling his chat he's a bitch. So he has to. He can't just tell his chat, oh, this guy's Haas is ready to debate and he's ready to go and I'm just going to dodge it and avoid it. He can't say that. Or else, thank you, Chris, or else I just want to instill the message loud and clear to like everyone that this guy runs away from me from debates. That's it. Either he's going to debate me or I'm going to gain the ability to show everyone how he runs away from debates from me now. Keep in mind, I don't run from no one. I don't run from no one. Okay?
I don't think that Vosh is going to hold some view that like Hasan shouldn't be donating his money. That's why he's citing examples of like the vegetarian and vegan case. Examples he agrees that you ought to be behaving like. But I just want to finish the thought really quickly. He's citing those examples because he does think people have a responsibility morally to behave that way. But what he's saying is that holding them to account for doing that, like socially pressuring them for to behave in a different way by publicly holding them accountable, is undesirable because it's going to push them out of the movement. So his proof of that, just really quick, his proof of that is the vegetarian case. So people who are vegetarian frequently don't go vegan because, they just aren't convinced that they should. And when they feel all
Can this person shut the fuck up? No one cares about anything they have to say. And they're just wasting time. These are the people who try to come on my show and they just talk. I don't let them on my fucking show. That's why Ahrelevant's viewers are bored as fuck. His whole chat is begging to get unbanned because they want to actually be in a stream that's entertaining and high energy and doesn't have all these fucking boring people. Which he's one of, by the way.
Comparable like political power to the left. So none of what you were saying was actually like mutually exclusive with what he said. And I have textual evidence, by which I mean evidence formed of the things he said, to suggest he doesn't really disagree with it. It's just that he disagrees that you should.
Okay, I'm gonna turn on the lights.
Right, so when I gave this example, he disagreed with that. You did see that though, right?
He disagreed with it? How?
He did. So the example that was I posed was that the exact example I gave you, the capital owner, and that the capital owner has, who's a conservative, has a greater or a less moral responsibility to be able to act with that information than the leftist. And his argument was, well, both of it is bad, and so I don't think it's less bad or more bad if it comes from a socialist or a conservative.
Oh yeah, I understand what he means by that, or I think I have like an understanding of what he means. So what Vosh could say, and this is another weird, this isn't even like incumbent on you to figure out what he means. I hate doing this because by being this charitable, I'm also kind of changing what he's saying. But what I took
this doesn't even have to matter because you could steel man his argument. You don't have to like try to do that.
Sure, but the claim I'm making is that like I don't think you did well in your debate against him in the sense that I think he delivered a better argument.
Okay,
so if I steel man him by like making a new argument,
I understand. I understand your point.
Yeah,
so
sure,
go on. Mm-hmm.
Sure. So can you repeat your point? I lost the train for a second.
Yeah. So my bad on that. So
no, it's fine.
Vosh specifically was talking to how he believes the moral position isn't different because the outcomes aren't any different.
Right. I understand. I remember.
Yeah.
So Vosh can delineate between what I would call a responsibility and between like an actual moral outcome. So if you're a utilitarian, I'm just going to reduce to act utilitarianism here because I hate rule utilitarianism. I think it reduces to act utilitarianism. And it sounded like Vosh admitted that in a debate a long while ago, but that's irrelevant.
I actually disagree with that. And maybe we're going to find some contention here because I think it does come with that.
You think Vosh is a rule utilitarian?
No. I believe he stated that he wasn't.
Yeah, he reduced himself to an act.
Right, and so what I'm stating, though, is I don't believe that rule utilitarianism reduces itself into act utilitarianism.
Yeah, you could make arguments about how, like, I don't know, a rule could bring
Simple as that.
towards a more perfect society.
I'm getting one of two things tonight. I'm getting one of two things tonight. You understand? I'm getting one of two things tonight.
Sorry, so Vosh could delineate between the responsibility that a given person has and the actual moral condition. So we might imagine two worlds, one in which someone is repeatedly pressing a button over and over again that kills 400 people, let's say.
Yep.
In the first world, they're aware of it. In the second world, they're not.
Yep.
And then you could ask, is there a moral difference between the two? And because he holds that utility is the morally relevant thing, he'll hold that in the first case, the case where the person is just hitting the button knowingly, and the second case where the person is hitting the button unknowingly.
Why am I making you suffer? I'm going to give you content. I'm going to give you debate content.
That's what he means. And again, it's in line with how he talks about philosophy.
You should be thanking me and be grateful.
Utilitarian he is now.
So yeah, I would just say that like that may be the case or what have you, but I would make fierce arguments about how we ought to uphold a rule or a standard with which people abide by in order to make sure that people adhere to that like moral like standard. Because I think the way that he was arguing it was like, well, if you set these moral standards, how are you going to impose them on other people? And it's like, yeah, that's a difficult question. There's a whole multitude of answers, but we need to have these moral standards. If we don't have these moral standards, people can do whatever the fuck they want.
That's not true.
Nothing holding them to like doing anything, right? Whatsoever, right? It's moral standards that I think that govern, honestly, the difference, any material difference between any of the political affiliations. It means
that's not fucking true at all. That's the most stupid shit I've ever fucking heard.
If you do nothing like about it, if you have no moral standards to abide by it, if you do nothing materially about it, it means absolutely nothing. The difference between a conservative and a socialist is meaningless if both do nothing.
Well, so
that's also not true. He's gonna chicken out. Why do you think he's gonna chicken out? I don't know if he's gonna chicken out. That's the thing. That's why I'm waiting, because it's gotta be hard to like tell your chat, no, I'm not debating this guy. Like, I'll bring on any caller who's awake right now, but not this guy. I'm gonna run away from this guy. He thinks he's above you? Well, then he can think what he wants, but I just want to see if he's actually gonna tell his chat that he's gonna avoid me, because this chat wants to debate. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm doing, guys. I really just want to see that moment where he's like, you know what? I'm not going to debate infrared. Infrared is toxic. I'm not going to give him attention. And, you know, It's not responsible platforming, even though he has 300 more viewers than me, and effectively I'm the one platforming him. But how can I get him to agree? I don't have to. It's a win either way. If he refuses to debate, I win. If he debates me, he's fucked. He's super fucked. Right? So, yeah, I win either way.
Power and therefore be able to do more good. And the reason he seems convinced of that is because the right, who even you agree have like less facts on their side or whatever, they're less or they're more capable of holding like a large movement, or they're equally capable of holding a large movement because they don't push people out of their movement. And he said as much in the debate multiple times. So unless you have a retort to his intuition or a reason to believe your intuition over them, you both
I'm gonna call him again.
Grind out to zero.
I'm gonna call him again.
Do you think that it's the case that Vosh is wrong in his intuitions that the movements will generate more utility by having just more people in them?
No, Discord, not yours.
Sorry?
Continue. No, I'd
Oh
say
yeah, the Discord note, if I understand. And you think that there will be more utility, harm, or loss in virtue
He
of
removed
not
me as a
having,
friend.
Strong principles that everybody.
He removed
has.
me.
Now, the only thing you guys can
He
do
removed
then
me as a
is
friend.
argue about whose intuitions seem more plausible. And when I watched the debate,
I can't call him again. He removed me as a friend.
From, like your view, or I was actually watching it from whatever.
He banned me. He banned me.
Well,
he banned me from the chat. Okay, that's a concession. That's a concession.
And I had
you guys see? That's a concession. That's all I wanted. All I wanted was that concession.
Which you granted.
Okay.
Particularized to Hasan.
All I wanted was the concession.
I didn't pick up on a reason not to grant there.
All I wanted was the
So
concession.
I just saw it as being the case that it was more plausible.
All I wanted was the concession. That's all I wanted.
Going to be good.
So, is anyone have any doubt about who won?
So, I think there was a massive misunderstanding there, right? My point isn't that you can't do any of the things that you stated he could do. My point was...
Yeah. So, is there any doubt now? Does anyone have any doubt? Now, I'm kind of tempted to raid him. I'm kind of tempted to raid Ahrelevant now. Yeah, dude is actually a pussy. For real, an actual pussy. I'm kind of tempted to raid this guy now. But I'm not gonna, because that'll be TOS. You know, I can't do that. Not allowed to do that. Indisputable victory. Simple as that. Okay, there's no fucking doubt. There's absolutely no doubt. So I want to run back and explain to you why Ahrelevant is scared to debate me. AP released an article showing that there's no Uyghur genocide. They literally are just admitting it now. And that they're all of DG's running scared because they just don't want to confront this. Yeah, this guy's fucking scared shitless of me. I heard from a little grapevine that he's editing the video between me and him to release. I'm gonna go ahead and leak this. We already edited the debate ourselves. So the minute I hear that he uploads the debate, we're uploading it on our channel. Because I'm going to wait. Because it'll be best for our algorithm if he uploads it first, right? He's banning all mentions of you. What a pussy. What a fucking pussy. Guys, the debate with Ahrelevant, like, when we upload this on YouTube, most of you didn't see the debate, okay? Most of you saw the part where I was yelling at the end and the part where I got mad at Zerka. And both of those parts make it seem like I lost to someone who didn't see any of the debate. Because I'm yelling, if you yell, that means you're mad you lost. And if I'm mad at Zerka, it's because he didn't carry me through the debate. Even though I yelled at Zerka Because he shot me in the foot at the end. At the very end, he shot me in the foot. Okay? There was 6 hours, and we edited it so you could see all of the actual things we debated about. And there is absolutely, remember the perception talk? Yeah. There's absolutely no fucking doubt that anyone can say he won. It's just people ran with this idea that I lost because it was 6 hours and no one fucking watched it. So we edited it down to like an hour to get all of the actual arguments, and you're gonna see who fucking won and who lost. Okay? I still stand by my original position from the very beginning. And I was so shocked that people spun that narrative, because at that point, by the end, like, I almost felt bad for him. That's how much I had him routed. Okay? By the end of that shit, I had him so fucking... I smacked him around so fucking much that by the end of it, at that point, I was just like, okay, what next? Because I beat you, and I'm still mad. Like when Khabib beat McGregor, and he was still mad, and he jumped out of the fucking ring. That's me. It's like I was still mad. I had beaten him 5.5 hours. I was thinking, why did I even do this? 5.5 hours? What if I stay up? I stayed up till 2 p.m. doing this shit. I was mad. Because it's like, I beat this guy, and who's going to pay now? Who's going to pay up? You get what I'm saying? Now who's going to pay for it? But anyway, I can't, damn, dude. That's a really bad look.
Whatever.
Sure.
Having to ban me, that's a really bad look. NGL, that's a really bad look. That's just yikes. Yikes. Mega yikes. Do you have any other life besides Twitch? Yes. It involves your mom. Every single day. Every single day. And I'm not talking about like once every 3 days, once every week. I'm talking about every single day. Every single fucking day. Okay? Yeah, it's like saying Khabib lost because he jumped out of the ring. You have to understand, us Middle Easterners, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, we have Khabib's temperament. Which means we get angry. Even when we win, we get fucking angry. We get angry because our time is wasted, and we feel like even when we win in terms of the rules, we still have some justice to enact. Like we have... It's like we still need something to exact from our opponent, even after we win. It's not enough to win according to the rules. We're still mad. You know what I mean? Because we're mad because why were we there in the first place? Khabib was fucking mad. Let me tell you why Khabib was mad. Khabib trained his fucking ass off, and there was so much shit talk and anticipation, and there was so much mental games McGregor and his team were playing. And then Khabib, he destroys McGregor so fucking easily, and Khabib sitting there acting like, what was this all for? All of this for that? And he was that easy to destroy? And he was that easy to fucking wreck? That's why he was mad. He's like, what was this all for? All that shit talk for what? There was nothing behind it. You'd think if he was a miraculous fighter, there's something behind it. Try to report me for what? For challenging a political stream at a debate? Don't go in his chat. Don't go in his chat. I already said don't go in his chat. You know, that's already a given. I've already said that shit. But that's a given, you know? Okay, we got a fucking weirdo in the chat. Goodbye. Call Destiny? No, I don't want to talk to Destiny. I'm sick of Destiny. I'm sick of Destiny. I don't want nothing to do with Destiny. Who's friending me? It's a beautiful life. Whoa. It's a beautiful life. Whoa. I don't really feel like, yeah, I don't want to debate Destiny again. Because I feel like asking him to debate is almost like I'm asking him for a favor at this point. You know what I mean? And I think Destiny at this point needs to come ask to debate me. You know what I mean? Why did I find Destiny not okay anymore? Because he declared war. Destiny declared war. So me and Destiny had a non-intervention pact. We had a non-aggression pact. And he attacked one of my allies, Zerka. And Zerka was at war with him. And I didn't directly get involved, but I was like as a neutral party going after DGG, the community. Not Destiny personally, but the community, right? Because fuck DGG. And the reason I went after DGG, let me explain the Destiny drama to you. Why me and Destiny are on bad terms. It's as simple as that. DGG are the ones who carried Ahrelevant. So when I was fighting Ahrelevant, I was fighting all of DGG, right? I don't forget that shit. You guys, I want to keep in mind that let me give you the sequence of events that we're dealing with here. Okay? It seems like I'm a big bully and I'm like this asshole guy. But the truth is, either in the past, I'm joking, I'm debating someone. Otherwise, I am an honorable person. I keep to myself and, I don't bully anyone. I don't do any of that shit. And I was on good terms with Destiny. And as far as DGG was concerned, I was just indifferent to them, right? But Ahrelevant decided that because I reject the narrative about the Uyghur genocide in China, that it's okay to just personally attack me. Just start personally attacking Haz, start getting into the nitty-gritty of his life, and just start, going after me, basically, right? Start, just talking shit about him and attacking his character and, calling him insecure and whatever. Just start doing armchair psychology, all this shit. I didn't throw any stones at them either. I've debated Destiny before, but we had respectful debates. There's nothing warranted that. Absolutely nothing warranted that. Again, I haven't bullied anyone in DGG. I haven't bullied almost anyone, period. I've dealt with leftists that way, like Sansa and the rest of them. DGG and Destiny, there was nothing. Ahrelevant threw the first stone. He just started attacking me out of the wild for nothing. Yeah, he's one of Destiny's generals. So this pissed me off, and then it put Ahrelevant on my radar, right? So I went after Ahrelevant, and all of DGG rallied behind Ahrelevant. So after that, at that point, I was enemies of DGG. Now, when Zerka and Destiny went to war, Zerka is one of my allies, so I'm joining the war, attacking DGG, but not Destiny, right? Because me and Destiny are still on okay terms. But then, Destiny gets on his stream and just starts talking shit about me personally, calling me insecure and a beta, whatever the fuck he was saying, just calling me names and stuff. And at that point, all bets were off. Destiny declared war on me. So all bets are off. Okay? So right now, the state of Infrared, we are currently at war with DGG, Destiny, all of the DGG streamers, all of those irrelevant people that get 100 views. We're at war with all of them. Those are all of our enemies on Twitch right now. And guys, remember, these people are making it seem like, Haz is like a big bully and he's this bad guy and he's mad when he gets a taste of his own medicine. What medicine? When have I just randomly attacked people personally, unprovoked? When have I attacked people unprovoked? Like, for example, Bastiat is like the political opposite of me, right? But he's in my chat and we're on good terms. You know what I mean? He's the opposite of me politically, but there's no personal issues. I've never attacked people just because of politics. I've attacked people because they personally wronged me. Even the SDL debate. SDL disrespected me. Okay? He called me an idiot. The Vaush debate. Vaush was also disrespecting me, right? He was calling me a Nazi or whatever the fuck he was saying. So, it seems like I'm a guy who just debates people and bullies them. But I never am the first one to personally attack people. If you think that's the type of guy I am, you're just selectively watching my stream. I'm not that guy who just randomly attacks people personally. Okay? So, that's why people were like, why is Infrared, who always act like this alpha Chad bully, mad that Ahrelevant is coming for him personally? Because I find it weird when people just come at me personally that I don't have any beef with. I don't even fucking know them. I never do that to anyone, right? But now that I know how Twitch is, I'm starting to do that now, right? I'm starting to just randomly go after people and just pull up a random stream like, you know what, that guy's a bitch. Fuck that guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting to do that now because I know how it is. But God forgive me, Lord forgive me, I used to be a human being on this platform. You know that? I used to be a human being. But yeah, that's those days are long gone. Those days are long gone, long past us. Everything was chill until you threw your weight behind the Anna thing. I threw my weight behind the Anna thing because she was going against DGG, and I fucked with that because DGG are narrative spinning scumbags. They are scumbags, dude. DGG are narrative spinning scumbags who go after you because you have political disagreements. She gonna be calling me that mod's name? What mod's name? But Anna was calling Destiny a psychopath. Well, no, I was trying to convince her to, to just forget about Destiny. I'd be like, okay, whatever, he's an asshole, he's not an asshole, forget about him, right? But I could understand the harassment you're getting from DGG because I get the same shit. That's the angle I was coming from, right? I didn't attack Destiny. Because she actually did fucked up shit and you indirectly picked a side by going so hard. I don't think she did fucked up shit. I don't. I think DGG was harassing the shit out of her for a long time. And whatever problem she has, it's no excuse for a community of mostly grown males to be going after a female. Period. That's no excuse. If you're a grown male, you got an issue with a female, you turn your ass around, you ignore her. Unless she's personally causing problems for you, right? If you're a grown-ass man, don't be spending your time going after females, making them cry, tears on stream and shit like that. That's just whack as hell, right? And she's crying, she's mentally distressed. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sorry. And here's another thing too. This is also why it pissed me off. Anna was a regular on Zerka's show. So it's been months, and all of us on Zerka's show, after we've been together for months, we have a kind of sense of camaraderie in a way, right? Just in the sense that, like, yeah, this is our community, this is our show, and these are outsiders coming after one of our own. That's how I thought about it. Like, these are outsiders coming after one of our own. Anna was one of us because I didn't know anything about DGG's involvement with them. They were on the show, and they were part of the show. And, you know, when an outsider comes and starts, you know, doing that shit, listen, we're a different community. We're not DGG. They're not going to come and impose their bullshit on us. Yeah, it's an independent thing. We're not going to follow Destiny's rules and all that shit. So, I don't want to talk Destiny for that long, but Anna's the one who brought it up. Okay. Who cares? Who cares? Destiny was egging her on in chat. That's what everyone forgets too. Destiny was egging her on a ton, making it a lot worse. Right? Call Latina or Adriana. I'm gonna call Adriana. Thank you, Aztec.
You and Jerka are fucking funny, but you really do carry the royales. Dude, the most recent one had me dying.
Thank you, Aztec. Appreciate you. It's a beautiful life. I don't know what I'm gonna get for dinner. Fuck. I didn't even order dinner yet. Actually, I do have dinner. I have dinner in the fridge. Ooh, I do have dinner. Okay. I have some dinner in the fridge. Yeah, Adriana didn't answer her fucking phone, which is an insulting. This is why she didn't answer. She got 1.7k views. Where did she get those views from? Who rated Adriana?
I've been having a little podcast lately.
Oh, Destiny did. No way, Destiny did.
Our next topic we're talking about, it's probably gonna be on Tuesday, is how social media redefines.
Did she betray us to Destiny? I love how she didn't pick up her phone. If Adriana's an OG, if she's about to get offline, she would rate me if she's an OG. A positive is that you don't have Ahrelevant shit positions anymore, but the negative is you lose content. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about that. It's a beautiful life. Whoa. It's a beautiful life. Whoa. It's a beautiful life. Whoa. Please rate RDC Gaming. Who's that? I already know who I'm gonna raid, okay? That's already set. What Jimmy? I'm supposed to do legs today, but I'm probably not gonna. Probably gonna just save it for tomorrow. It's a beautiful life. Whoa. It's a beautiful life. Whoa. What program? I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Can't believe Adriana called me, but as soon as she got raided by Destiny, all of a sudden, I don't exist anymore. I'll never forget that. Raid Adri? Why does she need my raid? Of all people. Why does she need my raid of all people? Is the infrared link above me real? Yes, it is. Check it. Try it for yourself. Try it for yourself. I think I'm gonna have some menesh jibne. You know what that is? Menesh jibne. You know what that is? You know what that is? Menesh jibne. I hope you know what that is. Ain't nothing to fuck around with. Are you gonna go trick-or-treating? No. No, I'm not. Bad for you, you will come far from it? What are you talking about? It's a beautiful life. Oh, Vosh is online. What the hell is he doing? Is he coping too? He's still talking about Dave Chappelle. What a loser. Mana'ush jibne. Mana'ush shit? Why is it shit? Thoughts on Dave Chappelle? I love him. I love Dave Chappelle. He speaks facts. Alright, I was just waiting for the 7-hour mark. One more hour? I can't. I really can't.
Probably not. Like, I would rather date a guy that was taller than me. Raid?
How tall is she?
A raid?
Should I cancel the raid? Someone told her about it. Should I just cancel it?
X was 4'11".
I think I'm gonna cancel the raid. Should I do it?
Walk the dog. For you.
4, 3, 2. Thank you, Gofo. Appreciate you.
Don't be like that.
Alright, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.